Usually some kind of outdoor activity, though, you know?
Yeah. Like, go and break some windows in an abandoned building or something. They don't do that anymore, so they're like hanging out online all the time, just trying to find any element of fun they can. So when they find a place like this that they know nothing about, they're like, "Oh yes, let's go troll these guys.
Let's go ridicule." Yeah, is that funny? That's such a weird thing, man. To like, let's go try to ridicule people they think are able to be ridiculed. Boy, they sure got the wrong place when they get here.
Well, that's the thing.
A little robot.
Like the total opposite of what they're expecting.
You're coming through now, though.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. I was just gonna say it's obviously they find
the timing is impeccable.
I know they've got a lock on you apparently. Only when you say certain things that robot's like right there. Yeah, throw that robot in there. Get Wolfgang this time. He's the one.
Just start with the end of your sentence first.
Funny shit.
The best part of those kind of trolls is that they go into a flat Earth server thinking they're going to troll some idiots and then wind up realizing they're the idiots.
Yeah, and they got recorded doing so.
Unfortunately, sometimes I think that they're too big of idiots to actually have that realization that they're the idiot.
They may never get that realization. That's the most funny part.
We just had a perfect example of that, I think.
Yeah.
No matter how many different accounts.
Yeah, they walk away and they're like, that was so easy. I totally wrecked those guys. Easy clap. Easy clap.
Good job.
I completely wrecked those guys with like 2 questions.
I know.
Remember that time when I said that Russia was in one of the corners?
Good job on that globe proof, though.
She couldn't even ask her questions. She couldn't even ask her questions right. She just kept calling the moon round. Not specific enough to what she's going for.
She couldn't even get to the point of that, like round. No.
My favorite was, am I the only one that believes in maps?
Maps. No one here believes in maps.
Complete silence afterwards.
Guys, why don't you believe in maps?
Well, with that first question though, with the whole like, you actually believe that, or with the whole moon and the Earth thing, it's like, so do you actually believe that there was an empty universe of nothingness that exploded and made all these little balls that you're talking about? Is that what you believe? Well, yeah, that's what we learn in school. Okay, well, that actually clears everything up if that's
listen to the logic of this. And the ball made a flat map. That's where you live. You live on a map.
Russia is in one corner.
But the ball made the map flat.
Russia is in one corner. Australia is in another corner.
Man, back to your corners. Ready? Ding! Round 1.
Hey, kitty. Come here, kitty.
Am I the only one who believes in maps? Was a good one.
It's too bad we couldn't have got to the point about belief, what belief is, but she wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't let us get that far in the conversation. It's too bad.
I don't believe she would have understood.
If she's not banned, she'll come back. They all come back until they get banned.
Probably will come back.
I specifically love the part where she said the sun and moons are planets.
Right. She knew absolutely nothing about her model that she believes in, along with her maps.
They don't have to. Like, she's like, I don't have to have proof.
But you hear that kind of freak out, right? Where something as fundamental as the assumption that because you believe that moon is a ball of rock above you, you must be on a ball of rock above you. And when someone challenges that, she has never heard a person in her life say that, right? She's never even thought about that not being the case. So when like Crypto was saying it, she's laughing, but she's like hysterically laughing, like, panicked.
Triggered laughing.
Like she's never, because she's probably quickly realizing that, oh yeah, that is a retarded argument. But no one is really saying that in any kind of mainstream sphere that these kids are going to be see it.
Because some guy thought I ran away. No, I didn't.
You're back.
So,
hey, Kitty, how's it going?
I sent you back. Welcome back.
Yeah, of course I will.
Welcome back.
Thanks. No one answered my question about the Russia and America thing. How come I can get to America? How come I can go from Russia to America in like an hour?
I told you about the channel with the flight path. Right? I told you about the channel.
That doesn't make sense though, because that's not if you look from a plane's point of view, from like a camera, just doesn't do that. It just goes straight. Your map just does weird circles and shit. Does it even make sense?
Do you think that pilots are treating the Earth as a spinning ball? Do you think pilots are doing that, or do you think they're treating it as flat and motionless?
What? Does it even make sense?
Hold on,
when a pilot is... Hold on, let me just quickly get this.
Right, post the thing again so I can see.
Yeah.
Okay,
hold on. Let me just get this. Okay, Katie, are you under the impression that when pilots are flying planes, they're taking into account curvature of the Earth and motion of the Earth? Is that what you think is going on?
No, hold on. Can you just send the picture of the map, that like the circular thing or the flat thing that you think it is, so I can see from Russia to America?
We don't have. There's no such thing as a real map. You don't have one.
So this is the thing that you use, right? This is the thing that you use.
No.
This thing.
No.
So then, what do you go off?
We go off the surface of Earth is flat. Period. Through our observations, we have observations that the globe cannot exist in reality, and that exists in reality that cannot exist on a globe. We see things so far.
Let's ask her to specify that question. Do you mean for traveling? Do you mean do we use this map to travel?
Talking about
when you say do you use this map, what do you mean?
Like, oh my god! But so you know how? So I'm a circle Earth believer, right?
Reality,
so we use maps
you know when you go outside,
to see where countries are. So I'm asking, as you flat Earth people, what's the map that you use
First
if
of
the
all,
world is flat?
listen, Kitty, we have to get to terms. Kitty, we have to get to terms and definitions first before we can even get that far.
I don't care about terms and definitions.
Yes,
I'm just asking where you think the countries are if the Earth is flat.
Then this conversation is over because we all care about that.
Do you squeeze have?
You keep saying circle.
Wait, hold on, Sonny, please hold on. Your question is very vague. You're not asking us a very specific question, so it's very hard to answer a question that's very vague. That's the problem.
Right, can someone give me let me fast forward and terms, please, so I can send a picture so you know what I mean, please.
So Kitty, let me ask you a quick question or 3 quick questions. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles and the method of how they did that, who did it, and when?
Google is free.
No, we're asking for actual measurement.
No.
Yeah, so Google it. No, yeah, guys. So Google it for me. Just go down this pathway with me. Google it for me, or whatever source you can find, and just figure out where and when anyone ever measured the surface of the Earth to find curvature, to find this radius value or the circumference. Either one, doesn't matter. Do you know of anyone measuring the Earth?
That the Earth is round.
It has to be a direct.
To prove that it's a planet, yes. To prove that, yes.
It has to be a direct.
Can you look this up for me? Yeah.
It has to be a direct measurement.
Well, I can't because I don't have any pic poems. Can someone give me pic poems, please? Like link poems, I can send something.
No,
hold on, Kitty. You can send it to one of us. You can send it to Sonny. You can send it to me. You can send whatever you want us to post. You can send it directly to us in a DM, a direct message, and we'll post it for you in the live stream.
All right, fine.
Yeah, but better than that, Kitty, try and answer the question, right? When like Google, who measured the Earth to be a ball, and start going through the evidence, right? Because this is what you believe. It's no point asking questions about something that you don't really understand yet in an attempt to disprove prove
But I
flat
don't
Earth when you don't
understand.
understand
Yeah,
what
are
it
you
is.
calling me
You need
dumb?
to prove the globe. You need to prove the
So,
globe, right? The globe needs to be proven, doesn't it?
right. So how can you prove that it's flat? Because we have pictures
Well, we
of
observe
the
it to be
Earth
flat. We
from
only ever
space
experience
from
it
NASA.
flat, and it
Where are the
measures
pictures
flat.
in space proving that the Earth
Directly
is
measures
flat?
flat.
Wow, do you ever
Right.
stop?
Where's the proof?
No,
Where's the
Kitty,
proof?
Kitty,
Send me
Kitty.
proof, and then I
This is
can.
where you need to
He
be calm.
never
You need to
stops,
be calm.
guys. This
We
is
can get to
never
the
going to
proof.
stop.
We can get to the proof, but you need to be calm, Kitty, right? And you need to listen to what we're telling you. You need to start listening and asking good questions instead of trying to argue about something that you haven't researched. Do you understand?
Or just tell me to shut up, like talk over me. So what I'm asking is send a proof picture
Kept talking.
from
She
NASA
kept
or
talking. She
something
didn't even
of
listen,
the Earth
guys.
is flat. See, you're
She
still
was
talking
muted
when
and
I'm
she
talking
kept
about something that
talking.
you
She
know
This
never
is
is
so funny.
wrong.
stopped.
Look, I'm going to mute her. She's just going to
Never
keep talking.
stopped. She never stopped talking. She's probably not even listening to us.
She's not even listening at all. Even when
She
she's
probably
muted,
is.
she
Like
keeps
she probably
talking.
has us muted, and she's just talking.
It's amazing that she thinks that she can just do that, but no, she
Well,
can't.
see if there's any other new people in.
That's
There's any other
what I
new
was
people
looking
in.
for, but I think we're all
And
pretty.
if there
I
isn't,
think and actually, I think
that's
it's
what
the
we
same
do.
account. I think Kitty and Ram are the same account. Unbelievable that she doesn't know that we can.
I don't think so, but it might be
Really?
sisters or friends.
Okay.
Right. I'm going to unmute Kitty, and let's see if we can have a legitimate conversation. Kitty, are you there?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Can you be calm and listen? Can you be calm and listen when we're talking to you
Yeah, sure.
and
Yeah.
onto what we're saying, right? And we will let you talk, but we're trying to make you understand that your starting point on this is wrong at the moment, right? You're asking all these questions, which is
Sorry.
fine. We can get to them later. But what you need to do is start from a logical position if you're trying to figure out what the Earth is, okay? So do you realize that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless? Have you realized that yet? No. Okay. So when you go to the beach, and you look out over the ocean and you see the horizon, you've seen that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And that horizon is flat, yeah?
Oh my god, are you
That's
this
why it's called
dumb?
the horizon, because it's horizontal, Kitty. Do you understand that it comes from the word horizontal?
Yeah. Okay, are you done?
Okay. So we have a flat line, okay. So no curvature there. So
No,
next
I want to talk about the beach.
motion.
I want to talk about the beach.
No.
beach. No, why can't I talk about
Right,
the
okay,
beach?
we can come back to the beach.
No, I want to talk about the
We can
beach.
come back
No,
to the beach.
please,
But
let me talk about the
no,
beach.
Kitty,
I want to talk about the beach, please.
Kitty, I will be I'll be 1 minute explaining this to you, okay? And then we can go back to the beach, right?
Okay.
Motion of the earth. You do not experience the ground beneath your feet to be in motion, do you?
What?
Do you experience the ground beneath your feet outside to be in motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. How do you feel the ground in motion? Explain.
I'm just walking around. Anyway, I want to talk about the beach.
Yeah, but the ground...
So you think when I look at
See how she skips the question?
Okay, so
No,
when you're at the beach, which direction is the ground moving when you're at the beach?
Because everyone just
Yeah,
mute
which
while
way
I
is the
explain
ground
this,
moving at
please.
the beach?
Can everyone? Oh, let
Which
me.
way
Everyone
does the ground
mute.
move
Everyone
when you
just
get
mute.
to the beach?
You're not
Come
answering
on,
the
guys.
question.
Shut up.
When you went to the beach,
chill,
which way was
chill.
the ground moving when you got there? Was it moving away from you or toward you or to the left? Or
Wait, am I mute? Okay. Right, so you think, so if you look over at the ocean, yeah, so it's like, so it stops, right? So it stops.
Is the ground doing
sort of
underneath you?
stops. The shore sort of stops at the
You
shoreline.
just know what I'm going to say, that's why you don't want me to say it, because you know that I'm right.
Okay,
So let me say
okay,
it.
you know
If
what
I'm
You
not right,
saying
then
it.
don't
You
say
are
it.
saying it. You're literally saying it.
Justin,
Me.
chill.
Let me
Guys,
say it.
chill.
Everyone mute,
Guys,
so I can say it.
Right, Kitty, I'm just going to mute you quickly, and I'm going to quickly summarize what I told you, which is that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless. The horizon is flat. You do not experience any motion. right? I don't know. I know you're maybe a bit excited or maybe a little bit upset, but when you think about it, when you go to the park and you're chilling out, you're not moving anywhere. You see the moving, feel the wind, but the ground isn't moving as far as you can tell, right? So that's where you start. The Earth is experienced as flat and motionless. Someone has told you that it's actually a spinning ball. Now we have to figure out how to prove that. Okay? Right, you're unmuted. Do you understand what I just told you?
Yeah, I understand. Thanks. Yeah.
Right, okay. So how was it proven to you that the Earth is spinning and curved?
Right, so actually, about the beach, right? Can everyone please just not say a word when I explain this? Please. Okay. Right, so we're at the beach, right? Look at the water. And yes, it stops, right? But that's because it's curving, so you can't see when it stops. If it was flat, you could just see
test-
you
I have
could
to laugh.
keep
I have
going
to
and
laugh.
going and going.
Let's test that assertion, Kitty.
Guys, how
Let her
dumb as
finish.
fuck.
Guys,
If it was
let her
flat, it
finish.
would have kept going and going and going. If it's circular, then it would have stopped, obviously. So that's why it stopped. If it was flat, it would have kept going and going.
Okay.
It obviously doesn't.
Right.
You
Okay,
guys are
so
so
Kitty,
dumb.
what you're saying is,
Unreal.
the horizon line that we see there, that's the curve of a ball, is it?
Yes, are you dumb?
Flat line.
If it was flat, it would have
Okay,
kept going.
okay.
You could see it going infinite.
So what makes you think? So what makes you think that flat horizon line is the curve of a ball? What makes you think that?
Because then, if it was flat, it would have kept going. You could have seen it.
So you can read a book from 5 miles away?
Yeah.
How far would it keep going, Kitty? How far does the globe say? See, right? Okay, so this is a good point, right, Kitty? You have brought up a good point. Okay, so you believe that the horizon line is the bit that boats are going over and disappearing bottom up, right? Because they're going over a curve.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, are you on Google right now?
No.
You're not
Do you
on
want me to
Google.
go on Google?
You
What
can't
do you want me to look up? What do you want me to
Well,
look up?
type in distance to horizon calculator. Type that in.
Distance to what?
Horizon
Yeah.
calculator. Distance to horizon calculator. Right? Click on whichever one.
Okay.
And it should
Oh
say
my god!
enter
This just proves that it's
elevation height.
round. What the fuck? Okay, can I
Yeah.
send
So
this to someone so they can put it in
this
as
is what the
well?
globe model says. Yeah. So this is what the
Right,
globe
let me send
model
this to
says,
someone.
right?
Let me send this
So
to someone. Who's
you
the
enter your
person
observer
I'm
height.
talking to right now? Who's the person I'm talking
Katie,
to?
could you listen?
Oh, it's
Kitty,
Wolfgang.
Kitty,
Wolfgang. Let me just send you a
could you
little
listen?
DM. Hold on.
Kitty, could you stop babbling like a mad woman and just start listening, right? So you've got your observer height that you enter. You can put however tall you are, 5 foot, whatever, right? Put something like that in,
No,
and tell me
wait,
how
hold
far
on.
away
I need to
the
send you
horizon
this
should be.
thing. Hold on.
No, Kitty, we're on this. You got the calculator up, yeah?
No, because I just looked it up and this is what came up. So look in DMs right now. Look in DMs. Look in DMs. Look in DMs.
I can't DM at the moment.
Listen,
Well, then look at it. Just look at it. Just open it. Open it.
No, Kitty, are you on the
Literally just open
website?
it.
No, I can't.
Literally
I'm
just
driving,
open it.
Kitty.
Oh
Kitty,
my
I'm driving,
gosh.
you crazy person. Right, let me just get this, right? Kitty, you opened up the calculator that you went to Google to find, yes?
Give me a moment. There you go.
I DM'd you it, so can you look at it? And then
Okay.
sent it in the
Listen,
chat.
Wolfgang, this isn't working, bud. She doesn't understand English. You're trying to have a conversation with her.
She's being silly.
Silly is
You can get there.
No, it's
absurd.
It's beyond the help we could give. Like, we can't give somebody that's that illogical.
We are at the black swan point, right? She's already recognized the geometric horizon.
Okay.
Right, she's talking about the geometric horizon.
Okay,
So this is what we're talking about.
Go ahead.
Kitty, you have stumbled onto the crux of the whole issue.
Wolfgang, I think her biggest issue is that she's not on push to talk. So whatever she's feel like speaking, it just automatically overpowers. You need to put herself on talk for you. Give herself a break.
Can
Katie, do you want to
someone
go
give
and
me
push the
pick
talk?
perms? Can
No,
someone give me pick perms?
no,
Why?
no,
Not
no.
until,
This
You
not
is
asked
until
a
just
you've
can't
question,
see
you
the
got an
addressed my
truth.
answer.
bullshit.
You
We'll
just
move
can't
on.
face the truth, guys. You guys are so delusional. I sent
Kitty,
you
can you
in
put
DMs.
yourself on
You
talk?
open it.
Kitty, can you put yourself on
Katie.
push to talk instead of just
Don't
on
attack
active?
us either personally, please. Thank you. We're all very smart.
Can someone explain that
Katie.
to me? So how does it work?
How does what work?
Your beliefs.
Your beliefs.
What beliefs?
Why are you assuming that
Why
people
not?
have beliefs?
Yeah, no, we don't
How
have
does
the
it work?
belief. The belief is that the Earth is a spinning ball. We don't have that belief.
How'd you
Right?
find out it
What we
wasn't
have.
a ball? That's the question you ask. How'd you find out it's not a ball?
That should be
Yeah.
the question. Why don't we hear that question?
Yeah. Mostly when we do hear that, someone recognizes this is the question I should ask. Why do you guys think the Earth is not a ball? It's because it directly measures flat, right? So how could a ball measure
Yeah,
flat?
but people have been to space and proven that.
Okay, great. If it's a ball, then why does NASA say they're flying everything they have in flight over a flat stationary Earth? Would you tell us that, please? NASA, the CIA, the FAA, why are they all assuming a flat stationary Earth with all their flight models? Ah, those are your agencies.
So yeah,
Your expert.
The one types of
That I
rate
don't know.
of
But
curve
why is there literally
across the
people
surface.
gone to space who know that the Earth is round?
You said that you don't know. I'll show you the documents. You're roboting Wolfgang. Sorry, but I already put the video with at least 35 documents of government agencies stating they're flying every linear model that they're using is over a flat stationary Earth. Why is this if Earth is a ball? Anyone? Bueller?
Is there spherical triangles? Is that what she's showing us? Spherical triangles?
Shout out to Chocolate Sane. What's up, Chocolate?
Chocolate, yeah.
I think she just needs to be walked through the Earth curve calculator so she understands. I think if she's able to look that up and if she can understand what she's posting, maybe she just needs to be walked through it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Wait,
I
can
think,
you
I, think, I think you need to go more rudimentary with her.
Nah, because she identified the geometric horizon, right? It usually takes us 2 hours to get them to figure out that they claim a geometric horizon. She just offered it up. So
there we go. In
my mind,
yeah.
That's what, like, she understands that concept, and that is literally all you need to understand that it's not that, right? Because we just get into the black swan.
Yeah. If she can stay with that,
black swan.
If she can stay with that idea of the geometric horizon, then we might be able to get somewhere. That's going to be up to her, though, entirely.
Yeah, well, someone post the black swan in the live stream channel, and we can talk about it. And then once we've spoken about it, we will unmute and we can say, did you listen to any of that? Right? So that was we were speaking to Kitty, Ezra, right? Take a look at this image with the oil rigs and go onto Google and type in distance to horizon calculator so that you can see this for yourself. This is what the globe model claims, a geometric horizon that boats are going over. So they'll tell you that depending on your observer height, the horizon must be a certain distance away from you. So for a 1 foot observer height, which is this example, it should be at 1.22 miles. That's how far away the curve of the ball has to be. But you can see at 1.2, at 1 foot elevation, the horizon is beyond that second oil rig, which is at 9.4 miles, meaning the horizon is beyond 10 miles at least. So not 1.2 miles, like the globe model says, over 10 miles. And this changes the radius from 3,959 miles claimed in the globe to over 260,000 miles observed for a radius.
Let's say you're in a plane and you go one direction.
Do you understand that?
You go round the Earth and then come back to the same spot.
We already addressed
No.
circumnavigation.
No, we're speaking about this horizon.
No, but that's how it works.
Yeah, you're diverting.
Scroll up. No. Listen. Did you listen to that? Did you listen to the example just given about the oil rigs? Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through. Sorry, you could be heard.
Well, my signal is dropping up and down, so I can just go on mute. But
Yeah, I can hear you
I
just
just want
fine.
to see if whoever that was actually listened. So Ezra, did you listen to what I just said about the horizon, the oil rigs? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Are you in the Livestream voice text channel?
Yes.
Do you see the image of the oil rigs?
Yes.
Where do you see the horizon in that image?
Behind the oil rigs.
Yes. So, do you understand the globe model says that horizon can't be there? It can only be at 1.2 miles max.
So you're saying that horizon's the end of the world?
No, I'm saying the globe model says that horizon can be no more than 1.2 miles, yet we see it beyond the furthest rig, as you've just agreed. So that observation debunks the globe model.
No, but that's just the Earth curve.
You missed the point. The point is that it's not.
No, but that's...
No, the point is that if it were Earth curve, it would have to be at 1 miles. It's at 10. What don't you get?
Are you saying that's the Earth curve way out there at 10 miles?
Yes,
is that what you're saying? Yeah. Guess what that makes your Earth radius, if that's the case? 264,000 mile radius.
Yeah.
That's only half. That's only half the diameter.
So you were just talking about going around the equator, right? And coming back to where you started. Basically circumnavigating the Earth, right? So you know what that would make your equator, if that's where your geometric horizon is? 1.6 million miles. You think you're going that far when you circumnavigate?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so do you understand that the horizon is not the curve of a ball now?
No.
Yeah, I figured
then
that.
why is it?
Would be a no.
Why is it beyond the oil rigs then? Because the curve
of the ball.
No, the curve of the ball is in front of the oil rigs, according to the globe model.
Yeah, it should be in front.
So why is it behind? Is the ball changing size? Does the ball shrink and grow?
Ezra, are you in the live stream voice text, Ezra?
Yes, I am.
Could you go to 45 minutes after the hour, and there's a little says Black Swan setup. It's only a couple minutes long. Would you play that for yourself? Look at that. Watch how the camera is set up for the Black Swan image. You'll see the oil rigs. Off to the right, you're going to see some islands. Those are 30 miles away. We're only talking 10 miles at the oil rigs. In the same view with the same camera setup, you see islands that are 30 miles away at 1 foot observer height. This is absolutely impossible on a ball that has a radius of 3,959 miles. So do that.
The question is, Ezra, why is the horizon beyond the rigs? Shout out Chocolate saying, good to see you, brother.
There's only an amount of, like, what's called Earth you can see before it starts, like, So the Earth
Yeah,
is already
according to
curved,
your
like where you're
belief.
standing right now, wherever you are.
There
the Earth
should
is
be.
curved, but it's
You're
just such
according
a
to the globe model.
such a tiny
Hey, listen,
amount. Because
Ezra.
Earth is
No,
so
according
big.
to the amount that you believe in. Now listen. According to the amount that you say you believe in, it should be at 1.2 miles. So it's not what you believe. So why is it behind the rings? So what is it if it's not the globe that you believe? Because it's not the globe that you believe, because that would be at 1.2 miles, not beyond 9.4. So what is it?
Hold on.
They dipped out. I heard hold on, and then they dipped out. So
They all go the same.
yeah,
Ram is
Yeah,
here.
but see,
Spoke to Ram.
that was it though. That was it though. You guys, that was brilliant. Excellent way of excellent, good handling of that. Really, because they got it. If they didn't, the audience surely did.
Yo, Wolfgang, Elbow, what up, fellas, everybody? I heard y'all. I'm at work.
Yeah.
What's going on,
Some
guys?
chocolate.
What's up, chocolate?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Got that track? Got that track with Eli yet?
Damn, bro. Like,
I know. Me and Glad, we're like Agent Smiths on the.
What?
What?
What is that?
Are the kids out of school this week? Is it spring break or something?
in England.
In Canada, it's called March break, not spring break.
I think if Kitty keeps on begging to get unmuted, how about this, Kitty? How about you ask a coherent question in the text chat, right? That way we don't have to hear you babble about nonsense for half an hour, meaningless non-communication of just noise. Just ask a coherent question in the text chat, and we'll answer it, and that way it's a win-win.
I second that. I second that.
I need to get a response to this Black Swan, though. I see Ezra's rejoined. Curiosity killed the cat. So did either of you listen to that point? I mean, I think Ezra did because he sounded kind of speechless.
It wasn't so much curiosity. It was just funny. Listen to you guys.
So it is funny. It is funny. So why is the horizon beyond the oil rigs, Ezra? Yeah. So why is the horizon beyond the oil rigs?
Because that is where the Earth bends.
No. That's at 1.2 miles according to your religion.
It's not a religion. It's
it is religion. You're proving now it's a religion.
It's just general knowledge.
So the horizon. So you don't know where the horizon should be according to your belief. You don't know that.
How about you go on YouTube and just search up like?
So he doesn't.
You're making the argument.
YouTube search.
Why are you telling me what to do? This is your belief, bro. This is your belief. Why are you telling me what to look up? This is your argument. But your argument, you don't understand. Because your argument is there will be a horizon at 1.2 miles. But you've just agreed you see the horizon beyond the oil rigs, which debunks your argument. So what's confusing you? Huh?
I think he's confused that the globe model necessitates that the geometric horizon would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I don't think he understands that his model necessitates that. And that this picture,
you're right.
that this picture is showing from a 1-foot observer height a horizon that is at least 10 miles away, meaning it's 10 times further than it should be according to your religion.
Yeah, which is what I was going through with Kitty earlier, right? I was getting her to go through the calculator because I already know that when we get to that point and we tell them, hey, look, this doesn't match the model, they already don't know the model, and they don't know that that's what it actually says, which is why I was getting Kitty to go onto the curve calculator so that she could put 1 foot observer height in, or 5 feet, whatever, and see where it predicts the
Yeah, unfortunately you're roboting. And yes, when Kitty was asked to do that, she did DM me a picture, and her the furthest she investigated is that she got a picture with a circle and some triangles. Yeah, so she got a picture with a circle and some triangles, and her brain immediately thought, here's a circle, Earth circle, boom, this is my point proven. But we didn't even get to how observations do not match what is required by the globe Earth geometry.
Yeah, you can make a lot of conceptual claims based on assuming that you live on a ball, but we're talking about reality, which is exactly why I was getting Kitty to think about what is actually experienced on Earth when we go to the beach, when we go outside. It's not a spinning ball, so you start with reality. And yeah, you can make all kinds of conceptual arguments based on you believing you live on a ball, but that's not substantiated through observation, so that's begging the question.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that might be a little too deep for somebody who pulls up an image, sees a circle and triangles, and just automatically assumes that Earth globe.
Yeah. They need to grow up, you know?
Yeah.
Plant these seeds, and it grows over time. They'll be back.
Yep, I do notice she used a lot of laughter to cover up for her lack of understanding of what was being told to her. So maybe it's a maturity thing that she seemed to be concerned about how old people were, as if that has something relative to the conversation. So maybe she's showing her immaturity in such childish questions.
I'm still waiting for a question from Kitty, which previously agreed to write something in the chat, a question, but didn't do so. So waiting. Just on nope. I gave you the condition.
Yeah, I mean, we're all here to have decent conversations, right? Like, if she has legitimate questions and wants to legitimately know our feelings and our answers to these questions, then she's going to legitimately need to listen and try to comprehend the answers that we provide to her. But I don't think that's taking place. She's also ad hominem in the chat, which maybe she needs to go to Google and Google ad hominem to realize what that is. And if she can, act accordingly without ad hominems, maybe we can get somewhere.
I provided an ultimatum.
My wife gave me one of those after 8 years of dating.
Marry me or else. That's a good one.
In no uncertain terms, yeah.
Too bad she had to say it though, bro.
For 5 years? For 5 years?
Oof.
I mean, 8 years before it became real, but certainly 5 years of asking.
All right, so from day one of your confronting the knowledge and details related to why Earth isn't a ball, how long did it take you to go, Oh, so it's not a ball. From day one to that point, how long did that take?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I came into this topic in a maybe less conventional way. I actually started down a path of inquiry into the heliocentric model prior to ever even hearing about, this was around 2013 before the big wave of everybody hitting YouTube in 2015.
I'm hearing you're a dude that takes your time. I get it. It's all good.
Yeah. And I'm kind of an autodidact. So once I
okay.
thought I knew something about the heliocentric model and my observation was all out of whack, I was like, wait a minute, let me go look into this. And a whole bunch of inquiry later, I started to realize, hey, maybe something's new. And then people started coming in with, FE stuff on YouTube. And it was like, yeah.
Just real quick, Kenny did ask a question. Her question is, do you think NASA is real? Now, here's the issue with this kind of question. Yes, NASA is an agency or entity of it's a court, whatever you want to call it. It exists. Yes, NASA exists. Now, I think you're trying to ask, do we think that NASA's claims are real? Now, when NASA makes a claim like, some people might say, no, everything NASA says is a lie, right? If NASA says that they waxed and polished their floor, and there's evidence of that, I'm going to say, yeah, NASA probably waxed and polished their floor and told the truth about that. If NASA said that they purchased coffee for their staff, and there's evidence of that, then I'm going to say, yeah, NASA didn't lie about purchasing coffee for their staff on their Monday morning meeting. But when NASA says that they went to the moon or some sort of thing like that has no substantiating evidence, in fact, quite a lot of evidence to the contrary, then no, why would you think that that's real? Unless you just maybe just not aware of all of the falsification of their claims, Kitty. What is that circling?
Oh, and Gospel Bear, I can say NASA is real. My dad worked there.
Yeah, I'm aware that NASA is a real thing, but all of their claims are not, coinciding with truth.
He wouldn't have known a rocket guy from the janitor at NASA because I walked around there and it's so big underground that you just go to your place and that's it.
Yeah, so this is a common thing, and I struggle sometimes to overcome the leaps of logic that Globers tend to make when you put forth an explanation or kind of destroy their claim of, say, like the geometric horizon. So then they take leaps of logic to, so you think the moon's fake, the sun's fake, NASA's fake, everything is fake because something that they were taught in school may be incorrect information. They automatically make huge leaps of logic into thinking that we believe that everything is fake, which is, I don't know how the mind goes there, but it tends to happen a lot for people.
Yeah, folks like straw men. It makes it easier. Confronting the actual details is much more work.
Yeah, because you require some nuanced thinking. It does take some. I mean, I guess a lot of kids aren't being taught to really challenge ideas, critically think, logically think at school. So they've just got this all or nothing approach. Well, if I can't trust NASA, then nothing is real. It's like, yeah, newsflash, kids. You cannot trust the U.S. military. Time to join the rest of the rational living world, which is what NASA is.
Yeah, this is kind of the difference between logical thinking and thinking with emotion or something like that, right? So if your wife's cooking a meal and she asks you if you're hungry and you say, no, you're not hungry, and her response to that is, what do you think, I can't cook? You don't like my cooking? Is it because I use too much salt or, and just goes on these wild things. It's like, whoa. You asked if I was hungry. I said I'm not hungry. That's it.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that was a poor example, but
No, I like that example. But I think that's why I tend to spend a lot of time when I'm speaking to new people trying to help them frame the question or frame the logic. Like, rather than, I mean, sometimes you've got to just indulge every question that they've got just so that they'll actually listen. But you need to help them in like the basic logical process of how you think about this, because like I was saying with the example with the moon being round earlier, it's just not something that's occurred to them because it's so out of the realm of what's being taught in school, on TV, in the mainstream. Like, these ideas, although deeply illogical, are so enshrined as sacred cows that someone actually challenging them in any serious way puts them into hysterics, right? Literal meltdowns. So you've got to kind of help them see a logical way to think about this question before you even really get into it, which is why I try and make them think about, a logical starting point. What do you experience? Where does the burden of proof actually lie? Otherwise, you're just going around the houses on every conceptual claim made by the globe. Also destroying NASA's and good stuff.
Any more questions? I think that went fairly well. We didn't have to listen to somebody emotionally spiral for minutes on end.
I'm ready.
Why would they lie? Why?
So is Kitty's not even here anymore? I guess they left. Who is here? Is Ezra left too? Oh, gee. How sad. Scarab Dodger? VC verified? Hello? You like running through the desert of Egypt and dodging the scarabs?
Sounds like that's exactly what he likes. Scarab Dodger.
There's this person Dex is in the text chat. They're not in the VC.
It's verboten Dex. Don't be messing about.
If you can dodge a reach, you can dodge a scarab. Sorry, I had to say that.
Scarab Dodger, do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Well, Scarab Dodger has a flat Earth profile picture. Not that means anything per se.
That's what it does.
But they did do that. Dex says they cannot currently get on the VC. RIP.
Well, tell him he can throw out some questions in text if there's no other new people.
Can you hear us? Dex. I don't know if he's listening or she or whatever. I am not in the VC. Okay. Sometimes on YouTube and then participate in the chat. Oh well. I wish it were easier to help people slow their breathing down a little bit and just go, hey, it's either flat or curved. You keep using this word round, which is kind of mutually exclusive. The surface is either flat or curved. How do we determine what it is? How do you determine what you think it is? And they're like, well, NASA, and right, they have all sorts of answers. And they're like, how could we go out and make sure that what they say is true? I wish it was that easy to just go through the conversation like that, but it always gets diverted to some spirally emotional thing.
I wonder if sometimes, the scattergunning of questions has to deal with how, as a society, we've been pushed more towards a whole bunch of really small bits of information at very quick intervals, right? Yes. Yep. And there's very little ability for somebody to ask one question, listen to the answer, formulate a response, and take that one question to its logical conclusion one way or the other, and then move on to another question.
They don't call them Zoomers for no reason.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you're right, and I'll call that Twitter think. 40 character limit.
Mm-hmm. You already said too much. TLDR. TLDR. TLDR.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm so bored of this conversation.
Yeah. I feel like brains have been reprogrammed for TLDR.
Yeah.
Like too much information past one very brief sentence that has very shallow meaning before, you know what I'm saying?
So here it is. I got it. I'm figuring it out as we speak, right? So they're gonna want answers in less than 5 seconds. What do you believe? What do you believe? It's a flat Earth. We see too far. Well, that was a fast answer. What do you mean? We see too far for it to be a globe.
Yeah. Maybe we just need to rethink our responses when we get into a situation like that, right? Like
certain people. Yeah, it might be useful to do monosyllabic, single syllable words, and as fast as possible. We see too far. What?
Often how I do it is the lobby.
What's it? Oh, in the lobby.
Yeah, so we see too far, or it measures flat.
Yeah, we see too far.
I was definitely going to say it measures flat.
I know.
Level.
I think that confuses them.
I think it does for some of them. I think Gospel's right. Seeing too far is very direct to your sense. Measuring, they're like, how the hell do you measure a ball? Pull out sellotape and pull out a measuring tape around a ball. But
exactly.
If they're on a certain level and they understand things like surveying, they might be like, how does it measure flat? And then you've got them.
Yeah, different. You're talking about a different IQ, a different context of people. Which one of those is going to work better.
Has someone already copyrighted TLDR news? Because if not, we should do that.
TLDR news?
Yeah, right.
No, the one that I keep hearing about is, was it Coffee Break or something? Somebody know what I'm talking about? I keep on hearing about this news thing that's like distilled into some 30-second read or something. It's called Morning Brew, and maybe it's 5 minutes. Like you could read all the headlines in less than 5 minutes. It's called Morning Brew. No, it's whatever. No, I've never heard of TLDR news.
We could start TLDR news, and entire articles could just be Earth is measurably flat. Another article, water lays flat and level. Whole nother article, just one sentence blurbs.
Yeah. Some of them just pictures, just the black swan image, no text.
Unfortunately, both TLDR.news and TLDR.com are unavailable.
Somebody tell the dumb old man what TLDR stands for. I'm sorry.
Too long didn't read. Too long didn't read.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We could do TLDC. Too long didn't comprehend.
TLDRnews.online is available for $5.28 a year. TLDRnews.space is also available for 88 cents a year.
Dot space.
Yeah, the dot space ending is not very popular, it seems. Oh my gosh.
So we need to get order not dot space.
Fake space. Fake dot space is available, but it's
That's not going to be available in about 5 minutes.
No, not unless you have a lot of money to throw down. It's at a premium price of $1,400 a year.
No.
Yeah.
They didn't want us grabbing that one.
Yeah, whois.com is the website I go to look up domains. And fake.space is they're trying to make some money off of someone, I bet. Uh-huh. However, ITS fake.space, its fake.space is only 88 cents a year. So
a little more reasonable.
So this is just my opinion, but I think as a community as a whole, we should try to get away from saying space is fake. Just my opinion. Because I feel like a lot of people make that leap of logic to, oh, so you think the sun is fake, the moon is fake, space is fake, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Space in and of itself.
It's the vacuum part that we have a problem with.
Right.
Usually the way I say it is space isn't what you've been told. That's usually how I kind of frame it. Because you're right. Yep. When you say something like space is fake, which I know Rad would like to do it, they just instantly spiral. They're just their entire world. That's really pulling the rug out from under them. Honestly, I think they can handle Earth not being a ball, but most of them cannot handle the idea that they cannot go to Mars with Elon Musk one day.
Yeah, it destroys the fantasy that movies and cartoons and whatnot build within their heads. Star Wars, Star Trek, whatever the new ones are these days. Guardians of the Galaxy, Marvel.
Gravity, filmed on location in space.
Oh yeah, that cheesy ass moon landing line that loads of folk like to comment on YouTube. Alfred Hitchcock was such a dedicated director that he actually went on location to film the moon landing. Please die. But yeah, the space thing, it's like you're taking away their entire, well, where am I then? That's the bit that freaks them out. So like, okay, well then I don't know where I am. Because I know I'm on Earth regardless of what we say it is. But if I don't know where Earth is, then I'm freaking out.
I love the fact that Hollywood came out right after all the moon landings and told the truth, but they told it in the version of going to Mars, not going to the moon, in the movie Capricorn 1.
Capricorn 1, yeah. And they've got that slide and everything in the tower for the rocket. Like, yeah, totally.
So immediately after all the moon landings, if you would have said that, oh, well, they never actually, maybe they got in the capsule, but all they did was they got out right before it launched and slid down and think, oh, you saw that in a movie. That was in Capricorn 1. Right?
Yeah, but they also had news reports around the time of the Apollo missions where they had a a journalist go down that slide. So they were actually showing that slide on the Apollo setup. So the same thing was there, but they were saying it's in case of emergency. Then if there's like a giant fire, the astronauts can jump in the slide down, and they'll get taken out the back. Conveniently, from wherever you were observing, you would never see them doing this because it's all facing away from where the crowd would have been. But yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I found interesting, I don't know how long it's been since people have watched Capricorn 1. One of the things I found interesting was within Mission Control, the guy who ran his own numbers on his own system and saw that the camera feed was coming in too early, right? And they're like, oh, it must be something with your station. We'll get that looked at. And basically they wound up just shutting down that guy's station and kicking him out. But it just goes to show that even in the movie, the only one who knew what was actually going on was the guy sitting at the head table, the guy at the head of Mission Control. Only one person out of that whole entire room of people knew what was actually going on. And most people's minds think, well, everybody in Mission Control would have to be in on it. Every level of NASA would have to be in on it. And that's one thing I thought was pretty poignant or pointed out very well within Capricorn 1 was that it can be just a handful of people.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So Kitty's still here? Kitty's still trying to get unmuted. Oh my goodness.
Yep, still begging to be unmuted, but I'm not convinced.
What's she asking? Is she asking anything legit?
She wants to talk about space. That's what leads me to be disinclined.
Yeah. Haven't you seen fake dot space? It's fake.
Maybe if she can recite the second law of thermodynamics, we can talk about space.
Yeah. Kitty, if you want to talk about space, you're going to have to Google for me the definition of gas pressure, and you're going to have to post that into the live stream voice text. Can you do that, please?
The definition of gas pressure, just in case you didn't hear.
Yeah.
She said yes.
And maybe just a quick synopsis of your understanding of the second law of thermodynamics.
Going to assume the second law of thermodynamics is not in Kitty's wheelhouse, but I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, Kitty, I apologize. Correct me. Let's start with the gas pressure. That's pretty understandable.
How can you have gas pressure without containment, Wolfgang?
Well, we're about to find out. They posted it.
Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container. Pressure is force exerted over an area. You want me to unmute her now?
Okay, so Kitty, so you understand that gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. And could you answer me, do you understand that we breathe gas pressure? That'd be a yes or no question. Yes.
She said yes.
So we breathe gas pressure. So then you understand that the gas pressure that we breathe must be colliding with walls of a container. Do you understand that?
She said yes.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, Kitty.
Yeah.
Because what's the container according to your belief?
I unmuted.
Oh my god. Okay, hi.
Okay, you made it. You're back. Congratulations.
Oh my god, that took so long. Okay.
Yep. There's a lot of learning to do. Okay, so you understand that gas pressure is hitting off the walls of the container. You understand that we are breathing gas pressure here on Earth. This is good so far. So what walls of a container is our gas pressure hitting?
I don't understand. So
That's
you're
fine.
saying that
Okay,
The
let's
Earth is a
walk
box.
through it. Let's walk through it, right? The gas pressure, you just showed us the definition. It's the force exerted by the gas when it collides with a wall of its container, yeah?
Yeah.
So like when air is flying around in a balloon
Okay.
or in a tire, right? It has a container, like a can of deodorant, yeah? You need the can. If you took the can away, the gas would just go everywhere, yeah?
But what it hits against, so is obviously in the air we have oxygen and we have carbon dioxide and stuff, and obviously it hits against.
So we've got gas pressure, and to have gas pressure, you need a container, yeah?
So who's the person speaking? Hold on, who's the person speaking?
It's Wolfgang.
Right. So you believe in space, right?
No. I'm saying, how do we have gas pressure if we don't have a container? Because remember, the definition that you posted said that gas pressure is the gas hitting walls of a container, right?
What's that got to do with the Earth being flat?
Well, because we breathe gas pressure, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and gas pressure needs a container, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what container do you think is containing the gas pressure that we breathe?
Because it's like oxygen. So what's the gas that's in space? Because it's like there's no oxygen because everything just flies around.
I'm asking what the container is. What's the container?
Yeah, I'm telling you what it is because it's the difference between when you go out of Earth, like fly up, it's like oxygen going into a different gas, so it kind of collides with each other. That's what the container. That's what the container is.
So Kitty, what is a container to your understanding?
Oh, it's a container. It just closes stuff. It holds things. But I don't understand.
So it's like a solid container, yeah?
Yeah, but I don't know what your. Oh, what's that got to do with the Earth being flat?
Well, because according to the globe belief, there is no container, is there?
What do you mean container?
For the gas pressure.
I just said it was. It's oxygen and the gas in space.
You just said that a container is solid. No, you just said that a container is solid. A gas is not a container for gas. A container is solid, right?
No, you're taking the word container too literally. Like you're.
No, because I just asked you what container meant, and you agreed it was something solid.
Container can mean lots of things. It just holds things in. Like that means like oxygen.
Yeah.
Space,
They hold things in,
together.
but
That's
solid.
what it's holding in. But I don't understand how you're mixing this with Earth being flat.
Because the gas pressure molecules that we breathe have to be colliding with the walls of a container. You just said that.
Yeah. What? Yeah, but okay, whatever. But how is this got to do with Earth being flat? I don't understand. What are you saying? What's your point?
Earth is contained.
What's your point? I don't understand what your point is. Say your point.
Well, you didn't know that Earth was contained, did you?
What's your point?
Because you thought Earth was a globe. Earth, as a globe, does not have a container. Earth, in reality, does have a container because we breathe gas pressure. Do you understand?
No. What are you talking about?
Gas pressure. Remember when you defined it and it said it hits the walls of its container?
Hold on.
You sound so upset. I'm sorry.
We actually.
I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand what a container is. I'm telling you, what does a container got to do with the Earth being flat? If the Earth was round, I don't understand.
If the Earth was round, there would be. If the Earth was round, a ball, there would be no container, and that's impossible because gas pressure needs a container. Do you understand?
Yeah. Why doesn't the air go all out in space?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, I literally just
Hold
said
on.
that. I said why.
She's asking the right question. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape or the aspect of the Earth. What she's asking is, how do you tie these two together? They're not related. What we can tell you is that the Earth measures flat. We can also tell you that space is, even though people don't like this, space is fake. If space were real, the vacuum of space that you think you believe in, right? The place that you've never been, the place that NASA goes, that you have no idea who they are, who controls them, or what they tell you is a lie. Space is fake. It doesn't exist. It can't exist because the laws of nature don't allow it. So we're telling you that space is a fantasy. It's your part of your religion. It doesn't exist.
It only exists in a Hollywood basement.
Okay, when it's night, when you guys go to sleep, why is the sky all black and you can see all the stars and the moon? So what's that?
And why am I laying still and the sky is moving around me? Yeah, good question. Why is the sky moving around us, above us? And we're sitting still, objectively still. Why is that?
What?
Good question.
You didn't even answer it. This guy who just said that space is fake.
Kitty, you're looking at the sky. You're looking at the sky, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't tell you that you're in a vacuum, right? Do you know what a vacuum is generally?
Yeah. But you just guys don't make sense.
What is a vacuum? Do you think? Like, what do they say a vacuum is? And then
It just sucks things in. Like what? I don't.
No.
Vacuum doesn't suck things in.
That's a vacuum, the device, the machine. That's not what. You can laugh. You need to read a dictionary.
I'm laughing at myself. Look, I just don't understand.
Basically,
I just spam a lot.
A vacuum, space, as they tell you, is the absence of things, right? There's very little there. There's no gas pressure. There's no matter in that area. So the point is, you can't have gas pressure that we breathe sitting next to a low pressure space, like space, without a container. Because otherwise it will just flow into that space. High pressure flows to low pressure.
Yeah.
The same way that if you burst your bike tire, that air will flow out of your bike tire. That's what happened to the air here on Earth, which is why there has to be a container.
Yep. So what Wolfgang is trying to tell you is that we have actually scientific proof that Earth is contained because we have pressure at sea level 14.7 psi. That means there has to be a container for those molecules to bounce off, or else you would never register a psi. So we are contained. There's no way. No one's getting out of Earth. No one ever went to outer Earth. Outer space does not exist. Only in a Hollywood basement. Sorry to be the
Katie,
to you.
So, Katie, do you understand why we're saying that Earth must be contained physically?
Yeah, okay, I understand that, sure.
Right, okay.
But that's nothing to do with what I'm saying, because it's not answering my question.
You can't say it. You can't think it's a ball because on the ball side it doesn't have that container, but you need it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be breathing. We wouldn't have gas pressure.
I told you. I said what the container was. Like I said, because we go from, so we have oxygen, and then in space, which some of you guys don't believe in, it's different gas.
Isn't the
That's why it collides.
Gas isn't a container though.
And it doesn't have a container.
Yeah.
You're using the word container to, like, I don't understand what you mean by container.
Too realistically. No, because you know what a container is. I asked you, and you answered correctly. You said a container is something that contains things. It's solid. You know what a container is, but now you're trying to change the basic meaning of words to protect your religious idea. Right? That's what's actually going on, Kitty.
Wait, so what you're saying is that there's a massive container around the world?
Well, because we have gas pressure, right? So you need a container. You already
And what is this container? We don't know.
We don't know.
Hold on, guys, hold on.
What is it made out of?
What we're saying is, well, how would you know that? How would you figure that out?
Well, because it's not real.
It is real. We have gas pressure.
You don't have any proof. You're not scientists. You're making this all up in your head.
No,
we have proof.
You already posted the definition of gas pressure, Kitty. You already posted it. It's the force of the gas colliding with the walls of its container. That is what it is by definition. So,
Where have
yeah.
you gathered this information from?
It's a natural law. It's called the axiom. It's always occurs
Gas
every
law.
single time, ever tested. Gas pressure laws. The
Can you give me
first
a
and second.
scientist that can
Could you
back
let
this
one?
up?
Could you let a person finish speaking
Give
one
me
time? I just
give me
asked
a
one
scientist
time.
that I can look up.
You could stop talking long enough for someone to finish a sentence before
Oh
you
my
change the topic.
God.
Yeah, the
Thank
first and
you,
second law of thermodynamics, Kitty, have never been violated. Do you know of when someone has produced or demonstrated gas pressure without a container?
I just don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, can you provide us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, well,
Like,
yeah,
I'm just
we
trying
have
to
gas
talk about
pressure
the
here
one
on
that
Earth.
Miss, you seem to be very triggered right now, right? And you're complaining that you can't understand why you're being asked this question. I'm going to try to say it to you really simply so you can understand. Because the three mainstays of your heliocentric model are: number one, it's a globe; number two, it's a globe that's spinning; and number three, it's a globe that's spinning around in a vacuum. That's why you're being asked about the air that we're breathing. Because if you're breathing, there cannot be a vacuum that we are spinning around in on your globe that doesn't exist. Do you understand?
the Big Bang. Oh no, they're going to bring him. So I have a question. No. How do you say
Were you listening,
Yeah,
or do you just have another question?
No.
Because this is why people are getting a little irritated, because you're not listening to anything anyone's telling
You don't. Yeah, you don't answer any question that's posed to you. Kitty. Not one.
I completely understand everything. I just want to ask a question.
Why can you respond to the question asked of you?
What?
Yeah, Kitty,
Why don't you
Right,
respond to what was asked?
yeah, I understand the container. I understand
I
about
asked
the
you
container
several
for gas
questions. I never
pressure.
got answers. Chocolate asked you questions. Wolfgang's been asking you questions all afternoon, and you've never answered. You only answered the one to gas pressure, which you got that right when you read the definition. It requires a container. That's where we're at right now. Is the question: what is a container?
Yeah, what's the container if we're on a ball? Because that's what you think you're on. So could you show us gas pressure without a container to show that this is possible? Or do you think that's not possible to demonstrate?
Wait, can you ask the question again?
For fuck's
Do you
sake.
think it's possible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
How would you do that?
Bro, I've said so many times. In the Earth we have oxygen and
No, not using the Earth.
we
That's the
have
thing
carbon
you're trying to
dioxide, right?
prove. No,
No,
Kitty.
can I talk, please? Can I
Okay,
talk?
Kitty.
You're literally
No, I'm just going to mute you. Because, Kitty, you can't use the sky as the thing that you're trying to prove. That's the thing you're trying to prove, right? We need a demonstration of that in reality, not you pointing at the sky and saying, what's the air made of then? Is it oxygen? Is it nitrogen? No, something's holding them all together. No, that's not an example of gas pressure without a container, Kitty. You can't just point at the sky and say, see. That's the thing you're trying to prove. So when I'm asking you for an example, I mean a real world example. Maybe a scientist has done it. Maybe a famous YouTuber, right? That has gas pressure existing somewhere. I don't know how they would do this, but apparently you think they would. Without a container, so without a physical container. You don't just get to point at the sky and say see, because that's what you're trying to prove. Okay, Kate, do you understand what I just said?
Yeah. Can you stop muting me, please?
Well,
How are we going to have a conversation?
You need to
Because every
listen.
time I talk, you mute me, and I'm not allowed to talk over
That's
you, but you're
because
allowed to
you're
talk
about
over
to go
me.
and make. Just listen, Katie, right?
I'm about
Because
to do what?
I knew you were about to say you were going to point at the sky and say that's my example, but I'm telling you that's not what we're asking for, because that's
You
begging
just
the
asked for
question.
an example, and that's what my example was. So what are you talking
Yeah, but
about?
what's an actual example? Because you don't know
That
when
is
you
an
point at the
example.
sky. No, you don't know that, because all you know
Exactly,
is
look
that
it
gas
up.
pressure needs a
You
container.
know what? Let me
How
go
do
on
you,
Google.
how
Hold
do
on
you
one
know
sec.
that?
Let me look it up. Hold on.
She's talking to somebody.
Yeah. Tell your friends. Ask your friends if they know how you can have gas pressure without a container. Good Lord. But you know, I mean, these are the little things, right? So even whatever she comes back with, she's already seen that the horizon's in the wrong place. She's already realized that gas pressure, by definition, requires a container, and that we breathe gas pressure. So really, for the rest of your life, you're just going to be walking about being like, do we have gas pressure without a container? Yes, we must, because those flat earthers are stupid. And Neil deGrasse Tyson told me so. But
I just want to say this is the reason why we mostly have car accidents.
How would you have a car accident? Oh, sorry, no.
It's another comment that's not really necessary.
Correct.
Let me send a quick little thing in general. Hold on.
Although if she is driving, I wouldn't want her to be looking up something. So it is kind of relevant in a way.
Yo, how y'all doing?
What?
I'm low.
Is this? Yeah. What's up?
It measures flat every time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just want to say what's up. That's it.
Hey. Oh, how's it going, Flat Power?
Everyone look in general real quick.
Look in the what?
Can you answer me that, please?
Do you want me to read it? Wolfgang, are you still driving?
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
driving. You can read it out if you like.
All right.
No,
She wrote. Oh, you want to read it? Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you to read it. Go on, read it.
Pressure is the nothing more than the weight of some. Where did you get this? Where did this come from? Where did you get this?
Read it.
We're not talking about pressure on you, a human. We're talking about gas pressure. Gas pressure.
That's literally. Oh my God.
Gas pressure. You're in a category. You're just. It's okay. Don't worry. It's just a category error.
You don't agree with. You always talk over me.
No, I've already started, and you've assumed I finished because the middle of my sentence seems to be in the way of the beginning of yours for some reason. Because when I wasn't done, then you start talking every time. I'm still not done. So anyway, gas. What direction does gas go in, Kitty? Do you know? Is there a direction to gas?
She muted herself.
Yeah, she doesn't like me. I think she likes me. It's generally white girls act that way.
I like you.
She's probably giggling because she likes you so much, Sonny.
I know. That's what happens.
Just giggling about it.
Right, okay, I'm back. What was the question?
Gas. What direction does gas go in?
It doesn't go in any direction.
It does. It actually goes the opposite.
Hello?
It goes the opposite of not any direction. What direction do you think that is?
Oh my God, is that my friend Dex?
Every
Goes
direction.
off.
Dex.
Goes in every direction.
Dex is my friend. He's my ally for the round earthers.
Okay, fine. We're having a discussion with Kitty. Nice to have you to the server.
What's up, bro?
So
I've
what
been here for a year.
Oh, cool. So what direction does gas go in? Gases. What direction do they go in?
Up.
No, not all the time.
Up.
It just goes anyway. Just roams around in the air.
They go
Yeah, it goes everywhere. It goes everywhere. It goes everywhere.
Okay, you're gonna have to stop preempting someone's sentence. I like to do that too. I'm trying to stop that. So yeah, chill.
All right.
So gases go omnidirectionally. That's every direction instantaneously. What I talked about earlier about the gas pressure laws, they're called the laws of entropy, the laws of thermodynamics.
I already know all that.
Good. We're not. Well,
Yeah, so
just
talk
chill
about
and
this.
listen.
I don't
We're
know
talking
how
to
has
Kitty
this got
here.
to do with the Earth being flat? Like you just keep saying these gas
Well, we're
things.
trying to get to the bottom because we have gas. I know.
I don't understand.
It's called a circle around.
We're
It's called a
trying.
circle
No, it
around.
isn't. No, it isn't. We're
No, it
staying.
is.
No, it's we circled the wagons. You're right. We're staying in the same place. We're not leaving camp. We're staying right here. We're circled around gas pressure, and we have gas pressure here on Earth. That means we have scientific proof. You know what proof is of a container, because the existence of gas pressure. You cannot have gas pressure, measure it. You wouldn't even know about gas pressure unless you had a container to measure it with. So, therefore, because we have gas pressure at sea level, that's scientific proof of a container. What the container is made of, I don't care. It has to be physical. It has to contain gases. If you know anything about gases, if you have a container with a hole in it, it's going to leak out and go to a lower pressure immediately. So all the gas pressure has not leaked out. We have constant pressure at sea level. So we know there's a container. That's the point of this.
How
That
does
means
that prove that the Earth is flat?
no one is getting out of Earth's container. That's the point. That's the point of Earth.
So you do think
Can I
anyone
say
can
something,
leave
George?
That's the
Earth?
point of Earth. Hold on. This is a good moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why you don't think people can leave
point.
Earth and take pictures of right? Okay.
Yeah, because they can't be in the medium that they say they're in, cannot exist in reality. Otherwise, they would have to they would be able to show an existence of gases containing gases, or gravity being correct, which has never been proven by experiment. The only way we find out about cause and effect, what causes something, is through experiment. The shape of the Earth, or what Earth is not a scientific question at all. It's a simple 5th grade geometry question that you, Kitty, could do yourself. All you got to do is take that Earth curve calculator that Wolfgang talked about, that you have in the live voice text. You could go get a copy of that, find out how far, say 7 kilometers is about 5 miles for you, how much vertical drop is required on a ball of the size they've given us. So in statute miles, 5 miles of distance over from the sagitta of a ball in a straight line, 5 miles over, would require 16.67 feet of drop. Is this visible in 5 miles with the binoculars or a zoom camera, Kitty? 16 feet of drop?
Yeah.
You would be able to see it, right?
From where? 16
from
feet.
your viewpoint, let's say from your viewpoint at 5 feet above the water on a beach, looking 5 miles down to another shoreline over water. You got what I'm saying, right? You're looking over water to another shoreline across the bay. If you can zoom into the shoreline, you would be able to tell if there was 16 feet of drop, right? So I think you said yes. The reason you would know this is because, for one thing, at your height, 5 feet above sea level, because of the geometric constraints of a ball.
So you're saying if I was in water, right? And you don't think I can see down 16 feet?
If you're looking with a zoom camera across the bay at a shoreline, you would surely be able to see, if you could see the waves on the shoreline where people were putting their feet in the water, or that was 16 feet below your viewpoint, right?
What?
Like a listen. Okay, you're at 5 feet. You're at 5 meters. You're zooming into a person 5 miles away on a shoreline. Hold on, I'll get to it. At a shoreline 5 miles away, you're zooming into a 6-foot person standing in the water 5 miles away with your zoom camera. You're standing at the shoreline. You're 5 foot above sea level. You're zooming into the other person over there, and if they're only 6 feet, they should be at least 10 feet more below your viewpoint, because there should be 16, almost 17 feet of vertical drop. Do you understand that part?
Yeah. Are you saying that like? Okay, yeah.
I'm saying this, Kitty. If you went to the shoreline and you could see across the bay 5 miles across and zoom into the shoreline and see waves or people standing in the water, this would not be possible. You would not see any part of the person or the waves on the other shoreline, because they would be below your vision vertically, and your geometric horizon would have stopped at about 3 miles from your viewpoint because of the constraints of this geometry of this ball, because they gave us that size. So at 5 miles is 16 feet, 10 miles like the Black Swan, which we showed you. There should be
Okay, can we stop
70.
talking about this? Because this is boring and I don't understand anything that you're saying.
You're hold on.
Let me ask a good question.
Actually, I'm gonna interrupt you real quick. This is a flat Earth server, Kenny, and it's not boring. I'm gonna make it easy. You said you got bored. We, the, too far. Could you pay attention to those 4 words? Yes or no?
You unmute me. Huh? What do you say?
We see too far for the Earth to be a globe. Do you understand?
No, because if you go,
I didn't think you understood. I thought that was going way over your head.
How
If
do
you
you
go to the
understand the
beach,
globe if you can't understand
to the
simple
end
shit
of the
like
water,
this?
so obviously it's not flat.
Or
You
even
don't.
the
Go to
stars.
the beach right now. Go watch the
Hold on.
beach right now.
Kitty,
Keep going.
can I
No,
just
it's not
check?
fucking flat, you fucking dumbass. What am I
Kitty,
doing?
calm down. Kitty, calm down. You understand that being on a ball means that there's a limit to how far you can see across that surface. Because the surface is curving down and away from you, yeah?
Yeah.
So that means that you can only see a certain distance across that surface because of the curve, yeah?
Are you starting to believe that the Earth is round? Because you're talking
No,
like the Earth
I'm
is
getting
round.
you to,
My
I'm
God.
getting
Like,
you to understand.
no,
I'm getting you
you're
to
talking
understand.
about the
Kitty,
You
curve.
are not
Guys,
listening at
Kitty,
all.
guy, guy,
No, I think you're believing that it's
right?
round. I can't lie.
Kitty,
Why don't we
Kitty,
talk about the stars?
We're
That
talking
might
about
help
the
her out.
curve.
Kitty, can you be calm for 2 minutes? I know you're upset. I know you're excited. Just be calm, yeah? So you've already agreed that the curvature would stop you seeing a certain distance. What Gospel Bearer just told you is that we see further than that distance that they tell us we should be able to see. Do you understand that?
How would you know? Like, how would you go to a beach and
Because they
measure
tell us the number.
Correct.
from the shore
You go
all
to
the
the
way
beach
to the
and you
end?
see how far away you can see, and you compare that to the globe model, which is the thing you believe but don't currently understand because you've never researched it.
Well,
But
I
it gives
understand
you the numbers.
you're saying.
It gives you the
I
numbers,
understand your
right?
point of view. I understand your point of view.
Yeah. So it says you can see 3 kilometers or 3 miles. We end up seeing 10 miles, right? So we see further than it says we should be able to see. Do you understand that?
Where have you got that from? Where have you got that
Well,
from?
you could go to
Reality,
why don't you Google, right? Go onto Google. Go onto Google
So go
and
to
tell
Google.
me, type in radius of the Earth.
So you think from a beach? You think like it goes to 3 miles for there to be a curve? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So that's what NASA's
and you're
telling
saying
you.
that I can see actually 10
That's
miles.
what you believe. That's what you believe.
Right. So this is actually the truth then. And you think, and someone's measured
All right.
it to
So
be
how
10
do we
miles.
see further than it?
And someone's measured it to be 10 miles. Right. See, how have you measured
we can
that?
see further than
Who's measured that?
you can see it. You can see it with your
So
eyes.
you can just see 10 miles. So you look at
You
10
can
miles
see
and
further.
that's 10 miles.
You can
If you're
see
doing the
further.
research, we did all the research. Continue.
Guys, chill.
Nah,
Guys,
that is a lie.
Just mute
Kitty.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's anyone else in. Kitty's
doesn't get
upset.
it.
Let's put her on
She
the
is.
bench. She can listen. She can listen. She can hear the arguments. She's already heard enough to the point where she's not leaving, and she's quite upset. So she is understanding some of it, even if she's trying to pretend that she doesn't understand it or that it's funny. She already understands that we've debunked her belief on many levels, right? The surface, the gas pressure, and now she has to pretend like she doesn't understand. But that's okay, Kitty. You're young. You'll figure it out. Just be chill.
Yeah, you're still welcome, Kitty.
You're talking to her, but she's not here.
She's not here. We know that. It doesn't matter. She
right.
dipped a couple minutes ago. She dipped right before Wolfgang started to speak. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're still in the panel or not. Even if they weren't listening anymore, that doesn't matter either. Other people are listening.
She's back.
Yeah.
Oh, she thought that was going to unmute her by leaving and coming back.
Yeah, you know how they do.
You gotta love a tryer. God loves a tryer. Let's
Good
try
luck
someone
with-
else.
Yeah,
Let's try
good.
someone else.
I would have done the same thing though. It makes sense, right? To leave, come back, restart.
Martha has joined us in the VC. Martha, welcome.
Hello, Martha. You sound pleasant. Martha's a nice name.
Martha Stewart's a nice lady.
What's up? You spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, Martha? If the Earth is not a globe, don't say anything.
Look at the stars. Says it all.
That was pretty good with Kitty though. Y'all did good.
Well, here's the thing. Only thing Kitty got out was nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And that's really not a way to win any argument.
Yeah, I know, but
No, she got to. Where did you get those numbers from? That sounds like bullshit. That's what you believe. Well, then it's right.
Yep.
It's
Dude,
correct.
She said if they say I can see 3 miles, then I guess they right. All right.
I guess
Yeah.
they're right. Right?
Yeah, so the very least we've done is falsified the radius anyway, guys.
You said, hey, she said, oh, so we can see 10 miles? No, we can see farther than 10 miles. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
Yeah,
nuh-uh.
how about 255 miles in infrared in the Alps? How about actually something more close to home there, Kitty? How about the cliffs of Dover to Calais? You can see that quite often, and that's impossible on your globe. Right. Oh, now we're bullying because I'm talking about Dover to Calais. That's considered bullying these days.
We're bullying because we're straightening out for the listeners
Don't
what
you
you're
mention
trying
that?
to do.
Oh, how dare you mention Dover to Calais? How dare you?
Can I jump in real quick and throw something out there that might be a little off topic, but something that I think about sometimes when it comes to stars?
Okie dokie.
Sometimes I wonder, like I understand the purpose of the creation of the sun and moon and whatnot, but it seems like what's the purpose of the stars? I wonder in creation, like, what
calendar.
purpose do they even serve?
Yeah,
that's what it is.
It's
Just a calendar, a way of tracking.
It is a calendar.
Okay.
A map, maybe.
They've been using it for thousands, if they say thousands of years, to navigate. So,
But from like a creator standpoint, why would he give us
a calendar?
Like it seems kind of odd.
Well,
you know what I mean?
back in the day when people depended on growing, harvesting their food and planting their food and doing different things, preparing for different things that you would do in an agrarian society, the calendar in the sky was extremely important because you knew which crops to plant based on the calendar that was in the sky.
For signs and seasons, it's a clock, a calendar. It's a you could notate events like clockwork based on what happened before to what happened now. The stars are actually a timepiece.
So did the creator then at some point
they function like a nightlight,
knowledge? Or did man have to figure that out on his own?
What?
Speculation is the only thing that can answer that.
Practical purpose, but don't forget the obvious. It's also, they're night lights.
Yeah, true. Yeah, very true.
Really think about the stars, dude. That shit.
Night lights. Yeah.
Genius.
The direction.
The stars prove that we're not circulating around the sun. They prove so much stuff. And that's the number one thing that I hit to that nobody can debunk. As soon as you start talking about the stars, you talk about, I live in Michigan, I can see the Big Dipper all year round. How could I do that? If we're in, let's say, like January, I'm looking off to the right.
And wobbling.
Yep.
I mean, we don't see any type of wobbling or moving of that sort. Nope.
No. And you notice this when the Globers start talking about this. See, the stars rotate around us in a perfect clockwise. Like when Glover's going to use that, they're forgetting about the other 3 vectors. What about that? How is that? Like, so all the other vectors stop when they start talking about it. Star trails.
Well, not only that, what I was getting ready to say was, in January, we're seeing one part of the sky, or, one part of the universe, as they say. And then in, say, January or June or July, we're on the other side of the sun, supposedly. We should be seeing a totally different set of stars. I'm sorry. That's the way it should be, if we go by their model. I'm just putting that out there. That's it.
Is there a purpose or a theory that I'm unaware of that explains the purpose then of the so-called other planets, or what we call wandering stars? Are they outside of that? That theory of the calendar. Do they serve some other thing that maybe I haven't heard before, or just don't know?
People have different answers for that.
Yeah, we don't know either.
There's certain things we can't assume and speculate when it's not fact. So we can't hit that. That's why I talk about the stars all the time. That's number one. And then also your horizon, like we guys were just getting at. I only hit those 2 issues because anything else, most of it's speculation. We can't make a fact off speculation.
We don't want to go there.
Right. So that's where I stick. That's it. I go on shows. That's where I stick. They can't get around it. Once you start with the stars and then hit the horizon, they're done. It's over with.
Mm-hmm.
You may be interested. That's Paul, right?
Mm-hmm.
You may be interested in this channel. I posted in the Livestream voice text. Truth is Stranger Than Fiction channel. He's been making content for about, 6 or 7 years. And I'm pretty certain that he addresses partially an answer to the question that you had, at least from his perspective, which I would tend to agree with a lot of what he said in there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not looking for I know there's no definitive answer. I just like hearing people I like hearing people speculating what their ideas are. I find that interesting. Because sometimes I get bored with us flat earthers. Like, we don't have anything to talk about. There's nothing for us to really debate other than, the unknowns and speculation and stuff, when there isn't Clovers in the chat to jump on.
Yeah, Truth is Stranger Than Fiction is a great content creator. I've been following his stuff for years.
Yeah, really big fan.
Absolutely.
She got triggered as fuck.
Yeah.
I just subscribe now.
I think he's also on what's the thing that changed from library to I just drew a blank on its name. I think it starts with an O. No.
Odyssey? No.
Thank you. Yeah, Odyssey. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, so he's on Odyssey too, which is one of the platforms that a lot of people are going to
I think I've been subscribed to him since 2017, actually.
Yeah, I think he got started on YouTube in like 14, maybe even 13. He'd been going at it a long time. Let's see here. Videos. The oldest was 6 years ago.
It must be quite shocking to come in here and find out that have your ideas about where you live totally dashed.
2015, May of 2015. Well,
I think with some of those people, though, it doesn't resonate. I don't think a lot of people feel that way. They're not ready to believe.
Yeah.
or unbelief.
Yeah.
They're not ready for the deprogramming.
You mean unbelief? Yeah, exactly. To unravel that mess they got in their head they think is reality, it's just a cobweb. It's a bunch of dust in the attic. It really is. It has no validity.
Well, I
even
mean,
in,
think about
even
it.
in their own lives.
But,
Where are you guys getting all these numbers, man? Where are you getting these numbers?
Think about it. I spent my whole life learning that the universe exploded and that everything is just there. And you're trying to tell me that something else can explain that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you have any proof? Yeah.
Yep.
Nature, natural law. Well, a natural law, I mean, that doesn't mean that it's that it's a natural law. Yeah, it actually does.
Right. See, here's part of the proof. This is how profound this part is. Three main proofs of the creator is there's no curvature. It's not in motion, and there's no gas pressure without being contained. Period. Those three things right there are proof of this. Because if those three things are indeed correct, then where do you think you are? Not spinning in an infinite vacuum of space somewhere.
I wear a Schrodinger cat on my head, and I believe that just because it's flat doesn't mean that there's necessarily a creator because of Schrodinger.
Because of Schrodinger. Well, if you're wearing a Schrodinger hat, that means your head, your cranium could possibly be somewhere else and you not know it.
Exactly.
Shout out to all the Gem Panda Gloomers listening in right now, seething with rage. Whenever I get a chance to look, if I go on the VC for like an hour or two, I've got like 5 DMs from people that I've never seen before, and they all come up with one mutual server. You know which one it is, and they're all just talking shit.
Yeah.
You're so dumb. You're so uneducated,
awesome.
bro.
That's awesome.
So shout out to the fans getting upset, seething in their little office chairs, sweating away, eating their Doritos, believing that the Earth is a ball. You'll be okay, guys.
Keep eating that junk food. Stay hydrated.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Stop wiping it on your shirt. Use a wet paper towel or something.
You got those cheesy finger marks on your t-shirt.
When you get the most noise from the noisemakers, then you know you're really right over the target. It's so obvious. It's great. It's like predictable at this point.
But
I almost feel. Sorry, go on.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say when you ask somebody, we see too far. Does that make sense? And they say no. Trying to proceed on mathematics and geometry is probably a little bit of a futile exercise, if you ask me.
Yeah. When you get to that point, it's kind of a bit like, oh well. I mean, if you don't understand what vision and distance and things are, probably need to go to somewhere a bit more remedial for this discussion.
Remedial.
Yeah, that's just the cope, right? They're just like, no, I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing you're saying makes any sense. Do you understand that the grass is green? No, that does not make any sense. I don't know what you're saying. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'll use little simple questions like, do you understand that a tree is not a rock? And you're like, well, it depends on what you mean by rock. It's like, wait, Jordan Peterson, is that you? Well, it depends on what you mean by rock.
Right.
Well, for Pete's sake, we could be a rock, the complicated rock.
But once we cross that bridge, law of non-contradiction bridge, then I feel like there's hope. If I can't get over the law of non-contradiction bridge with somebody, I'm like, I think I'm wasting my time here. pretty sure I am.
We can only try. But yeah, you just gotta keep nudging them along the logical track, and then seeing where the minecart is just gonna fly off the rails into the abyss.
What are you? What's the ping, Sonny? What's going on? I don't understand.
What?
You're sending a message, pinging. What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Nice. I'm just saying hi and nice hearing you guys today. And I'm out for a little while, so
Okay.
Just
Gotcha.
basically just saying later. Peace out for a little while.
All right.
Yeah, peace on it.
Mm-hmm.
See ya.
Same here. You guys have a good night. A good day.
See ya.
I should say.
See ya, BB.
It's crazy too how hard the Globers cling on to the idea and won't let go, even when they see their beliefs blown up in their face. You know, it's so bizarre. Why do they need to believe in the globe so badly? What who cares?
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if the proofs that we're showing them are too good, and we'd almost have an easier time with them if we had worse evidence. You know what I mean? Like, something as black and white as is the horizon in front of those rigs or behind them is almost too obvious and simple that it makes their brains implode. Like, I feel like they'd be much more comfortable if we pointed out some obscure error in the math of heliocentrism or something.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, "Oh yeah, totally reasonable, guys. I get where you're coming from." But just showing them objective reality is like too much of a slap in the face. They're just like, spiral time.
I get there's an ego aspect to it too, but still, I mean, come on. I don't understand the need to hold on to it. It doesn't make our existence better. It makes it worse. The globe idea makes our existence worse. Flat Earth is so much better.
But you've got to be the type of person that can go through like a total deconstruction of yourself, what you thought of as your intellectual ability, your knowledge, your place in existence. Like, if you're having that experience in a live chat, like on this server or something, I mean, only a few people can really handle that kind of thing, because there's a lot of pride and ego in it, like you said. And this is the ultimate ego death. It's like, okay, everything I thought was wrong, and I don't know anything, is basically what you've got to kind of conclude to then progress.
Right.
And loads of them just, can't. Like, people cannot handle the idea that they don't know, that they don't have a good read on things, right?
Mm-hmm. It probably has to do with like maturity too, because I've come to a point in my life where I realize I don't know anything, and everything that I used to think I knew so well and just was never wrong on, I actually ended up realizing, oh, I was wrong about this. But after a while, I just became okay with that idea. Like, I don't know, it doesn't bother me anymore. It doesn't, I can let it go easily.
And I think a lot of people here can do that, probably because a lot of people who come here and come to this realization have had it on a whole bunch of other topics before, right? Like, you've looked into things like 9/11 and the moon landing, and you realize, oh, so this isn't what I thought necessarily, and it seems like there's some intentional bad acting going on here to make us think that this is the case.
Yeah.
So when you've had a few of those realizations or those moments, it makes it a little bit easier when you come to this to understand that this is possible. You can be wrong, and people could perpetuate this if they were so inclined. Whereas if you've not looked at anything like that, you don't understand the history of government corruption or military operations, psychological operations, if you don't understand that kind of thing, you're going to have a hard time grasping this whole situation. which I do understand is the case with a lot of the new people that we get in, especially these kids. Like, they're not looking at 9/11. They're not looking at Gulf of Tonkin, JFK, whatever. At least most of them are.
Mm.
It's before they were born. It's ancient history at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I've certainly noticed that the more I start to understand, the more I realize I don't know, right? Which just opens up more doors and more questions. And I'm okay with that. And there's a lot of people that are not okay with that. Like, they love everything spoon fed to them in a nice, neat little box. And when it comes to this topic, it's a very fundamental axiom, right? So it's a very fundamental principle of who are we and where are we kind of thing. And a lot of people don't want to understand that we don't fully know these questions. They like to think we know it all, we've got it all figured out. For them, they find comfort in that. And they're scared to open these other doors, which lead to more and more questions. And you gain understanding as you continue to go, but you realize that there's way more questions that open up than answers that are provided. And I think that's scary for a lot of people.
It's good that they do have some curiosity, though, because they almost in some way be slightly curious and maybe in the back of their mind somewhere are open to the idea that maybe what they've learned is wrong, because why else would they come here other than the trolls that come here and try to like clown everybody? But there is some really smart Glovers in here that I've had discussions with or that I've just listened to, and they're so intelligent and super smart, but yet they just, they won't let that idea go, and it's really baffling.
Well, it's hard for people to break one of their major worldviews, right? That they've learned from such a young age. It's very hard for people to break away from that without having 100% something else that they can latch onto, right? And that's why I think a lot of them press us for, where's the map? Where's the model? Where's this? Where's that? Like, they can't let go. They're like monkeys. Monkeys can't let go of one branch without holding on to another. They're scared to take that leap across to the other tree.
Yeah, it's like working with someone who's addicted to heroin and they can't stop going to the next drug. Even though they're not doing heroin, they get hooked on the next thing and the next thing. It's like, well, man, the addictive nature is the thing we need to work on. Doesn't matter what the substance is. The substance is a symptom of the problem.
It's curious too. Where do they get the idea though that it's somehow not okay to not know? You know what I mean? It's like they're terrified to have that experience of not knowing everything and that just being okay and being comfortable with not knowing everything.
And that's where the explanation that anybody gives to, well, how would flat Earth change my life, is never sufficient for people until you start to understand and go down the path, right? Because for me, it has opened back up a world of wonderment that I lost from when I was a child, right? Because the wonderment and the curiosity that you have about the world around you slowly gets, destroyed over time by saying we know everything. This whole we know everything kind of attitude that we get pushed. So it's like, well, somebody else has figured that out. I'm sure somebody knows. Let me just Google it real quick, right? And it completely destroys that world of wonderment that we have when we're a child. And I feel like going into this subject, at least for me personally, has opened back up a lot of that wonderment that I had about the creation and the world around me that was stolen from me at childhood.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I feel the same way. Like it closed one wonderment of like leaving the Earth and traveling to distant planets and that whole crap. But staying here, why would I want to leave here? It's so much better, and exploring beyond what we know here like I'm fascinated with the one map that shows other land masses beyond the ice wall. I'm so fascinated with that and love fantasizing about that idea of that map. It's so much more interesting to me than planets now. It's way better. You know what I mean?
It could be trading one narrative of other lands, other places for. It could just be, trading one thing for another, though.
Yeah, 100%. But it also opens up the possibility that something we don't know may be more within our reach than we're led to believe.
Well, it also confirms the idea that we're insignificant nothings. It totally shatters that idea.
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest why would they lie, but it's also the hardest to explain to people, or to at least get them to entertain the idea, right?
Yeah.
I remember when he said a second ago, that guy saying, it might be trading one thing for another thing. He meant trading one lie for another lie. Because I'll be honest, I've looked at those maps, and it's fun to fantasize about them. But I'll be honest, even though I have no evidence one way or the other, I sincerely doubt them.
Yeah, right.
I think the universe, if you want to call it a universe, is much smaller than we've been led to believe. But it's just a guess.
Yeah, 100%. The termination point could be much closer or much further away. We don't know for sure.
I think what you said there, Napalm, I mean, it's true, right? And it's something we don't often really get into, but it is a theft, right? It's something that's taken away from you as a child by teaching you this story, right? It's a kind of mental cage idea, the idea that if you walk in a straight line, you're just going to end up back where you started. What a genius psychological trick to convince someone not to explore, right? I mean, it's on that level. It's also a theft of your agency, your ability to discern, your confidence in your own senses, right? That is taken away from you as a child with this story. So, yeah.
And I'll expand upon that a little bit too. And I feel like many intelligent minds also get stolen by a lot of the agencies that grow up around the lie, and they're shoved into compartmentalized agencies, and the high intellect of somebody who may be able to figure something out that could change the way we live our lives for the better may be squandered. I mean, think about the amount of highly intelligent people that immediately go into, for lack of a better term, government agencies straight out of college and get put on projects where, who knows if there's actually an end goal for the agency other than capturing these intelligent minds and making sure that their minds never wander off outside of the parameters that they want them to.
Teddy Kennedy. I'm sorry, not Teddy Kennedy. My apologies. I said that name way wrong. Theodore Kaczynski.
Yes.
Operation MK Ultra. Destroying his brain.
Did you ever read his manifesto?
Twice.
Oh my God.
Me too.
I even read it on my live stream. Yeah, no, the guy was, but by no means do I endorse the man. He was damaged goods, but he was provably higher intelligence than the average person.
It is shocking to read his manifesto in light of where we sit now.
Yes.
As Western society, the left v right paradigm, I think you could find a more accurate prediction of how things were going to go. when you find out it's his manifesto, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's almost like his manifesto was.
Who did you say? I'm sorry, I missed who you said. I missed whose manifesto you guys talking about?
Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber guy.
Ted Kaczynski. Okay.
It's almost as if his manifesto is actually an expose of what the government brainwashed him with. It's almost as if he was literally telling what was in the works of happening under the guise of concern, but in reality, it was basically a revelation of what they were doing to destroy society and have been doing to destroy society.
And unfortunately, it's a very hard book to recommend to the average person because they see the name and they immediately shy away.
Yeah.
Oprah Book Club.
Right?
Yeah. I know, right?
But it's also, I find it funny that he is somebody that's also referenced within the movie, drawing a blank on it now.
Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting, exactly. Because you think about the premise of that movie and then the interjection of his name into the movie. I don't know. I just find that interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is so spot on so many things. It's
disclaimer: 24/7 Flat Earth Discord does not support the Unabomber.
Correct.
We do not endorse the actions of this author.
Yeah. But call a spade a spade.
And who knows, there could be some lies surrounding that whole entire story to begin with. So who knows? But the information contained within that manifesto is certainly eye-opening, especially if you have an understanding of the world around you. Yeah.
To my knowledge, it's a documented fact that he was I don't know the right word to use. A member doesn't seem right. A participant in the MK Ultra program. I think that's the right lingo to use. I don't have the document. Maybe I should find it. But
that's what I remember as well. That's publicly acknowledged. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying by any means that he's a good guy, obviously, but I could probably safely say he'd be a solid gold member here, at least.
Checks out.
Hey,
has that actually been published?
Yeah, it was published. He's still alive, yeah?
I think so, actually. I think he is, and there's another guy that they false flagged, and he was a fall man, and that's the dude that was the author of the Bloodlines of the Illuminati, and I can't remember his name right this second. But yeah, I think both of those guys are actually alive. Fritz Springmeier is the other guy that I'm thinking of, and he's pretty epic if you want to look into his stuff. But Fritz Springmeier was false flagged.
Did he get arrested?
Oh yeah, they framed him with the most hilarious. If you just read his story and read, like it's the most illogical, contrived framing I've ever read.
Give us the summary, because I know Springmeier, but I don't know about this. What happened?
So the dude's an author. He devotes night and day, 18 hours a day. He's a fanatic author, writing and researching day and night for years and years and years. Okay, Fritz Springmeier. He's writing about the bloodlines of the Illuminati, blah blah blah. The whole topic of it's not just the Illuminati. It's the whole topic of the families, all the different families, so on and so on. he does this, and think about how an author spends their time. Well, they false flag him and say that he built a bomb, and then that they found it, and that they knew it was him. And yes, I'm kind of not giving all the details because I just can't remember all of the specifics, but basically they got him on conspiracy to terrorism or something along those lines, felony charges, and just locked him up. None of his family could everybody was like, well, that doesn't make sense. All he did was write all the time. He didn't have time to go research how to make a bomb. He didn't have time to go. He never even vocalized any desires of calls to action. Nothing correlates to anything with that guy who lives on the flat Earth, by the way. Just figured I'd tie it back in with the actual. I go off on a topic a little too long. I start getting uncomfortable. So I just wanted to clarify that Fritz Springmeier lives on the flat Earth.
Wasn't there another guy that flew a Cessna into like an IRS building like 10 or 20 years ago, and he had some manifesto too, and something about, I can't remember the details. I don't know if it was the IRS building. You guys remember that at all?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
Rings a bell.
Yeah, there was something behind that too. I've never really looked into it though. I was hoping maybe you guys did. It's crazy though too if you think about it, how the first big deception that we're taught is the globe Earth. But for me, I don't know how it is for most other people, but that was like the last one that I woke up to.
Yeah, that was pretty much the same for me. And yeah, I think, and that is because it's the first one you're told about. Like, it's so fundamental and it's so ingrained that it almost doesn't raise itself as a flag, because you're busy trying to uncover all of the other red flags on the surface of what you assume is a ball Earth. You don't have time to be like, well, what about this thing I'm standing on? Until something's shoved in your face, basically.
Well, the analogy of sleeping, it's almost like all of the other little things that you may have woken up to. It's kind of like when you go to sleep and you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to take a wee, right? You're basically still in a stupor, but you're kind of, you get the job done, then you go back to sleep, and then your dog has to go out. You kind of roll out of bed and you're still in a stupor, and you open up the door. So it's like, to me, all the other little things are like waking up like that in the middle of the night. But once you come to the globe, flat Earth discussion, deception, right? That's when you wake up, you turn on the lights, you start your coffee.
I wasted a ton of time too digging into I fell really hard for the ancient alien crap. I fell hard into that. I thought that was the truth for years.
Well, like Stephen Greer and shit. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's the guy that wrote all those Van Daniken or Van Daniken, whoever that. Yeah, I was obsessed with that guy and his books and all that stuff. I wasted so much time with that.
Yeah. That makes you laugh looking back on it, right? You're like, oh my God. Like,
but in a way, it was good too, because that's an
that,
experience. It's a good learning experience.
It's almost like a good entry level to make you start questioning the government when you start getting into Men in Black and the UFOs and everything. It's like, oh, they're hiding something. But I mean, the layers of the deception when you start to uncover it, like this onion that you just keep peeling, and you start to get into some of the infighting in the UFO community and like them talking about this guy's a plan, the government put him here to spread misinformation in that field. Like, you're wrapped up trying to discern misinformation within a field that is entirely misinformation, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just, you're trying to untangle balls of yarn that are 6 foot wide as they're just going on, happy that you're distracted in that. But it's useful just to get that little introduction to, I'm going to start thinking a little bit outside of the mainstream narrative, even though it's a controlled opposition narrative, if you know what I mean.
No, absolutely.
But yeah, Ancient Aliens, the guy with the big hair, being like, oh, bros, they built the pyramids.
Right. They make a really strong case in the beginning. When you just get into it, you're like, oh my God, yes, it makes so much sense. And you start.
Yeah, right.
Oh, man. It was fun, though.
I find it funny that, people can sit in front of Congress and Congress can say, what are you going to do to make sure that quote unquote misinformation is not being promoted and that authoritative information gets pushed to the top.
Hello?
They're saying that out of one side of their mouth, but then on the television you have shows about ancient aliens and Bigfoot, right?
Excuse me? Hello? Hello?
Are you having trouble hearing there, Martha?
No, I want to ask a few questions.
That's such an unusual behavior to just cut in the middle of someone's sentence.
Oh, I apologise. I don't use Discord, all right?
Oh, but you use language and speech and conversation with human beings, right?
I do. That's what I'm doing right now. Yes.
All right, try better.
Oh, no.
Right, welcome, Martha.
Hello.
Did you hear your friends in here earlier?
No, I just got here.
All right. They all got flat smacked silly. How's it going? How did you find the server?
Oh, good, thanks. I mean, I've just joined. Don't have an opinion, really.
No,
It's all right. Oh, how I found it? Oh, Twitter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. And you haven't heard anything about the topic before?
No, I just joined. I want to ask a few questions.
Right.
Shoot.
Well, talk about time zones. And I want to know what you think about how they work.
Okay.
They're man-made constructions, right?
What do you mean by that?
Have you ever looked at a time zone map in your entire life, just out of curiosity?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to post it just to be sure, because I'm pretty sure you don't know how time zones work.
Oh, I just want. Well,
First of all, they do not correspond to longitudinal lines. Did you know that?
No, because.
Okay, look, time zones do not correlate perfectly to longitudinal lines. Observe for yourself.
Well, you haven't even let me speak or ask my question.
It was.
You asked how time zones work. If you follow what he's saying,
but I want to explain. I want to explain how they do work, and I want to hear your argument on it.
Okay. All right. If Whitsit's here, can we let Whitsit speak to them? Shut Whitsit.
Okay.
Well, no, let's hear how they work. Yeah.
Well, as the planet rotates, day and night works by sunlight and darkness, right? That's how they occur, yeah?
No, that's not how time zones work.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rotating either. I'm not going to agree with
the
you.
Earth rotates into the sunlight. You know that, yeah? You know what sunlight is?
How do time zones work on the globe? Do you know?
Sorry?
Can you specifically tell us how time zones work on a globe?
Well, as the Earth rotates into sunlight, you get sunlight.
Yeah, what's that have to do with the time zones?
Because what do you mean time zones? What do you mean what?
You said time zones. You brought it up. You tell us.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty clear what it has to do with time zones, right?
Okay, it isn't clear. Do you even know what time zones are?
As the Earth rotates into sunlight.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Excuse me.
You don't know what time zones are. You keep on talking about time zones, but you don't even know what they are. I posted pictures to help you out.
I know what time zones are.
You clearly do not understand what time zones are. I posted a picture for you so that you could better understand the thing that you're talking about.
Okay. I'm having a
look,
Let's just cut straight.
You can't come in here and make a claim about time zones and not be able to explain how
I'm not
it works.
listening.
But
I'm
it's
not
okay. Let me
listening.
help you
The
out.
Earth
Let me
rotates.
help her out, bro. Let's help her out. Time zones actually don't work on a globe at all. If you look at the maps, which you should look at what we post, there are all kinds of crooked lines because they're not consistent. In fact, utilizing the globe and quote unquote time zones, which the guy told you are just human constructs that we've come up with. Okay. If we use those things, you can actually see a sunset on an island, and 30 miles away, another island will have a sunset 3 hours later. That is
Sorry, who's this
impossible. The
person
time
telling me
zones
to
are
stop and
the
listen?
time zones are inaccurate.
Hi,
on
I'm
the
here. I'm
globe.
here. I've been unmuted. Right.
Someone's telling
So
me to stop and listen.
So Martha's talking about time zones, right?
Are you not going to respond to what I actually said?
Right. No,
So do you
because you haven't let
understand
me
what I
speak.
said, or don't you think that
As
maybe
the
we should?
planet rotates, some
Oh
places
my!
receive sunlight
time zone.
or darkness, resulting in day and night.
What
As the Earth
planet?
rotates into the sunlight,
Okay, maybe
we'll
we'll
see the
start them with
sunrise.
day and night.
God, you guys are
Right.
fucking hypocrites, aren't you? Telling us to shut up and let you speak.
chill.
You're speaking
planet?
over me. You're speaking over me. Don't tell me to chill.
Yeah, no, it's okay, it's okay. I just wanted to make the point. Maybe we should start with day and night rather than time zones, because the time zones thing, you've maybe not understood what's being said about it. Are you talking
Day
about
and night.
generally how does it become daytime? How does it become nighttime? Right.
Well, becoming day and night time, it's pretty much the same thing because different
Right.
parts of the world turn into day and turn into time at different times.
Right. But you observe the sun moving through the sky every day, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how is that not what's occurring? The sun is moving through the sky, and when it gets sufficiently far away from you, it becomes nighttime, right?
Mhm.
Because the sun is moving. Yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah. There you go.
So you
That's
don't.
not
So you
Earth
don't
moving.
think. So you don't think it's the planet rotating? No.
Well, you
But
don't
that's
have a
not what we
radius measurement
observe.
for this planet.
Hold on.
So what way?
That's
What
not
way
what
do you
we
think the
observe.
sun is going? Like, how does it reach every point in the world if it's just going in one direction over the
I didn't say it was
flat
going in
Earth?
one direction. I just said
Well,
you
if the Earth
observe
is
it
flat,
moving,
surely
right?
it's going in one direction, right?
No.
No.
So what are you trying to say?
The sun
Doesn't really
moves.
line up, does it? The sun
Yeah, it
moves.
literally
Yes, but
does. What? Wait, time out. What? To make sure you understand what he's saying.
got to be the
We
same
see
girl.
the
No,
sun.
I'm not the
Calm
same
down.
girl.
Calm down. We see the sun moving. You're saying that it's actually not moving. You're saying it's
Yeah.
sitting still. Okay. Now
Mhm.
we're saying it's moving, and then it comes back around to where it started the day before. That's where we got days. That's where we got time zones. That's where we got everything to do with time. Is based on the cycle of the sun that gets too far away and then comes back and continues its cycle over and over top of the earth. Your globe model claims it just looks like that. We can treat it like that, but actually the sun's sitting still and the earth's moving. We just can't feel it.
So you're telling me that the sun goes back around and over the world again?
That's literally what it has done for all recorded history, yes.
Right, so where does it go after it's reached the end?
There is
Just
no
like-
reach the end. If I draw a circle, where's the end?
What?
If I draw a circle, is there an end?
Well, if you're telling me the world is flat, then surely there's an end.
Oh, well, I thought we were talking about the sun going in a circle over
Well,
top
yeah.
of the earth.
If the sun is moving on top of the flat Earth, it has to stop somewhere, doesn't it?
It just
Wait,
rotates around and
I said,
around.
we should let him know light can't travel forever through the medium of air.
Hold on. He's telling you that the sun is going in a circle. It's going around the earth. So it's where
It's going in a circle. Why is it going in a
There
circle?
you go. There you go.
East to west.
Yeah, but
every
east to
day.
west. Right.
Yeah,
Let
do you
me
not
look
know
at the
how that
photo
works?
again.
Hey, look, take a little bit of time. Look at the voice chat thingy over there.
I'm having a look.
You're not looking at what they posting. Just look at this stuff while we talk.
Yeah. So, like, if you have a compass in the middle and then it points to north at the compass, and then you go east to west or west to east, you're going to go in a circle around that center point, that magnet, and come back to where you started in a circle. That's
Sorry,
why it's
right.
called
Say that,
circle.
no. Say that again. Sorry.
If you have a magnet in the center of a table, let's say, and you go east to west around it because the compass will face north to the magnet, then as you go east to west or west to east, you're just going to do a circle around the center and come back.
You're telling me there's a magnet in the middle of the world now?
I'm saying that we utilize we use something called magnetic. Wait. Do you know what magnetic declination lines are?
No. Know what a magnet
Okay,
is,
so
though.
do you know how a compass works?
Yeah.
Do we use compasses to navigate?
Yes.
Okay, so what's so funny? We have magnetic declination lines, right? Yeah, and so to have a compass, it has to be horizontal, okay, and then it points to the part of the magnetic declination line that heads towards the center, relative to your location.
I posted the GIF. I posted the GIF in the chat.
Yeah, are you
Surely it makes more sense. Surely it makes more sense for the planet to spin and just have the sun reach every area as it goes by.
Not if it's not curving anywhere, it doesn't.
It can't go round a flat Earth.
Why can it not?
Well, because you're telling me that it's flat, so where does it go? Underneath it?
No, it goes so far away you can't see it. If I hold a flashlight in a
can't
parking
see
lot,
it.
Hey, if I hold a flashlight and I shine it at you in a parking lot and you keep getting further away from me, will it eventually become to the point where you can't see the flashlight anymore?
That's Flobe. You told me, didn't you?
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the? It's called light.
I'm reading the chat. Sorry.
Can you answer the question? If I have a flashlight and I'm shining it at you in a parking lot and I keep walking away from you, eventually you're not gonna be able to see the light anymore, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, that's called light attenuation. Light doesn't go on forever. Okay, so the sun gets so far away you can't see it. Then it becomes nighttime. Then it comes back. Then it becomes daytime. That's where we got 24 hours and called it a day.
Hey, the problem is you thinking about the flat Earth model, like a model. Like it must be a model, right? That's what you're thinking about, like a flat disk in space or something.
Martha needs to learn some manners. What are these people in the chat talking about?
I mean, the way you're going about the conversation.
Hi guys, I would like to
haven't
talk about the time as well. So I'm on Martha's side here. So with time zones, yeah, you said that they're man-made.
That's correct.
Right. So the Earth is, as you say, flat, right?
Provably, yeah.
Yeah. And you say that the moon is round.
It's a circular light in the sky, yeah.
Yeah. And you say the sun is round as well.
It's a circle, yeah.
Yeah. So those two circles go around a flat thing, the Earth.
They're lights. They're lights, yeah. Lights go over top of the Earth, yeah. Are you saying they're not lights?
No. So the sun's a star, yeah?
No.
Well,
hold on. Are you assuming that because it appears to be a circle that means it's a sphere?
So you don't think it's a sphere?
Just because something is in the shape of a circle doesn't mean it's a sphere.
So you don't think the sun's a sphere?
Well, there's no evidence that it's a sphere, so why would we?
Why is there no evidence?
Well, can you provide the evidence?
Yeah, I can. If you give me pick poems, please.
So you're going to Google a picture of the sun and send it and think it's proof the Earth's a sphere?
How is it not proof?
Well, they admit that it's not.
Where's the proof that it's flat? Where's the proof that it's flat?
All over the place. Where do you want to start?
Flat?
Okay. We have an observation 255 miles away. Based on the geometric limitation of the globe Earth, there should be a physical location blocking 3 miles of the mountain. Yeah, we can see it all. Watch, you had to interrupt. You won't respond. You can't respond. You'll never respond.
Okay.
Hey, I want to say this. You'll leave the server before you respond. You're going to leave the server before you respond. I'm telling you right now, and you'll still do it. You'll still do it.
All right. Kitty and Martha, is the Earth the sun?
No, listen this. Doesn't matter. Martha, you asked the question.
I just asked that question.
Hey, you guys will leave the server before you answer the question. Isn't it funny you think that we're dumb, though? Why are you scared of the Earth, yo?
Right. Calm down. No, calm down.
Hey,
Calm down.
is the Earth the sun or the moon?
Bloody hell.
Is the Earth the sun or the moon?
No, but yeah, the Earth is different
Exactly.
from other planets. That's
What do you
true.
mean exactly?
Yeah, but
They're just
You're saying
no,
that
stop.
you're saying that you see you're saying that you see light in the sky. Therefore, you're standing on a light in the sky.
There are certain
ignore him.
You're
characteristics
saying
all planets
that
have.
you
Yeah.
observe. You're saying
Jesus
that you
Christ,
see
he loves
the
the sound of
sun,
his
the
own
moon,
voice.
and the luminaries, the planets, and because you see that, that means that you're standing on one of those lights.
What? What are you on about? So I guess
Pointing at a light in the sky is not the same as saying something that you're standing on. But hey, I know for a fact that you will not respond to the point I made when you ask for proof of flat Earth. You'll leave the server before you respond. Honestly, you'll giggle and interrupt like that. You'll giggle and interrupt like you want to prove me wrong.
Christ.
Prove me wrong, yo.
I'm trying to prove you wrong. Ask the question then.
Right.
Okay, here's the question.
Oh my Jesus Christ! Can I speak about
let him
planets?
please?
No, I want to speak about planets.
Bro,
No, we'll speak about fairy tale planets after we talk about this part.
Fairy tale planets.
Yes, that's right. Write it down. Maybe you'll remember it for later. So the globe Earth claims a radius value of 3,959 miles. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Do you know what a radius is?
Yeah.
Okay. So 3,959 mile radius means that the Earth has to curve at a certain rate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, because if a sphere is a certain size, it curves at a certain rate based on that size. Okay, well, we can test the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving at that rate, right? Because it has to curve at that rate if it is, in fact, a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Yet, we have an observation where we saw mountains 255 miles
Martha can't
away.
understand basic English. I'm not speaking!
Martha, shut up. Let him explain.
We saw the mountains 255 miles away based on the geometric limits, the mathematical limit of the ball. 3 miles of Earth curvature should have been vertically blocking the mountains. Yet we could see all the mountains and all the way down to the shoreline.
Doesn't make sense.
How's that work?
So you're saying there's a mountain that goes into the curve of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying there's a mountain. It's supposed to be behind the curve of the Earth, which should be 3 miles high.
What do you mean supposed?
Based on the geometry we just
you said
discussed.
supposed.
Yeah,
This guy called Cut the Shit keeps talking about me. I'm not talking.
No, he's weird. Just allow him.
Seems like you're not listening, right? So the mountain should be behind the Earth. Listen, the mountain should be behind the Earth curve. Like if a pregnant lady rubs her hand on her stomach, she can't see her hand at the bottom of her stomach because her stomach blocks it. You can't walk up and see through a mound of dirt, okay? That's what the globe Earth has to do. We saw the mountains 300 miles away almost. They should have been blocked by Earth curvature, which should have been 3 miles high. Yet, we could see all the mountains all the way down to the shore.
Who's we?
The person that made the observation.
We'll show it then.
Okay, so if I show it,
you keep trying all this.
So now you wait. Time out. To clarify, are you saying your only argument is that it couldn't be real?
No, it's not, because you're saying a mountain can't be a place because the Earth is curving. That doesn't make sense. So you
still don't understand it.
Mountain, no, I understand you, but what you're saying just doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's in the voice text. You wanted to see it. You said you wanted to see it. Okay. There it is. Okay, what you're saying is called a straw man.
What is that?
Because you don't understand. So you're lost, right? So you see the mountains there? They should be blocked by 3 miles up and down of Earth curvature. You shouldn't be able to see the mountains at all. 3 miles of Earth curve should be blocking the mountains if it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. This is just objective math. So when you snicker, it looks really bad. This is like 5th grade math.
I'm laughing because it's so stupid.
It's okay. It's stupid. Explain why I'm wrong.
But because you're saying a mountain can't go on a certain place because the Earth is curving, but there's still ground there for the Earth, for the mountain to be there. It doesn't just disappear. That's like, have you not learned geography? Like, do you not know how the world works?
Right. So you still don't understand yet.
Their defenses,
how the world works.
So their defenses are still up. So they still believe that the Earth is
globe right now. So it sounds like Kitty and Martha have come in here maybe to kind of ask some questions. They're very inquisitive.
Unmute Martha. Unmute Martha. She's trying to talk.
No. You're not. No. They don't get to get away though, because I challenged them and said they were going to leave the server before they honestly answered it, and they're going to have to honestly answer it because they keep trying to belittle people in here and interrupt them. And
did answer.
So here's I'm trying to explain to you. You didn't understand though. It's not that you can't somehow have mountains if the Earth's a sphere. That's called a straw man. That's not what I said. What I said was, if the Earth is the sphere they said it is, with the size they said it is, we would not be able to see these mountains. They would be obstructed, physically obstructed by 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature between us and those mountains. Yet you can see the mountains.
You can't see the mountains. That's what you're saying. But
we
you
clearly can see the mountains, and we should not be able to see them. Do you not understand?
What is this image? You can't see the mountains in this image. Like, what is it?
You don't see the mountains in the image.
Bro, that image could be edited. Where have you got this from? Tell me where you got it from.
They're up, man. They're not going to accept.
Yeah, it comes from the guy that makes some of the world's longest photography. Very famous dude. This is an infrared picture.
Well, it's just a good camera then. That's why. That's why.
Okay, but a good camera shouldn't be able to look through physical Earth. Can I take my camera and zoom through a wall?
Well, no, because there's a wall there, you dumbass. There's no wall there.
That's my point. The Earth's curve would make a wall. You don't get it?
Bro, okay, what's the mountains called so I can look it up? What's the mountain called? Well, can you spell it out?
Canigou, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
So do you get that there should be a wall blocking the mountains? I just want to make sure we get
the thing is, your proof is just pictures. That's all you. There's no videos.
There's all kinds of proof. There's all kinds of proof.
No, you don't. There could be edited. The proof that you have is so bad.
Okay, cool. So first of all, you started off by saying that we have no proof at all. I want the record to reflect that her first comment was that flat Earth has literally no evidence. The first piece of evidence I've brought to the table, she hasn't been able to respond to, yet she knows that we have no other sufficient evidence. And now she's just dismissing them as if they're fraudulent pictures because she doesn't even know how to rebut it. Yet I'm supposed to pretend you're winning and you have all the evidence. So can we can we be real for a sec? You're being ridiculous. So do you understand geometry?
Okay, can you unmute Martha and then I'll reply because I need her to back me up. Just let her talk. Unmute her. Please.
Okay.
Because it's kind of unfair.
God damn.
By the way, we would get answers like, I've never seen this. I'm not sure. That is kind of crazy. I'll have to look into it. That's honest, at least. Right. But you have to be honest, or there's no way that we're going to have a productive conversation. We're not 5 years old.
Hey, who wants popcorn? Because this is getting pretty entertaining, not going to lie.
Hey, I'm getting popcorn ready right now, bro. This is good.
All right, bro. Let's go.
I posted a lot of... I posted a bunch of follow-up and the link to the French website that has all of the documentation of these photographs, their origin, and given the browser that you're using, you can probably right-click on the website and hit translate in your native tongue if you don't speak French or know French.
Have we asked them how they know that the Earth is a globe? Or have we already gotten past that and they have already established that the Earth is a globe?
We haven't established that these girls know how to add 2 and 2 together and get a correct answer.
So like the basis, right? The basis is the claim. The burden of proof lies on those who make the claim. So the burden right now lies on the globe. They haven't actually provided the evidence that the Earth is actually a globe. So they're in here with their bias at the moment, kind of snickering at what Whitsitt is saying. Due to the fact that with their bias, their defenses are up. Everything that Whitsitt will provide will be shot down coming from the standpoint of argument from ignorance. So if they do not establish that the Earth is a globe, there will be no forward movement in the conversation. It will continue to be stifled by their lack of knowledge. So it needs to be established, at least on their point, that they understand that the Earth doesn't have any proof to substantiate the claim that it is indeed not a globe. So we need to establish that with these two, with the foundation anyway. And then if they give it enough proof that they know the Earth is or is not a globe, then possibly they'd be able to entertain another conversation about, the metrics. But right now, it seems like it's far from them to, understand that point. So if they can substantiate the claim that the Earth does indeed have curvature, they can actually have their ball, but they can't. So this is the problem right now. They're refuting everything based on the standpoint of argument from ignorance. So can they establish that they understand or not? Do they know that the Earth is a globe or not? Because I don't know. It sounds like they're just, rebutting everything with like, nah. So
they're not interested in having an honest discussion. Honestly, I think they're just trolling. They're being rude, calling people names, and I'm actually getting tired
Okay,
of it.
I'm back. All right,
so
you said that. You said that I can't prove that the Earth is circular. That's what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people that come in here, they have this bias, right? Of course, they think that the Earth is a globe. We understand that. But the problem we're having is the claim has never been substantiated. There is no proof that anybody can give that will tell us, okay, definitely for sure that the Earth is a globe. Now, if I was to ask you and Martha, is there any way that you can prove to us that the Earth is a globe? What would you then tell me or the rest of the people?
Right. So you guys think that there's a
No.
You just answer the question.
Wait, hang on.
I am. I'm answering. Just give me a minute.
But not you guys.
You don't answer a question with a question. Please just answer his question.
I'm not
That's a direct question. Direct answer.
Right? Yeah, I am.
Go ahead.
Let me explain. Right. So you think there's a barrier around like the Earth, so we can't, and then we can't.
No. He didn't say that at all. He asked you a direct question. And the conversation, he said the conversation isn't going to move forward unless you answer this question.
Kitty, let me reiterate, okay? I want to know how you know the Earth is a globe, not what we know or what we say, only what you know. How do you know the Earth is a globe? How does Kitty know that the Earth is indeed a globe? Now, what evidence do you have to support that case?
Right. So, because I'm not dumb, that's why. There's clear pictures of NASA, of people going to space, the moon. Because these people, you think that the moon is round.
It looks like the barrier.
Hang on, guys.
It sounds like the barrier. It sounds like the barrier. It sounds like the barrier is an actual language barrier. She doesn't understand basic English.
You don't understand, yeah.
All right, so here's the issue, Kitty. Listen to this, right? What you're saying is basically you believe what you've been taught, whether it's pictures, whether it's TV, movies, it doesn't matter. You just believe what somebody has told you. That's basically what you're telling us here in the panel.
Yeah, so if someone's told you that the Earth is flat, and you just believe it. That's the same.
1 second.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
We'll get to that.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Now answer me then. Someone's told you that the Earth is flat. You believe them. Someone's told you that the Earth.
Kitty, stop for a second. Okay, so here's the deal. If you can provide full evidence that the Earth is indeed a globe, then we can have a conversation of what you want to talk about. You can ask questions, but if you can't substantiate the point, then we can't move forward. So you have to you can't say, well, I just believe because my teacher said, or I read it somewhere. You understand? So it needs to be supported by evidence that we can verify. If you can tell me, hey, look, go and do this thing, and you can see that the Earth is a globe. But if you just tell me, hey, NASA, that you just like seen something somewhere or you heard something, but there's nothing that you can do to verify that it's a globe. So it's just secondhand knowledge that you have.
Stop abusing because you're being rude and you won't let me talk, right? So you want me to give you proof, right? You want me to give you proof?
What's
all right,
proof?
Give me a sec.
Yep. Okay, you're gonna need forever.
Can I say something?
The thing is, your argument is that no one can escape Earth.
No. Sorry, Kitty. No, I'm asking for you to provide us the information and the proof that the Earth is a globe. You have to give that proof to us because we're telling you that it's not a globe. So you're saying yes, it is. And now you got to give us the evidence, right?
Like this, like you think we're crazy because we think the Earth's flat, right, Kitty? Well, just imagine it's the other way around, and we think you're crazy because you believe in cartoons of spheres, yet you've never even intellectualized
what. When have I seen an cartoon that's actually real life of the Earth? Are you dumb?
Kitty,
You
You're saying
can't
it's
find a real
you're
picture
saying
of the
it's a
Earth
movie.
right
You're
now.
saying it's fake.
You can't find
Guys,
a real picture of
Literally,
the
watch
Earth.
any documentary. What Mars, right? What Mars? Do you guys believe in
can y'all
Mars?
just let
I admit
Do you believe
everything's
in
let me
space.
speak real quick?
Time out. Don't
Do you
distract
guys
away.
believe?
I'm trying to help Mickey here.
Now, do you
You have
believe in
to
Mars?
listen.
What about
You're
all the robots
imploding
that goes
right
to
now.
Mars? How do you
Mickey's
get
asking
there?
you.
You think that's fake
Mickey's
as well? Do you think Mars
you're
is
helpless.
fake? Do you think Mars is
You're
fake?
helpless.
Is Mars
You're
fake?
helpless.
Kitty,
No, it's literally.
Kitty, can you
All
shut the
right.
fuck up and let me speak real quick?
Yeah, go on.
All right. So if you go to a top of a mountain and look off into the horizon, you will notice it's actually flat. Like,
From
you
where?
probably never went to the mountains because you sound like a fatherless child, to be honest. But
Oh, for real? That's a bit rude. So now you're being rude. Why are you being rude about
no,
it?
it just
Are you being rude now?
sounds correct,
Says the
actually.
person
I'm just
that
trying to
called
have a normal
everyone in here
debate and you're bringing
dumb.
in my age.
Says
What's
the
up with
person that called
stupidity?
everyone in here dumb.
All right,
Yeah,
so
you
You
are.
can't
You
debate
are.
about
You're
the
all
globe if
dumb.
you don't even
You're dumb.
know what the globe is. You don't
let's
understand the globe.
let's get right back to the point, Kitty. So the point was that you have to give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe. So far you've told us that NASA, duh. You told us,
Right,
duh.
let me
There's
talk.
documentaries. You've given us things that we all can do, like we can see videos and stuff like that. We don't need that kind of information. We need to know how we can verify that the Earth does have that curvature that they say that it does. Now, you haven't given us any evidence to support the case. So basically, you're just telling us, I believe
Literally.
that it's a globe. I believe it's a. Hang on a
Oh
second.
my
I
god.
believe it's a globe because
Please stop
everybody
it. Can we
says so.
please stop interrupting, please? I can't hear anybody because everybody's talking over each other. Please, can we stop
No, not
interrupting?
I was
everybody.
in the middle.
Just her.
Yeah, I was in the middle
Yeah,
of.
no, I know. I'm specifically talking to her, but I didn't want to call her out.
Yeah.
But
All right.
please,
So
please.
it's very simple, right? It's very simple. We've all been given this information, the same one that you're telling us that, yeah, duh, there's documentaries, there's things that you can do. NASA, you're giving us things that everybody can see. We're not talking about those visuals, right? We're talking about verifying that information that they're telling us that there's a curvature drop rate on this Earth. So apparently it's a sphere, right? That's what they're saying. Now we're asking you, how can you support that claim? Now, you can't just tell me, go look at this video that NASA is and look at space. And that's not what I'm
I
saying.
could say the same thing about you, though. That's the thing. I
Okay.
could say, prove to me that it's
But
flat.
hey,
And you can
but
send
you
me a
That's
picture
fine,
and
kid.
say it's fake.
That's fine.
It's
but
the
you
same
That's
can
thing.
fine.
verify it with your own
It's
eyes.
That's fine.
stupid
But what I'm
because you guys
asking
are
right
so
now, the
delusional.
very question,
And we keep asking the
that
same question, so it's
Kitty,
not going to get anywhere.
Yo, y'all
Kitty,
need to give her something,
Kitty.
man. Like, Kitty, where do you live at? Where do you live? What state you live in? Like, give her something. Go to the nearest lake. Like, go do some observations. Like,
Yeah, the
You
give her
think
difference
something.
is you
looking
can't
at a
test
lake,
NASA yourself. Kitty,
just
listen, the
because a
difference is,
lake
Kitty, we're
goes
trying
like
to
that
help you out,
is
buddy.
oh
Okay,
my.
listen, Kitty, the difference is you can't test the pictures NASA say that are real.
Why?
Because you
Why
can't,
aren't they
because we're not
real?
allowed to,
Why
because
aren't they
actually it's
real?
illegal to stop interrupting so much or I'm going to mute you, dude. And I never mute anyone. It's every time someone talks, you're like a 5-year-old. Grow up. Okay, so NASA says that these are some pictures of space, okay? We have to just believe NASA. We can't go there. In fact, it's illegal to even try, and no one can even claim to go out there. We have to just believe it. Now, with what we're doing, you can test it. I have tested it. Most of this room has tested it. You can go individually verify it. You don't have to believe in
I've
stories from the
tested it.
government.
What about the space station? What about that?
What about
You
it?
guys
We
believe?
can't test
Or do
that.
you not?
We
Do you not
can't
believe in it?
test that. It's illegal,
How do you
dumbass.
not? How do you not? Yeah, but have you not seen all the videos? Thing is, you have no videos.
Oh,
Videos are
from
proof. You have
NASA, chuckle
pictures,
nut.
edited pictures. You can
Well, we
literally
do
look
have
up the space
videos.
station right now.
What, so
Look
can
up
we
the
show
space
you a
station
video
right
of?
now.
Wait,
Look it up.
wait,
Look it
wait,
up.
wait. You
Look it up.
realize that we do have videos,
Show a
though.
video that is. Oh my god, I have such a good point. Oh my god. Right, so you think gas pressure, right?
Oh
So
my
that
god.
means the whole world is in a border, right?
no,
So that means
kidding. We can't talk about other topics. You haven't substantiated the claim that the Earth is a globe or not. You're just basically going on a belief system. You just believe it to be a globe. You and Martha have a belief right now. You haven't realized that yet. You haven't admittedly said that you don't know how the Earth is a globe. You just believe it to be a globe. That's what we need to know. We need to know how, when, and where the Earth was measured to have this curvature. You haven't given us a response on that. You're going off into this idea of belief. We don't need to hear your beliefs. We need to hear how you can support the claim. This is what's on the table right now, not your belief system. Only support the claim. That's it. That's all.
All right, Ghost would like to chime in. Floor's yours, Ghost.
Man, I've just got one thing to say. Like everybody who's been conversing with these girls, just breathe. Everybody on both sides, just Relax and breathe. Start over if you have to. Find common ground. The man just coming from an outside perspective looking in. This is hard as fuck to listen to. It's very cringe. It has to be for people like Witsit as well.
The simple question of how do they know.
You're done. Point taken. Continue.
We try to do that to ask them how do they know that the Earth is a sphere, and they refuse to ask the question. We're trying to get to a common point and a starting point, but it's not, it's not working.
Well, what's actually happening is every time someone tries to say a point, immediately they're interrupted.
Oh, okay. I have an answer.
Like that right there. You apparently lack the self-control to not interrupt people.
Do you guys?
You apparently lack the self-control to keep yourself from interrupting people. That isn't appropriate. Take a breath. Take some time. The conversation is with you. It's not like you're not going to get a chance to talk.
Hey, speaking of which, maybe we should talk to AO. You guys see AO in here?
AO doesn't have a role.
Guys, okay. What about the Big Bang?
Ugh.
How the Earth was created?
It was proposed by a Catholic priest named George Lamontre. It's a fairy tale. It says there was a pre-existing universe.
It's literally history of how the Earth was
literally
created.
proposed by a Jesuit
It's
Catholic.
Kitty, you asked. Kitty, listen this now. Kitty, you asked the question, and guys started to answer, but you cannot without interrupting.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Kitty can learn everything that she would like to learn. She has the listening pass. I have revoked the VC verified. That's it.
Well, can we please move on to somebody else? Man, for the sake of the YouTube audience, can we move on to somebody else?
I wasn't done with my popcorn. All right.
Keep eating your popcorn, man.
We could do it a little better. We could do a little better. By every time she asks a question, server mute her until you finish answering her question, and then let her respond.
I think,
bro, you know that's not gonna work, bro.
I mean, it will work because she's gonna be server muted. How she's gonna speak if she's server muted?
She is racing over there, dude. Like that's not.
That's too much.
It's not going to work because she's not willing to listen to any of the answers. She just wants to jump from one question from another, and it's just.
Yeah, when she's server muted, she's still talking. It's like she just has her mic open, constantly talking. It's not.
Yeah.
I got a coworker just like that, and we just never talk about this because of that reason.
All right, that's fine. Let's move on to Ayo. I'm going to server unmute to see if he has to have a mic. Hey, Ayo, you there?
Hey, she just
hello
found out. She.
We moved on. We moved on. Hey, what's up, Ayo?
Hi.
What brings you to the server, bud?
I guess I just wanted to learn a bit more about flat Earth, really.
Okay, nice. Well, you came to the right place. What can you tell about the globe Earth? I mean, you believe the Earth is a globe, right?
I'm kind of on the fence. I don't really believe either way.
Okay. Well, that's usually where we grew up learning, so that's what we're.
It's an honest answer.
It is an honest answer. It's okay. So, what do you want to know about the Earth?
Well, the model, I kind of know how it's based, but is it more concave or convex? Or is it completely flat?
Well, I mean, there is topography, right? So, and they say the 70% of the Earth is water, right? So if 70% of the Earth is water, and water usually, when it's still is pretty much flat and level. So you will say if 70% of the Earth is water, 70% is practically flat.
Yeah, it's what's called a topographical plane. Like we have mountains and valleys, but it's overall plain. He disappeared.
Yeah, dipped.
You gone?
Yeah.
No, I notice a big problem too is when these globers come in here, they think that we all agree on the same ideas and we have this one model that we all agree on, but we don't. And that I feel like that's a big problem sometimes, is they don't realize that we don't have these beliefs that we all share, because at the end of the day we can't really prove any of them. And that I feel like they have a hard time understanding that too, that there's not a consensus.
Yeah, like, to be fair, I mean, they kind of like brainwashed us that way. Like they brainwashed us all from like 5 to think that there was this like collective knowledge, and all believe that this outside view of the earth in entirety modeled is even like a realistic thing to try to achieve. It's literally not. It makes no sense. It's insane. So like they're coming in here with these unrealistic expectations. So they're surprised that we're not a cult. But not even consciously, of course, right? Because they don't even consciously realize that like heliocentrism and modern academia is a cult. What I'm saying is their subconscious is self-projecting.
It's even worse than what that guy just said a second ago, because like I was just talking to one of my brothers for the first time about the earth being flat, like more directly, trying to like more indirectly before, and he outright said to me what another brother of mine said to me, which is you're gonna have to show me a model in order for this to work for me. Like, no, you gotta show me a model. This isn't gonna work for me unless you show me a model. And like, it's crazy.
Yeah, and like, dude, it's great because like they showed you when you were young, they showed you this ball, and then they made you go into the mindset of being outside of it and looking at it like you were huge. You know what I'm saying? So we were brainwashed with a spell that's like an achievable thing.
Not just an achievable, a required.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah, now for sure in their adult life, but it's like they're looking at it like, and probably not consciously again, but you can't even compete with what my 5-year-old knew. My 5-year-old self knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they feel without knowing that's what they're thinking. We're actually arguing against the child mental state of people, in my opinion. Like their actual personal childhood.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, and I equated it to like the Globers being monkeys, meaning monkeys don't let go of one branch until they have a hold of another one, meaning they can't let go of their model unless they have 100% model on the other side. Like they're scared to make that leap into the unknown.
And if we're going to be honest, dude, every flat earther had moments where they were like, they like for a second reconsidered, not necessarily that what they taught us was true, but just that they were so sure that it was flat when they first found out. And I'm sure there are a bunch of people that say that they didn't, but they did, because I'm sure most of them did, I guess is what I can say, because I actually put it together super, super fast. Didn't bother me. I had no bias at all. Was already the guy that always talked about all the conspiracies, even at the parties that killed the vibe. Wasn't a big deal. But like, there were moments in the coming weeks where I would like wake up and I would just think about it. I'm like, dude, this has got to be too crazy, right? Like I would have those like 10-second moments. And it's like the part of that just like, I thought I could go out there and talk to everyone about it just like I did the Federal Reserve. Not so fast. Everyone gets so triggered about the earth. It's insane. So it's like, if we're going to be honest, you can understand why people are kind of reluctant to just jump away. It's not even the argument or the evidence. It's just societal ostracism, man. And I'm just saying that because I'm like I've always been the guy that doesn't care what other people think. Like, I think everyone does to an extent, but so I think it's impressive when people say that they found out, no questions asked, told everyone, never had any hesitation and doubt, and okay. I mean, cool, man, cool story.
Yeah, no, everybody has moments of doubt, and to be honest with you, everybody in this room should constantly revisit what they think they know or what they think they've already established. It's a good, healthy exercise to partake in.
I agree. Like, dude, there are so many closet flat earthers, dude. like so many, and then there are so many people that were just like me, where it's like, wow, how would anyone even like? No one would know I'm a flat earther. I'm not online. I don't like. I'm just people in my real life knew, but that's it. Like I didn't even follow online flat Earth content. I didn't even know about the famous shows until I started being on them. I didn't know about quote unquote famous, whatever, the big flat Earth shows. So like people like I mean, there's no way they'd be counted. And then you just kind of you talk to people around you and you're like, dude, I would think I got real excited, like, bro, everyone's gonna freak out once I'm able to show them this. And it's not like that at all. They can't see it. So you just kind of put it in your pocket like a gem and you keep going. That's what most people do, I think. So you're asking people to come in here, record it on the spot, and basically come to grips faster than a lot of people in here did themselves. It's easy to kind of lose touch after 5 years or whatever.
What's your estimate of how many people are truly flat earthers, like in the U.S., for example?
Like it just depends on what you mean by that term, but like what % of people think, like, know that there is possibly something sketchy going on with what we're told? That number's super high. The ones that would straight up say that they know the earth is flat, I don't know. I think there's definitely I would say at least 30 mil in the US.
Yeah,
at least 30 mil that know that the earth is not a spinning globe.
Yeah,
Not
man.
necessarily flat earthers.
Lately, I've been like going through some TikToks, and dude, there's it's a growing community, man, in TikTok.
The younger people all know, like all the younger people know something's going on. And like now, if I go out and talk to people, if I don't even say the word flat earth, they do every time. Well, 100% of the time. Younger people will say it. Because you're just dropping truth bombs about how NASA lies or whatever. They're going to be like, wait, is the earth a sphere or is it flat? Or they'll be like, have you heard of flat earth? Like, you'd be amazed. Everyone knows. Like everyone, and once they feel like they're not in this intellectual, like, scary place publicly because this guy that's talking about it is informed, then they'll build their confidence listening to you, and they'll be like, they want to be the person that already knew about it. You see the tables turn, and then they ask you about it. So from my experience, the numbers probably way higher. Younger people aren't going around making flat earth videos, man. They're just on Snapchat trying to get a girlfriend. So, I mean, the numbers probably would blow our mind, I would guess.
Yeah, it's very hard to gauge. I had zero online presence, meaning I spoke to flat earthers like basically 0 times. And I've been in the realm of flat earth since 2013. Like literally the first flat earther that I talked to in person was Austin. Like literally the first person that I talked to outside of close friends and family that I was trying to explain this information that I'm finding out and then I'm realizing. So to try to gauge by like how many people comment on it or admit online that they're a flat earther or even talk about it in public is so hard to do because there's so many people out there like me that literally never spoke a word of it to anybody except their close friends for years and years.
Yep. And I mean, well, what can you do? You feel like, what can you do about it? It's like, it's not even that you don't want to do something. It's just like, what can you do? You know what I mean? It's like, that's how you feel. It's like, damn, I want everyone to know, but what can I really do? But what's cool about it is all those people just sitting there that already know that we can't count. Once you do something that glitches the matrix, like once you throw something out there or make them admit something fraudulent or really like catch Nas doing something, I don't know, just something crazy, that has to be covered, the number, like, dude, it'll be overnight because they're already there. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like you're kind of just waiting for the lights to get cut on to see all the people that are standing there. And I think what's going to happen too is these people that can't accept it because they built their career off of it or whatever, they're going to have a hard time because these are the kind of people that really need to have acceptance of everyone. So what happens when the tides turn and all the people that you think are smart and you would consider cool or whatever, like say the earth's flat? You know what I'm saying? What do they do then? And if you buried yourself online feverishly fighting the globe, then you're pretty much stuck there. I guess overall, the whole point I'm making is I'm realizing lately that we do need to try to be a little empathetic. I'm really, really assertive with people. Like when they were coming in there, I knew they were just trolling in here, but I've actually broke cognitive trolls a lot. So like I think I have a little trick for it. But overall, I think that we should just be like, kind of like you just feel bad for them in a way, like you just try to see your ignorant self, younger self in them. You know what I mean?
I feel like there needs to be some sort of screening process for somebody to talk to them for a little bit before they come in here to explain a little bit about what we require from them.
That's what's supposed to be in the VC check-in.
Yeah, I don't think that's working.
I think it can.
But yeah,
I think it's been doing better than not having it right now. And there's 5 people in there right now, doing it. I think it's just people are there's so many attitudes and so many things being thrown around, so many opinions and such, that it all gets in the way of. We're simply just trying to get to the fact that we know it's flat and stationary and enclosed. We're trying to let people know that, and that's it. That's all it is. No emotions, no feelings. Can we talk about, a couple scientific deals here real quick and then go about our business? Like, that's literally how it should be, in my opinion.
We also have to factor in that a lot of people probably have AIDS now, and they're probably going to lie.
So I think you made a really good point, Austin, and I don't want us to really just kind of walk away from that. The fact that we were all there at one point and we need to be empathetic towards other people, right? Like I understand in the server sometimes you got to put the trolls in their place, but a W for you personally in the debate aspect isn't always a W for the community as a whole, right? Because ultimately we just want to share the truth of the matter. People are going to take it or leave it kind of thing. And we have to understand and be somewhat empathetic that, guess what? I didn't come to this realization or this understanding because somebody yelled me into it, because somebody freaking called me names and belittled me and yelled at me enough for me to realize what the truth of the matter is. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, people are going to have to realize the truth themselves. You need to give them the tools to make an informed decision based on evidence. You can't yelling somebody into a certain belief never works.
And this is where it gets real tricky, though, right? Because in all actuality, you're just not even supposed to entertain people that would force the conversation into such a state. So then that kind of ends up having you cut a lot of people out. What I found, and I definitely probably need to work on the getting worked up thing still for sure. But with some of the people that come in with no true intention to learn about it, they're just trolling all out. I've broken so many on here that I don't know. There's something to it. Not yelling for sure, but that's why you have to mute them. Then they either you let them run around, right, or you mute them. And I hate muting people. So I always just try to shut them down. I just like muting people.
I'm sure there's an upside to it though, because people that might be listening that are on the fence, and when they hear how people like that behave and how they act, maybe that's a good thing. You know what I mean? They hear that they can't come with any true evidence or any real solid, anything. So they just make themselves look bad and make their belief look bad. So maybe sometimes it is helpful in a good thing that happens.
Yeah, for sure. I think what ends up happening is right then, when people would be like, okay, we'll try to be patient and let her say her nonsense. She would say things so ridiculous to provoke, then everyone wants to say something. And so then there's no real continuance of the conversation. And then it's just everyone's talking at the same time. And I don't know. But I will actually say, most people that have contacted me and said I woke them up to the earth actually say that it's from them watching the other person I was debating. So, I mean, you're not just saying that. I get told that all the time. That's not about how I debated. It's just about how the other person debated.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want my statement to be taken as like debates and healthy and, you know, very robust debates are not taking place. That's not necessarily the intention of my statement.
No, I'm just saying unrelated, brother.
Yeah. Because yeah, I feel like there's definitely a time and a place and specific people that need to have that smackdown, and it makes for good entertainment, and it makes for can open the eyes of the audience for sure. Just the sheer lack of understanding that some people have when they come in here, it's pretty eye opening.
I guess what's funny is I heard some little bumblebees saying things about the server lately. So I jumped in here, and honestly, I just jumped in here to say, like, isn't it crazy how there's a downward electric current on the earth?
Yes.
Yeah, like I came in here to say that, and honestly, I was like, either this girl's gonna get serious or she's gonna shut up. Because I just wanted to say, yeah, because I think I've done a lot to promote this place, man, and I'm not gonna get into any specifics. I have all kinds of people hitting me up about this place though lately. I'm not gonna get any specifics, but I just think that everyone needs to look at the bigger picture. It's a familia. We got people from all different walks of life. We got more aggressive people, less assertive people. We have all kinds of people in here, and we have all kinds of different opinions. And we're discussing a subject that includes basically resetting everything that you thought to be true about everything that you experience where you live. So, you know, I just think we should pump the brakes on any, let's say, dogmatic approaches. I think it's very bad for us as a community. I don't know if anyone even in here that needs to hear that, but you know, because I'm not gonna partake in like dogmatic confinement when I know that there's a concerted effort of people to lie about the earth, and the magnitude of that means they lied about a lot of important stuff. And so, we don't need to like confine ourselves. I cannot with clear conscience be a part of it. So there's my little...
I think what's important too is what a lot of these people don't understand is that when we first got into this, and when we first were like, flat earth, what is this? Let me look at this course crap. What are these people talking about? This is nonsense. But then when we dove into it with an open mind and we started, seeing the proof and opening our eyes to the fact that, oh my God, this is real. This is the truth. It's, you know what I mean? It didn't, we're not rigid. It's okay. We went into it thinking we were going to debunk it ourselves, but then we realized we can't. Like, I don't understand why they don't understand that or have that mentality to be open and honest and realize and listen. You know what I mean? I struggle with that idea where they think they're just always right and not willing to listen and won't admit that, hey, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I was lied to, maybe I need to look in this a little further instead of holding on to this idea that I was just taught.
Yeah, I have a question, Matthew. You were in for part of the conversation that was being had with that young lady, right?
There were two of them, right? Kitty and like Martha.
Yeah, there was two.
And Martha. Yeah, I have a question for you. What are your thoughts on an interaction like that, and maybe the thought process of the youth that comes in here, and maybe doesn't have anything to back up their claims, and
Yeah, so they're going to end up
some of the resorting that they were
talking
doing.
past. They're going to end up talking past each other if they try to argue with someone, just because they're unfamiliar with kind of like the basic ideas and maybe even uninformed about what they themselves believe. So typically they're just sort of repeating what they think they heard in science class.
So let me ask you a question, right? You're a professor, and maybe sometimes when you teach things, it might be something that a student is adverse to or feels like maybe it goes against something that they maybe previously understand? Do you
So
have a
typically I
way
teach
in which
mathematics, and people don't.
That's true. That's
yeah, that
true.
might be more true in the humanities. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you were in those situations or you have colleagues in that situation where you have somebody that may be coming at you or arguing with you from a point of, for lack of a better term, ignorance and illogically, do you have colleagues or anything that deal with that? And do you have any insight how to maybe deal with personalities like that?
Yeah,
in a
that's a great
constructive way?
question. I have a good friend who's a communications professor, and he is always saying it's all about the communication climate. Like, is it sort of adversarial, or are you kind of like chatting about? You got to find some level of agreement. I mean, even if it's something as simple as oh, we agree that it would be nice to understand the realm in which we live, or something like that. Because sort of arguing back and forth, people just sort of trading barbs against the other side's opinions isn't going to be very productive. And a way to do that is to the Harvard Negotiation Project. They did a study, and they said that too often people share their conclusions about a subject without sharing their process to get to believe that. So I think understanding why somebody believes something can be an important step to understanding what they believe or know.
Yeah, so kind of part of the equation is somebody actually taking the time to listen and fully digest the argument of the other person, right?
Right.
Okay. Because I don't know if you've noticed, I'm sure you have, you've been in here long enough. We do deal with personality types that literally you can tell that no matter what is coming out of your mouth, they're just waiting to ask the next.
Yeah, I mean that's part of people like to argue, or I'd say it this way: people like to hear themselves talk and like to hear themselves be right in their own minds, and that is more common than people actually discussing to actually learn and hear what the other side is saying.
What do you think the root cause of that is? I feel like it's pretty prevalent throughout society. Do you feel that there's a societal aspect and maybe the way we take in information, or maybe the way that information is given to us currently within society, that may be contributing to that?
It's probably unique. I mean, it's probably common among all different societies. I would say put it down to simple pride. It feels good to be right.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of time it is pride. It's very hard for people to admit when they're wrong, myself included.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah. And I think it's true that everybody has some ideas that are incorrect. It's just that we don't know which ones. Otherwise, we would change those ideas. But recognizing that probably some of what I think is false is there's something called intellectual humility that I think is important to have.
Yeah, what is the famous quote? It's a mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a topic without fully accepting it. Something along those lines. Can't remember.
Yeah, so there's a difference between accepting and believing a topic versus correctly understand and hearing a topic, and that's a key difference. For anybody interested in this topic of like chatting with people with whom you have a different opinion, there's something called the Winsome Conviction Project. It's a podcast and a book that I think explains this type of stuff well.
Cool. Yeah, if you could post that, that'd be awesome. I have another question for you about the interaction that took place previously. I know sometimes when I listen to people that may be on what I consider my side of an argument, but maybe presenting things very poorly, or maybe giving false information, or not necessarily backing up certain claims, I can find it slightly cringy, for lack of a better term. Do you find that happens often, or
all the time on both sides, I'd say.
Right. I'm not saying it's just one side that does it, but do you find that somewhat disturbing ever? Kind of the lack of knowledge that maybe young kids have coming out of school about the basic heliocentric model, and how much.
So in general, I find it's a symptom of the social media age that we live in, that everybody thinks everybody is entitled to an opinion, but I think that everybody feels like they're entitled to be right, or there's some kind of entitlement going on that's related to social media. I don't know how to articulate it very well, but that seems new, and it was different than it was 20 or 30 years ago.
Yeah, I've noticed something similar, and I've also noticed that, you know, in the newer modern age, or the people that, whatever, I don't necessarily want to like paint people by generation, but I feel like a lot of the people who have grown up in the internet age, or the handheld device age, seem to be more quick to insult somebody than maybe people had been in the past. Do you find that as well?
Yeah, my suspicion is that it's easier to insult a faceless, nameless entity through a computer than if you're standing face to face with someone. So I think it's a symptom of us spending more time virtually and less time face to face. And the same thing is true for road rage. It's easy to flip off that Honda that cut me off, but if you were standing in front of the person, you know, it's a person in front of you, not a car. And so it's kind of this disembodiment that makes it easier to argue or raise the level of rhetoric.
Right, like kind of that ambiguity, right? When you're in your vehicle, you feel more contained, more removed, so you're more likely to give that gesture, as opposed to somebody who maybe cuts you off in the grocery store with their cart.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine if somebody cut you off in the grocery store? Oh, that's a great analogy. I'm going to use that. Like, yeah, road rage versus shopping cart rage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So do you feel, kind of overall, do you have a feeling about kind of social media and this internet age of interaction, whether it brings people closer together? I know that it gives us a further reach of people that we can talk to, but do you feel, kind of as I feel, that even though we have more connectivity and we have a further reach, right? We talk on here with people all across the world. And do you think that sometimes, or it's starting to trend towards people actually having less meaningful relationships within their life?
Yeah, you know, I think that this is a broader question about technology. The answer is probably a mix of both. And I think you could have had the same conversation in 1940, 1930s, when everybody was getting telephones and people would be like wringing their hands about, oh, you know, the telephone, it makes it so that people can call each other up and don't have to actually go see them. But on the other hand, if you live across the country, you can actually call your mother once a week and talk to her. So that said, I do think that social media, Facebook in particular, has kind of its own, I don't know, biases and problematic kind of structure to it that can make things more inflamed than they need to be. So I'd say both. Maybe that's a cop-out answer. But
No, it's a good, honest answer. And I grew up in the corded telephone age, right? So as a child, I was able to speak with my grandparents that were out of town on the telephone. But we also had desserts and whatnot that we kept in the house in case we had quote unquote company show up. We had a room in the front of the house that was set up with couches and chairs for if company showed up, we could sit there and interact, drink some coffee. The adults could drink some maybe alcoholic beverages. And company meant somebody that was basically unannounced that just showed up and knocked on your door, and you accepted them in and had conversation with them. I feel like
I miss those days.
Yeah, I feel like that aspect of, like I said, meaningful relationships is starting to go by the wayside. Even though we feel like we're more connected, we may be connected on a different level that's less meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. My parents' neighborhood is still kind of like that because they know their neighbors so well. But when I go to a friend's house, even if they're planning on me being there, I'll still shoot a text saying, "Okay, I'll be there at 7:05." I mean, I would never show up unannounced.
Yeah, it's a thing of the past, and I do have that similar relationships with my neighbors in my neighborhood. We try to keep relationships like that kind of going. But anyways, sorry to interrupt the whole entire live stream to have a off-topic chat with Matthew, but we can open the floor back up.
It's actually relevant to this topic. Like, it's sort of the meta conversation, a conversation about conversation. So I think.
Yeah, that's why I didn't interrupt. I thought it was pertinent stuff. Burning question was.
Don't ever apologize,
the whole
bro.
time. Hold on. The whole time I was wanting to ask the question because I know there's always new people listening. Matthew is not a flat earther, doesn't understand the truth of reality just yet. And Matthew, I'm going to demonstrate that by asking you a simple question. Is the Earth a globe?
The Earth is roughly spherical, yes.
It's roughly spherical? Okay, so the official narrative is something you do believe.
Yes, that's right.
All right, cool. I just wanted to catch the audience up to your deficiencies.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, because it would... Maybe that gives our previous conversation a little bit more authenticity.
Exactly. If we just pepper in the baseline topic every now and again, the conversation can do stuff like that. So yeah, just making sure that everybody knows Earth empirically, physically, directly measures flat. So there's no reason to think that it is a globe, especially if you haven't measured for curvature yourself. So that's okay. Anyway, as you were.
Did anyone manage to catch up with? There was an English girl in here, who was a Glober. Did anyone manage to?
There were two.
Crypto. They came back in, and
did anyone manage to what?
They came back in, and it was a very similar interaction as it was previously.
Oh,
right. Do we have anyone new in the chat who would like to discuss the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I'm new, but I'll hold off for a little bit.
Is that Pink Panther? No?
No, it's Three-Eyed Peter.
Oh. No, I mean, I thought that your avatar was like a Pink Panther, but I wasn't really looking at it.
No, it's from the show The Midnight Gospel on Netflix.
Okay, fair enough. So, what do you think about the Earth then? Don't worry, I'm not going to grill you or argue with you. I just want to know your thoughts.
I mean, I just got into all this type of stuff, so I'm really just mad on it. So, yeah.
So you're not sure? You're kind of on the fence?
Yeah, I just got into the whole entire is Earth flat or round type thing.
Cool. And what do you find interesting about the topic so far? Like, what piques your interest?
There's a lot of different opinions on it. Like, some people say, oh, it's flat, and some people say, oh, it's square or something else, I don't know. Or flat, or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough. And what
emphasis on the O part.
Yeah.
Hmm?
No, I was just saying something stupid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but okay, so what got you initially interested in the topic? Did you see a video, or did a friend mention it to you? Like, what was your...
A friend.
Okay, and is your friend a flat earther?
I'm pretty sure his name is AO. He's in the voice chat right now. So, he's the one that invited me here.
Sweet. And is he flat or globe or like you?
I don't know actually. I'll just have to ask him.
Fair enough. I noticed Witsit's in the chat as well. Hello to you, Witsit. How you doing?
What up, brother?
Staying flat. I saw your MC Toon debate with Kai and Carissa as well. That was a shit show.
Yeah. That's been a minute, man. Where you been, bro?
Yeah, I've just been working and just, I don't know, man, sleeping a lot.
I'm totally
doing much.
kidding. You're supposed to watch all my content immediately, Crypto. Duh.
Yeah, number one fan. No, but I was watching it. Like, you know what really annoys me about Globers is like how they will willfully. I assume it's willful, but it might just be that he's stupid. Like they'll willfully misuse logical fallacy accusations just to kind of derail. And I don't know. Like, do you think you're gaining anything from being wrong about something really easy? I don't know. I don't get it. Like,
I think
you were
to
talking.
get temporary breathing room in the moment they feel suffocated.
Yeah, it could be. It's like I need to think for half a second, so I'm just going to pretend it was a straw man. It's like he said something, and then you said something else that wasn't like you weren't talking about his claim, and then he went straw man, and you're like, what? I saw the confusion on your face. You're like, why are you saying that? That's got nothing.
Yeah, that's why, dude. It's to derail because, like, dude, it shows very intentionally subversive intention. Like it's in behavior, you know, intention of subversion.
Have you ever heard a child use an insult, but they don't know what the insult means? I think it's kind of like that.
Yeah, and like especially if you're like the child's being reprimanded, like they're being intellectually reprimanded, you know. So they're just like, lemon.
How long ago was this debate? Is it on your channel, Witsit, or on MC Tunes?
I didn't put it anywhere. It's on a modern day debate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, modern day actually on that. But it's about, I think, September 2021. It's about 5-6 months ago, maybe. But honestly, Matthew, I think if you watched it, you'd probably agree with Matthew with MC Toon in terms of the fact that you're both Globers. I think you would probably watch it and be slightly embarrassed by the way he argues. Maybe not, but I think you would be because you seem quite sensible.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'd be interested to go watch it.
Yeah, for sure. Check it out. It's because the thing is like, I don't even feel like if I was a newbie coming into the debate, I wouldn't have learned anything from him at all. But he didn't say anything. All he did is like there was that thing where it was like, oh, you're interrupting a woman every 5 seconds. He would say that shit. And what else was he saying?
Yeah, because I actually told him to stop because he was being such a little gamma that he was imploding so much. He had to just impulsively interrupt Kai every time she spoke. And I get it. We have a little history, whatever. Like, now Kai's going to talk. Like, chill out. You know, I'm like, dude, why do you have to keep, impulsively interrupting a female? And so then they just ran with it like I was the gamma that was white knighting. And, oh, no, the female. I'm like, you are so psychopathic.
Yeah, well, I would actually say I would put him in the category of like sociopathy because he has the need to control the interaction rather than take part in the interaction, and that's kind of like I would say that's kind of sociopathy. Sociopathy isn't technically a thing; it's antisocial behavior disorder or something, ABSD. But I would describe him in colloquial sense as having sociopathic tendencies.
Sure, yeah, I would agree. I misuse. I say psychopathic like way too much. I just say it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the way I see the difference is maybe this is wrong, but I see psychopaths as people who lack empathy, and sociopaths who they do have empathy, but they kind of use it to manipulate other people. You know, so they almost have like a heightened sense of empathy where they can use it to get their own way at a higher level than most other people can. You know.
I like that. That is interesting to try to think. But to even try to entertain, like being void of empathy is pretty baffling.
Yeah, like there was this internet meme about having no internal monologue. I don't know if I think there was a bit of a conversation here as well. It's like I can't imagine not thinking things to myself. That just seems absurd. But apparently loads of people can't.
There's only two options, okay? All those people are just lying because they don't like the moral voice in their head, or two, there are actual literal NPCs in the world. And dude, I'm thinking, the world's been pretty crazy, man. Like, I am a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, but I need evidence. And now, about to turn 30, I think that literally I don't know anything past 200 years. These buildings are clearly not what we were told. They clearly weren't built how we were told, but I don't know when they were here. I don't know anything about history. Oh, is that a Grabler Phil story? That dude probably didn't exist. What's the timeline? This is a made up 1,000 years, I think. So, like, I don't, it's crazy, but where I'm at now, it's just kind of, what do we know, bro?
Yeah, it's hard to say, man. And you know what's funny? I find really funny as well. Like, loads of people have been talking to me about the Russia-Ukraine thing, and they know that I've got this thing. And I'm just like, well, I don't. So don't come at me saying, "Oh, you don't believe this now." Well, yeah, because I never believed the news. So the next thing the news tells me isn't going to be believed either. Don't be shocked.
That's so funny, bro.
Yeah, if it's not a globe, right? If it's not a globe, right? Isn't everything that falls underneath of the globe also bullshit? Or am I wrong?
What do you mean?
Like, if the model's proven to be false, right? If you go out and measure it, right? If you go out and measure the earth, right? The dirt, you measure it, right? And it's the horizon's not where it's supposed to be, right? If you're 1 foot above the ground and you got a flat plane, right? And you can see too far, you can see past where the horizon's supposed to be based on the radius that NASA claims, right? If that's not where it's supposed to be, then the globe doesn't exist. So if everybody does science based underneath the globe model, can't all the science be disregarded too?
Not all of
it. I'm talking about the science of literal NPCs, like them literally existing. What do you think about that?
I think there's a certain danger of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and this is kind of the thing that Glover's come at us with. It's like someone will say they'll come up with this stupid dumbass nonsense. They'll say like, "Well, if you don't think the globe exists, then how do you believe in mobile phones?" Right? They'll say retarded shit like this. And then
I'm talking the model is proven to not be legitimate, right? The model is proven or has been disproven based on their own given measurements of their own claim, right? Of their own claim that it's not where it's supposed to be. The horizon is not where it's supposed to be.
I was halfway through what I was saying, and then you just started repeating what I'd already heard. So I'm with you 100% to that. What I'm saying is don't allow them to use it against you in stupid argumentation. And I was giving you an example, right? So a lot of them will say, like, you can't believe in mobile phones because it's the same technology that was developed from measuring the Earth, right? Which obviously I know it isn't, but they think this sounds sensible to them, right? And so you have to bat this stuff away. But you have to be aware that these arguments are going to come at you. Okay, so they'll say stuff like, well, it's the same technology that led to mobile phones, laptops, whatever, but it's not. That's actually a process of engineering, which isn't strictly science. So you have to understand that you can't throw out everything because it depends how people define science. It depends how people, like, for instance, some people might think that the process that leads to a microchip being designed is science. They'd be wrong, but they might think that that's the case. And in saying that you can throw all of the science out, they think that you are saying that you have to throw out microchips, right? Which sounds silly because we know microchips exist because they're in phones. So I'm just saying, just be aware of what you're saying can be interpreted.
Yeah, I've never heard of microchips. No clue what you're talking about.
Well,
so dude, I know. The point I was just trying to make, I know it's way from left field. We don't know anything, dude. The more you actually become vetted in the truth pursuit, we'll call it, the more you realize, really, it's nothing more than how efficiently you acknowledge what we don't know. That's literally what it is. And so, have you ever? This is the theory I'm working on. I'm testing it out. When you talk to people, say you talk to them about how you may have AIDS or whatever it is, right? and you look in their eyes and it just literally doesn't stick, as in like it literally isn't comprehended. I'm not talking about someone that understands it and then tries to like manipulate it and twist it and lie about it, where it's just literally not comprehended. But it's like the words were coherently understood, but there was no comprehension.
Yeah, the concept didn't gel for whatever reason.
No matter how simple it is, though, like I think that it's not in their algorithm.
Well, I was having that conversation with Kitty earlier that it was exactly like that. So she goes, "Is the moon round?" And I was like, "Yeah, it looks round." And then she was like, "Oh, well then, but you think the Earth's flat?" And she was laughing about it. So I gave the example of, well, if I drive my Renault into a Porsche garage and look round, can I assume that my car's a Porsche? Right? That to me is quite an easy concept of association that you're trying to demonstrate. But she didn't get it. And I had to say it in 3 or 4 different ways. And then Elbow came in and said about just because you're walking on grass doesn't make you grass. And then she thought that our argument was that if you walk on grass, you become grass.
What? Dude, her algorithm shorted out, Crypto. I'm trying to make a scientific argument.
Yeah, literally.
Like, dude, I swear, dude, I'm not even joking. You go try to tell someone, look, dude, you got the jabba dabba, you might have AIDS. They won't understand it. It's like, dude, even if you say the jokes and you keep saying them, right? You're like, what do elderly people need when they didn't listen and they kept getting their booster anyway? Hearing aids. You just make they would not comprehend the jokes, dude. You know what they say when life gives you lemon, get AIDS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I like that joke actually.
Dude, I'm gonna need proof that these people are not NPCs.
Well, the thing, it's I don't know, man. There's so many ways that I can take this, but it's like, I just think that people don't know right now about the. It's like the common thing where they admit where they're fucked up, but they do it quietly on page 53, right? And then you're pointing out, well, actually on page 53 it says this. Then no one believes you because it's not CNN headline at 8 p.m. You know.
Yeah, it really helps. Like, it helps eliminate the Eeyore part of it. You know, like the Eeyore, glooming Eeyore mentality of it all. Because earlier, speaking of, this infamous company just drops like tons of pages of all kinds of effects that weren't supposed to be the case, and no one even knows it. And I posted it, and immediately Facebook it just disappeared. And I'm like, oh, so it's instantly shadow banned. And I'm thinking for a second, well, maybe that's not a bad thing because, dude, that news feed is going to have the NPC algorithms. I mean, like, they can't comprehend it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, like, maybe it's okay. Really, do I need the NPCs to just zone out and have their algorithms short out? Maybe I'm going to ruin the rest of their day or something.
Yeah, true.
So would you say
people
NPCs aren't truly human?
That's a really good question, Matthew. If I could actually use you as experimentation.
Because I worry about anything that would claim that certain people aren't worthy of full human rights.
Well, I never said all that. I think
I know you're not saying that. I'm worried about that. That's all.
I would be the first on the front line arguing for NPCs that have human rights. A little less say, but human rights.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Human rights should go, Matthew. Like, from my point of view, I've always been of the opinion that democracy is a complete farce, right? And the reason democracy is a farce is because it's made up of non-thinkers. So I would be on board with say if the voting system even mattered, which we all know it doesn't because they just pick whoever the fuck they want anyway. But I would be in favour of having you, myself, Whitney, and other thinkers voting on actually what happens in much smaller groups of people. That would make sense to me because we're actually, even though I disagree with you, you're actually considering the points I make. I'm considering the points you make. And I feel like you can come to some sort of conclusion. What you don't want is a bunch of 80 IQ morons who are persuaded by pure rhetoric making decisions on your behalf. Right? But I don't think that they have a human right to vote if they haven't thought about and aren't able to comprehend what that even means. right? So I'm not saying go around murdering them or gassing them. Like, we're not going to gas the dummies. But like at the same time, should they have such a huge influence over you if they don't really know what they're doing, if they're not really considering their actions, you know?
No, we should just build giant gymnasiums, have them all go hang out there, all the temperature checks and masks you could ever want.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's just hard to draw the line of who gets to vote and who doesn't. And in general, society's answer has been to be more err on the side of letting more people vote rather than less. I mean, back in England, it was only landowners that could vote, so we've kind of moved that direction.
But now I'm looking at it, Matthew. Maybe that was just a polite way of saying, in legal terms, NPCs are not allowed to vote.
Well, yeah, functionally, it was only a certain class of people that owned land, so they were the only ones that were allowed to vote in England.
Yeah, there could be worse things. I'm just saying, it's just like women didn't vote for the right to vote. Most women didn't want the right to vote because at the time it came with also the obligation to go to war if you're drafted. So I don't even know why we're talking about voting.
That's true in America. In England, women never didn't have the right to vote. And that statement alone, a lot of people go, you sure? Yes, 100%. What Matthew said is absolutely bang on. It was based on land ownership. If you were a woman who owned land, you got to vote. No questions asked. If you were a man... Sorry?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you were a man who married a woman and had 10 sons, right? There were certain points in time where this thing changed. So I forget the dates now. I know 1918 is the date when universal suffrage was brought in England. Now, the clue is in the name, universal suffrage. The law isn't female suffrage or women's suffrage, it's universal suffrage. The reason for that is because all men and all women at that time of a certain age were able to vote. Now, in 1918, it was men over 21 and women over 30. So there was a discrepancy in the ages of the people who could vote. But it was never true that previous to 1918 that all men could vote or that all women couldn't vote. That was never, ever true.
So seeing as how women could vote earlier in England, then England has oppressed women longer. Yo, dude,
That's really interesting.
Yo, Matthew, dude, I'm saying when you ask me if they should have human rights, it seems like a counterproductive question because we're talking about them not being humans. So it's like intrinsically no. The straightforward answer would be no, of course, inherently. Well, and you have to be careful using the word inherent. And the question is though, but dude, now to be realistic somewhat, like no, I just think people are changing in front of us, literally, like physically changing in front of us, and they don't comprehend things. So it's getting crazy. I'm starting to see a difference in those who can no longer comprehend things, as if they have an algorithm and it built this website. And if you say something that's not on the website, the algorithm literally doesn't have capacity to function regarding that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just to say kind of like my bias is that I think that God gave every single human being it is built in His image and has value based merely on the fact that they're human, even if they have disabilities or what. It doesn't matter what race they are or even their cognitive capacity. Now, that's a separate question about what types of roles they play in society, I guess.
Yeah, dude, I am all on board with the Creator made everyone. They have unalienable rights, as the Constitution will call them, bro. But if you can go through a process where you, by your own will, mind you, concede ownership of oneself to some other entity, is it actually my fault if I have to react to that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm just I'm trying to decide if I think that's possible or not.
I don't make rules for giant societies and countries and stuff like that. I'd be much more geared to what crypto's saying. You know, even if we disagree, people are coherent enough to make decisions, small local things. But you know, so no, I don't have to come up with ideas of who can vote for this gigantic, you know, line we drew on a map or anything like that. You know, I'm just talking about like in general, I see people now more than ever where they it's like their eyes will tell you that they literally don't exist in that moment.
Yeah,
Run
I
it,
suppose
bro.
then from that perspective, maybe you guys disagree on. I mean, I don't like those people are humans, right? In that they have flesh and they have a mind and that they have a soul. But then my question would be, why did God create non-thinking humans?
Well, no,
Why,
I think I'm talking about maybe once they don't have a soul. Like, what if there was a way where you can give that away, but the physical vessel's still there? Because what is a soul? I mean, it's super hard. I mean, that's a super metaphysical freaking question, bro. I mean, you could monitor the light in someone's body and see if there was a change and try to get an idea, but that's just an idea, and you're just looking at light. You know, I mean, dude, I don't know. I don't know if there's a degradation of it. I don't know if there's waves of it. There's like as it degrades, there's certain like caps that they can go. It's like there's a decline of people right now. I know it sounds crazy. It's almost too heavy to talk about.
I hear you, man. I hear it all the time. You talk about, like, for instance, nowadays in London, even if I just say the word Russia, and you notice people are taking like a sharp intake of breath. That's Pavlovian. I haven't even said anything. They're just having.
Wait, what does the term Pavlovian mean? What does the term Pavlovian mean?
So do you know about Pavlov's
dog? Automatic response, basically.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
gotcha.
yeah, so in Pavlov's experiment, what he would do, I forget the exact details, but I think he had a bell and he had some food. And so what he would do is he would ring a bell, and then he would bring them like a steak or something, and then the dogs would learn that after the bell was ringing, then the steak was coming, and so then the bell ringing would lead to the dog salivating, right? So then after a while, he would ring the bell and no steak would come, but the dogs would salivate anyway. So what's being demonstrated there is that behavior based on.
Can I back up your claim?
Hello?
When you're done, of course. Yeah, when you're done. Sorry.
You were breaking up there at the end, Crypto. The last few words.
Sorry. All I was saying is that it's just a demonstration of associative behavior based on conditioning. That's basically what. So when someone says Pavlovian, they mean that associative behavior is being demonstrated by conditioning.
Yeah, I want to give evidence for your claim that you say the word Russia. So I went to Jim Panda's the other day, and I was talking about a video that had surfaced of Joe Biden in like 1997, explaining what would happen if the Baltic states kept joining the NATO or the European Union, right? And then like he started like saying that I was some sort of like Putin supporter, right? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? So the Pavlovian response, I witnessed it firsthand. Like he automatically said that I was like supporting Putin and the invasion and the war crimes, and I was like, bro, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a video that surfaced of our president talking about cause and effect. Right?
Yeah. Well, me and Witsit were in GeoServer the other day talking about. Someone described someone else as a Nazi, and I said, well, no, Nazis don't exist because that was a political party from the 1930s and 40s in Germany. Like they don't, maybe neo-Nazis, but certainly not Nazis. And then someone accused me of being a white supremacist because I was talking about a political party from 90 years ago. It's like these people fundamentally can't think about these issues with any kind of clarity.
Yeah, super funny. It's just like impulsive algorithmic response, bro. Maybe people are literally becoming robots, man. Call me crazy. Give me a role or something. I'm on the fence.
Hey, what's it? That thing you said a little while ago when you're describing people not really being all there mentally. I think there's a term for that. I've been using it a few times. It's like deer in the headlights look. They give you that deer in the headlights look.
Yes.
Yeah, the fluoride stare.
But it's like it just seems to be worsening. I think it's a different type of look. I don't know, man. And I will say there are times where I know people are no longer organic and their eyes don't look like that. So it's like it goes in and out of or something. I don't know, but I'm just saying people's eyes are looking different, ladies and gentlemen. Just an observation.
Yeah. I had another interesting interaction with a guy about 3 months ago, which might fit into your kind of people are robots hypothesis as well. And I've noticed that like Americans and Europeans, they love to they love to shit on themselves. And when you start to question them shitting on themselves, they get angry with you, which I find bizarre. Like, there was this one guy.
Did the stream go offline? Sorry to interrupt, but did the stream go offline?
I don't think so. Don't know.
It just ended on your side. Well, no, not your side, but I'm refreshing your page, but it's not there.
Hey, hang on. Yes, so every 12 hours, the YouTube server owner, channel owner, has to restart the stream because YouTube only allows 12 hour or less live streams. So he's restarting it now, and it'll be back soon. And if you're subscribed, it should give you notification somewhere on your device.
But probably won't. No, actually, it might for this.
Yeah, just keep checking back though. Yeah, it probably won't give you notification. Yeah, there you go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have the same view.
And little grabblers are gonna come and watch you now. They know you're getting too close to the truth.
Yup.
Yeah. If you start seeing big hats and curly sideburns everywhere, then watch out.
No, but if you do see similar cars always behind you every time you pull out of a specific area near your house, that's different.
But just remember, they operate on algorithms.
Yeah.
Yeah, this algorithmic response I had a couple of months ago with this American guy, and he was saying like, "Oh, it's really bad. America goes and bombs all these places," and then he started saying, "We bombed this and we bombed that," and I was just like, "We?
Oh boy."
About you didn't do that shit." And I said to him, like, "Are you part of the military?" I was like, "No." I was like, "Why are you saying we then? What's it got to do with you?" So, "Oh, well, it's my country." "Oh, is it? Weird. Why are you internalizing all this negativity?" And he started arguing with me, and I was like, "Well, but you're military. Like, you can oppose it, but why are you saying we? Why are you internalizing this?"
Yeah, it's like he's taking responsibility inadvertently, like subconsciously. He wants to be a part of it. Like, fuck yeah, I'm my 2 cents is in there because I pay my taxes or something.
But even though they're against all of the actions the government takes, make any sense?
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
Don't forget that happens all the time in the flat Earth and globe Earth debate as well. Many people will associate the "we went to the moon" or "we know this" or "we know that." Happens.
Flat Earthers will go, "We measured it. I've done it. I'm guilty." Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers though is that generally flat earthers have done something to verify their belief, whereas
yeah, I'm not lying to anybody. You know what I mean? That's the difference. You're exactly right.
Yeah. Well, no, doesn't even matter if it's like. What I'm saying is like, I mean, I might have gone out and done a laser test wrongly and incorrectly concluded the Earth was flat. That is a possibility, right? But at least I went out and did a fucking laser test. What I'm saying is, most global go, "Oh, I saw a live stream. Yeah, cool. That's confirmed." And that's all I need to do. So that's what it is, right?
But dude, I just ask people all the time. No one younger believes the government. So I'm like, bro, if you can keep it real chill and just this simple, it really works. So you think that NASA is the only governmental agency that's not lying? Like literally that question. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Because they do. That's how they're acting. That's what they act like.
Man, I don't know if you've in London there is I tell you what, there is a legitimate pandemic in London. It's a pandemic of morons wearing NASA memorabilia. That is the London pandemic. Is morons with NASA shirts, with NASA fucking patches on their jackets. This is the real pandemic we're going.
That's funny, bro. That's like a mandatory. That's mandatory wardrobe requirement for the NPCs in the future. NASA gear and that.
Yeah. You see it fucking everywhere, and I always just mutter under my breath, "You are retarded." Every time I see it, it's like this guy. He might as well be wearing a Lord of the Rings top.
But dude, they push it so hard. Like I get my clothes from like TJ Maxx. There's like random stuff there, stores like that, and there's always tons of NASA stuff everywhere, bro. Like it's like usually the best deal. It's like the best value stuff. It'll be really good quality and not that expensive. And you're like, what's going on, bro? Why is this hoodie so comfortable?
Could you imagine? You get like some Agent Smith looking suits or You got people dressing up like the mailman or all these other various governmental agency
I love
jobs.
CSK.
Like people just dressing just cause it's cool.
Dude, I feel like most of the people wearing that
Makes no
NASA drip thinks that it increases their IQ somehow because they got that NASA drip.
Dude, they think they got that like that intellectual swag, bro.
Yeah,
but it's a government agent. Like,
Yeah, it's like wearing the CIA on
other
your hoodie.
other than because that's what Jay Z and Rock Nation's kind of done. They got the fucking postman logo on their hats and shit, and that's totally fine.
Wait,
You know,
guys,
government letting
as in
you wear
NPCs,
their
do you
logo.
mean like AI, like robots and stuff like that? Or what do you mean?
Did you
As
say,
in
do we believe in
NPCs?
AI?
No, no. I said like whenever you say like NPCs, like are you talking about like robots and stuff like that?
I think that people are just becoming less human, dude.
Oh, I get what you mean now. Like, oh, yep, I know exactly what you mean now.
The
Like,
NPC mean,
That
Yeah,
would be the first step
I've
to
seen
AI
I've seen
transhuman.
people I've seen videos of people just walking around brain dead.
Well, I mean, the first step to
yeah.
AI transhumanism would actually be to try to level the field a little bit.
Okay.
So have you ever played Skyrim? 3-bit or whatever your name is?
No, actually, I installed it today, and it just got finished today. Like,
cool. Well, in Skyrim, you get these characters that you can go up to, and they've got a few pre-scripted responses. You might go up to the shopkeeper and be like, "Can I buy a sword or whatever?" I don't know. I haven't played Skyrim in years, but that's kind of what we're saying is that they're people. They really exist, but they don't really. They're not free to explore the land like the main character is. They don't have every thought avenue available to them. Right? They have these they have a very confined parameters in how they can think and what they can think.
Yeah.
And so they are, for all intents and purposes, non-playing characters. They're just characters. They don't really play, you know?
Have you guys heard of the new music group that go around giving out free boosters? They're called Fauci and the Band-Aids.
Did they ever do the Thug Shaker? Did they ever do that or no?
Oh, brilliant.
Nigga.
Whoa, that was say with your chest.
Nigga? What next?
Yeah, what you got now?
What next?
Did you squirt?
Crackers and graham crackers. Oy vey.
That was his bomb. That was his climax.
We can do ethnic slurs if you want. I mean, it's fine. No one cares here. So, but I think you got us confused with the Gem Panda server, where they would all have been in conniptions by now. So seriously though, this actually that is a perfect demonstration of an NPC, because it's like in this community, most people are very free thinkers because they are so anti-mainstream. So coming in and trying to get people wound up over a word that the mainstream tells you to be wound up over is obviously not going to work. Like, why would you even try that?
So I would like to point out that I used. Sorry, go ahead with it.
That was it. I'm just saying, I guess now we know why they call it Medicaid. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to say my grandparents tell stories about when they were young, they went to the honky tonk, and subsequently some people called them honkies. But no one ever really says that word anymore. But apparently it used to be like a slur. But I don't see how. If they went to the honky tonk, wouldn't they be a bunch of honkies? I mean, these racial words, it's really weird. I mean,
You
don't
do
think they
raise
have
a good
any
point,
power.
but as long as they do the rump shaker, I think it's still considered racist.
Come on, man. Do the thug shaker, man. Shake your ass.
Yo, all that drinking the Kool-Aid, now you just got AIDS.
Yeah. So Hank, are you sorry? I'm confused. Are you saying that the word honky used to be like a offensive term for people? Is that what you're saying?
Right, for white people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing, like, I don't give a shit. This is the thing that I
Me
think
neither.
people need to do more of, is not caring. Like, if someone can say a word, it doesn't matter what word, Russia, good example. If someone can say a word and get you to feel a certain way, they have control over you. And so you need to really be exercising that control back.
What do you call the first round of shots? First aids kit.
Blasted.
A first aid's what?
First aids kit.
The thug chick.
What do you call it when you need the shot to get unemployment? Financial aids.
Financially, I knew it.
Yo, hit me with them. I want to say I'm on the streets.
Oh man. Yeah, we don't call them shots in this country. We call them like jabs or whatever. But
Yeah. Like either one.
it's annoying because all of the drink-related pumps wouldn't work in this country.
Oh yeah. So I was trying to think of a way to double entendre in here.
Okay, I got one.
Let's hear it.
So what does the teacher need when there's too many NPCs in the classroom?
Teaching aids.
Teacher's aides.
Teaching aids, very good. No, I just drove. Maybe I shouldn't say this. I'm probably doxing myself. I just drove past a pharmacy called Cope's Pharmacy. It just seemed appropriate for the conversation. It's like they're coping so hard.
What do you get if you're a
It
famous
appears we have
basketball player in the 1980s and you call yourself Magic Johnson?
We get two version off. So what's your honor?
I don't know.
A life full of AIDS.
That's what you need.
Lifelong AIDS.
Well, I will say that it seems like we have a couple of glow believers in our midst.
Hello.
What do you
Hello, my
call
fellow.
I would globe to meet you.
Hello, my fellow flurfers.
That was funny.
Hello,
oh,
hello, Mr. Blur. So Blur. One thing I would say: be very, very careful. We are prepared to banter and have fun with you, but if you think you're coming here to take the piss out of us,
No,
you're
I'm
just gonna
not.
get...
No, I'm not
Okay,
here
good.
to take the piss. I'm actually verified.
You're very...
That don't mean well.
Dude, the only people not verified would ever say that.
Nah, ask.
Good
ask
luck.
Too.
I just want
He's
to wish
really
you
good.
luck. I just want to wish you luck.
No, I'm a flat earther. I'm like 19.
Cool story, bro.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but hey.
Well, hey, you sound ridiculous, so.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. If you don't believe me, just look up my Telegram channel.
No. Are you familiar with NPCs?
Oh.
Yes, I am fully aware of what an NPC is. It's a non-player character. And unfortunately, there's a lot of them in today's society.
Are you sure you would not identify as one?
Nah, I think the Holocaust was a hoax.
Do you ever have to get plugged into computers?
Nah.
That was your home run. That was your. I bet you're the same.
Hey,
person.
look! You guys, hey, when it comes to the flat Earth meme games, you guys gotta modernize your memes.
Hey, man, here's the deal. I'm guessing you're the same. I've been here earlier, and you know.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Calm down, bud. If you're not, then that was your NPC long lost brother. Okay, but your jokes aren't funny. I guess you came up with your other home run. It also wasn't gonna work.
I wasn't making any jokes, man.
Okay, so what's the radius of the globe Earth? What's the radius of the globe Earth?
About 25,000 miles, if I'm not
No.
mistaken.
No.
I'm pretty sure that was the case.
Not even close.
Really? Did they change it? What's it now?
The radius?
That's
Radius.
diameter.
I thought you meant diameter.
Well, no, that would be wrong again.
Shit, man. They changed it.
Okay, so are you still gonna play the game?
What is
We're still
going
playing the
on?
game?
What game? What
The
game are you
game
guys
you're
talking
playing,
about?
bro. Yeah, okay.
No, I'm not actually here to troll.
Here's my question for you, man. Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Aw,
Nah, not yet.
Would you like to ever have one?
Yeah, sure.
You're gonna have to drastically pivot, my man.
Okay, bud, but I'm not here to troll.
Okay, well, your constant need to reaffirm that is just the opposite.
Oh my god.
Hey, so but here's the question, man.
If you wanna get a girlfriend, you at least have to do the thug.
Yeah, like I'm trying to help you, man. I bet you're probably not actually 19 either, but if you do ever want a girlfriend, you'll have to be a man. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
Okay. So NPCs can't be men.
Yeah, no, I'm fully aware of that.
Okay. So what brings you to the server other than your little home run, little stereotypes of us being bigoted or something?
I never implied any of that, first of all.
Do you watch the news?
Absolutely not. I think they're all controlled by Jews.
Okay, so why was it that one of the first subjects you bring up about the Earth has nothing to do with the Earth?
I don't think I ever did that.
Okay, so you also are Dory the fish. So do you? how is it that you discovered that the Earth's flat, bro?
At first I began with space.
Oh, you got an ass.
Realizing the moon landing was fake. And then I realized that every image of NASA is fake.
Can you detail what space is fake means?
Basically, it's the idea that everything they tell you about space is completely fake. Everything they show you is CGI. Everything, there's no real images of Earth. Robert Simmons says...
well, I'm not talking about what they do. I'm talking about the idea of space itself. What's wrong with it?
Well, I mean, it's not like a vacuum, At least how they tell space is fake, That's why I say space is fake, because
it's not a vacuum. Why?
Space. Because an atmosphere can't exist right next to a low pressure vacuum without a container between it, unless you have very, very, very high energy, and I don't think gravity is that strong to produce such energy.
Okay. Hey, dude. So, is it hard for you to actually know most of the evidence, but still come and troll flat Earth? Does it ever?
I'm not here to troll flat Earth.
Okay. So, when did you first hear about the Earth being flat?
I think at first I thought it was really stupid, but then I think over time when I realized how much NASA lies and how much deceit comes in with the media, I think I'm willing to be inclined to I've thought for a really long time about 6 months when it comes to space is fake, and then I think over time I just came into flat Earth.
The idea of space is well, from our perspective and what we've been taught, space has been around. The idea of space has been around a lot longer than NASA's been around. So why does NASA matter?
I am aware of that, but I think if until NASA came, that's when things really turned around, and the idea of space as a vacuum and such has come to be like that.
I don't know. Fair enough. Interrupting. I apologize.
Okay.
Just real fast.
I agree,
Viper,
but did he has to be treated a certain way after just coming in here and being like I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I think it was my tone that sounded.
No, I think it was the substance of what you said, bro. and it's not that. It just we'll move on. We're gonna give you another chance, but I had to kind of be assertive with you, and we will just we'll just have to trash you if you're trash, bro. But if you're cool, I mean, the thing is, outer space, as has been defined, is fake, and it's not just because NASA lies. It's because everything that they claim it is couldn't
No,
exist.
I mean, like, even down to the physics is completely bullshit.
Yeah, give me some more detail with that one.
Basically, the idea that supposedly gravity holds an entire atmosphere while it's adjacent to a vacuum is completely wrong and completely breaks second law of thermodynamics. And the fact that people think gravity is that strong, supposedly, is also kind of wrong in itself, and it doesn't even fit in with reality. Because a lot of things, if gravity was that strong, wouldn't even be possible. Like, the mere fact that I can even stand completely disproves the idea of gravity supposedly being this strong force which can hold an entire atmosphere to a spinning ball that spins at several different angles at millions of miles per hour.
Okay, what is gravity?
It depends on how people define it, because some people say under Newtonianism it's a larger mass attracting smaller masses, but we know that completely defeats itself, because in reality that would turn out to be like the entire universe being squished into an oblivion, into a singularity. And then other theories came up, and so far no one has actually proven that these theories even exist. And then when it comes to Einstein gravity, it's space and time, and these two things are just concepts. No one has actually proven, like, you can time travel or stuff like that.
Pretty good, man. Yeah, it's just so that's just all fake. So when you say like it's not that strong, I mean, well, what is gravity though? I mean, like it's not that strong. What is it?
Well, I don't think it's that. Like, if you compare to reality and say, "Oh, hey, here's proof of gravity," you just drop something to the ground and it falls. It's like, all right. So, is it a strong force or is it a weak force? Like, somehow it's very strong that it holds an atmosphere and entire bodies of water to a spinning ball. But a basic helium balloon, it completely defeats that. I think it's completely wrong.
Yeah.
And don't forget bumblebees. Bumblebees completely defy gravity.
Actually, that's the thing, is bumblebees in themselves are completely, like, the physics of it is they completely break the laws of aerodynamics. So
Absolutely.
how it works is they use their wings to levitate to a resonating frequency, and they use the ether to levitate. The same way like planes, they create a levitating they create a resonating frequency, and that's why they levitate. If you know about
that's
Egyptian hoax,
very true.
you know about.
And that's why there are scientists actually looking into scarabs, and possibly why the Egyptians were very obsessed with scarabs, the rainbow beetles and stuff. If you're familiar with them,
I know the answer to that.
There are other
So Egyptians were also, sorry, real quick, just to
It's
answer
just
her
like how
question.
thugs,
Screw the
just
scientists.
like how thugs
They
are
were,
obsessed with the
what's
thug
up? What's up, Dave?
can we all
Good
talk
to
at
see.
once? Should we all go?
Can we do
Just
that?
real quick.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
let's
say,
all,
hey, Dave.
let's
I
all
didn't
go
know
at
you were
once.
here. Love you, brother.
Anyway, real fast, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely,
Oh, cool.
I can hear you.
Cool.
That's why
So
I
real
said, hey,
fast,
Dave. Good
the
to see you, man.
Egyptians. Good to see you too, bro. Yeah.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the reason that the Egyptians like the scarab, right? They also like to mummify bulls, right? So what do bulls and scarabs have in common? Bullshit,
Maybe
right?
the thug
And what do
Jacob.
Egyptians like to do? Egyptians like to trip their balls off with magic mushrooms. Thanks for listening.
And they like to do the thug shaker.
Dave, I love you, man.
So those scarabs were high as a kite.
Not Dave though.
Well, I'm just saying today's scientists actually there's something in how the wings of the scarabs, because I had one. I was driving down the road and I had this horned rainbow scarab fly in my window. I was smoking and it flew in my window, ran all around my freaking car, flying all over the place, scared me to death. It was pretty big too. It was a big guy. And anyway, I pulled over. I never seen one like this before. It was crazy. But I know that the scientists are trying to break down that they have some kind of like levitation, and it's not like some miraculous thing. It's like just probably it's a physics thing that we don't understand, but maybe they did back in the day. I'm not one of those people that think ancient societies were stupid. I think they were probably really smart.
Well, we do understand it, but it's just we've been lied to about pretty much everything. But it's very easy to understand it. Yeah, they were very smart in the sense that they understood basic pieces of knowledge that no one knows now. So of course they were advanced in that sense.
Well, because
So
we've been super dumbed down, super dumbed down.
If you guys research Tartaria and a bunch of other ancient civilizations and a lot of like like not like today's Great Reset, but like a past Great Reset, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Flavor, real fast I want to say, so you seem pretty genuine after all, at least. What you want to point out, and I think that a bunch of people on Flat Earth miss out on this, but yeah, dude, everything's electric. Like with the bee, just like you're saying, everything's electric. So when you say that something falls, like yeah, it's intrinsically electrostatic, as well as what it's falling down to is intrinsically electrostatic. So to acknowledge what it is, there is nothing called gravity where concepts spin and warp and all this the pseudoscience. That's true, and there is an electrostatic resonance on the Earth. And if you manipulate your electrostatic resonance, then of course you could levitate, and that's why bees levitate, although they are not aerodynamic. So the answer is electric. You know, like we could just cut to the chase and say it. That's my. If you're new to this or whatever, like that's my. Because there will be people that will try to tell you not to, or get scared about it, or just say density over and over. No.
Yeah, no, I am aware. You have the electromagnetic arguments, and you also have the density and the buoyancy arguments.
Well, it's not a
I think when it comes to density and buoyancy, those things determine like if something will go up and down to a relative density. But electromagnetism definitely is a factor when it comes to acceleration in a certain medium.
Sure, yeah, but just to clarify, that's a false binary, right? So it's not density and buoyancy or electromagnetism, right? And technically, when things
it's
fall,
a combination.
It's incoherent dielectric acceleration. It's electrostatics, and electromagnetism is a little different, but nevertheless, simply, yeah, it's density and buoyancy is there, and everything that is dense and has buoyancy is electrostatic. So no matter what anyone wants to say about it from either side, okay, like there's a density, and actually its resonance is directly proportionate to its density intrinsically, as it is electrostatic. And so anything that is a result of density and or buoyancy is also electrostatic phenomena.
It is a marrying of the two. It's not one or the other, like he said. It's
it's not. It's a combination.
They're tandem.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm always on here arguing relative density, also known as specific gravity.
Yeah. May I add? Are we all familiar with the dome, or is that just a conspiracy? Right? Because there's a lot of stuff that they.
I really want to hear. I really want to hear what Dave. I really want to hear what Dave had to say because I think y'all cut him off.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I'll say it again. Yeah. As far as the subject, I've never heard Whitsitt say anything that I disagree with, even though he's always about electrostatics, and I'm always talking about relative density, also known as specific gravity. We don't agree with each other. We don't disagree with each other, even though we're talking about the same thing, and we're talking about two different things causing the same thing.
Right, because I think you're both talking about two things that work to do the same thing. You know, it's like
Yeah, you can't have without the other. It's like saying ice is different than water.
exactly.
If you
But the
think
whole
about
idea
it,
of gravity, is a total. It's a total theory. We do understand buoyancy density being a thing, and we do understand magnetism is a thing. These things have their properties that have been are well known, but the whole idea of gravity is not. It's even Neil deGrasse Tyson said gravity is this idea.
Just the claim is really the claim I make too is I try to make it really bold because I want flat earthers to break past that block, dude. I'm like everything that exists is electrostatic. So that means if you can bring me one thing that isn't, you prove me wrong, and I can show you a million things that is. Literally
See, that's
everything that
all
exists.
terribly interesting, but
Whoa, who's making some psycho noise?
Okay, so I don't know who unmuted Thriper, but I muted him earlier for making noises. Haven't
Well,
had the
yeah.
chance to address it on
Thanks
chat
for
yet.
doing that,
So
Dave, because that was like, whoa, where did that come from?
I do have some other like
That's Hank
questions.
talking to you, not Dave. Just let you know, Shannon. That's Hank.
I do have a few other questions,
Well,
like for example,
hey, I call Hank Hill Dave for a reason, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Hank. But yeah, my bad.
I don't care. Go ahead.
That is Hank Hill and Dave Hinkle, two different people. But man, I get y'all confused for some reason because y'all both really, when I was first starting out here, gave me a bunch of knowledge and helped me along my way, and I'm very grateful to both of you.
Hey, all you have to do is bring one single thing in the whole world that isn't electrostatic, and you can prove me wrong.
There's not one single thing that's not going to be electrostatic. Not one.
everything is magnetic. Yeah, everything has electricity in it to some degree.
Absolutely.
Like everything has a negative charge, and some things have a positive charge. Almost everything. Like it's a mix. Like a lot of things will be negatively charged, and then some things will be positively charged.
But they're still magnetic. And
Yeah,
even
everything is magnetic as
scientists
well.
cannot explain magnetics to this day. They have no idea how to explain magnetics,
someone
which
do the
is
thug show
blowing
chat?
my mind.
Magnetism was understood for like all of mankind's history until recently, though. That's
So
like the biggest.
what is your understanding of magnetics? Like seriously, like do you really have a grasp on magnetics?
Yeah, it's like just all you have to do to understand magnetism is visualize the field. That's a toroid moving, energy moving in a field. That's a toroid. That's what it.
Toroidal field.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah, no, I'm familiar. I'm very familiar with the
I
toroidal
understand
field.
that. I understand
That's
that.
it. So you have that's it. It's simple. It's like what we call if you take a picture of an ferrocell cell, you see lights that show you the toroid, right? Well, there's dark there as well. You can't have the dark without the light. Just like what we're talking about a second ago. You can't have density without electrostatics. You can't have what we call magnetism without dielectricity or electrostatics. And when you have them together, you get electricity. So it's simple. It's like there's a background and there's energy that moves in the background. They're all one and the same thing. The energy that moves in the background makes the background have a different modality or version, a different version of the background because of the movement. And so if everyone understood that this movement was perpetual throughout all history and we live within a giant version of it, and only recently have we been dumbed down enough to where we think we have utility bills and no one understands magnetism and no one knows that they live in a magnetic field.
So let me ask you this. If you have such a great understanding about magnetism, why do you not live off the grid where you have your own rodent coil producing your own electricity?
Well, that actually is my plan. All you have to do is I know someone who has successfully built a magnetic generator. I've never done it, and I'm also not saying that I'm some genius or something. My actual
Well,
point.
I'm not either. I'm just saying
my
there's so
actual
many
point is
people
the
that
opposite of that.
claim these things that they understand magnetism, yet they don't. Why not if you actually understand this, and that's why I say most people don't understand this, is because if we actually did, we would all have our own mass rodent coils producing our own electricity and living off the grid. You
Okay,
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you use the word understand, I think it's an improper use of the word because it
Yeah,
isn't.
I hate that word. Understand is a bad
What I'm
word. I'm
saying is
sorry.
we're confined to not be able to use it. And if you come out with a magnet generator, you definitely wouldn't get to go sell it to everybody. That's not how any of it works. And I'm just saying, not because I'm a genius, but because people forever have known it. Like you can just go read modern people, as in like the early 1900s, the fatherheads of all the electricity we use today, and they understood it. It's only now people don't understand it. People use the word like magnetic attraction. That's not even a real word. That's stupid. That makes no sense. That's not a word. The energy disperses, it equalizes, and so you'll get drawn into where there is no energy, and that's what they call attraction. Magnets just go to where there's nothing because the energy moved everything out of the way, and it goes to where there's a null point. They accelerate. But like,
absolutely.
And this is just simple stuff that if we were taught properly, we would understand it. It's not that it's complex, it's that it was hidden. And that's why the buildings are so advanced and everything, because they knew basic things that we don't know. I don't think that they were intellectually superior to us as much as they just had more knowledge of basic understanding.
Well, and I don't think it's that they were more intellectually superior. It's just that they may have lived in a time that they weren't dumbed down and suppressed by people saying, "Well, you can't do that." You know, uh, just like I can't remember who it was that invented a light bulb that would last 100 years, but GE shut them down because you can't make money off a light bulb that lasts 100 years. You know,
Yeah, of
it's,
course. But it's like
the whole
you could teach
system is
5-year-olds.
set against you.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't think anyone could ever fully understand magnetism because it's metaphysical and it's in the ether. But like, as in how to use it, you could show 5-year-olds pictures and they would understand it. And they would understand the basic parts of how magnetism works. Like just pictures, you could show them a whirlpool. You could show them a live demonstration of a million different things. And so it's just been intentionally suppressed. Like it's not. But I think that flat Earth is getting tricked, not fully pushing that up towards the front because it's the reason it's so important because it's directly related to the Earth. We live within a giant version of that. We live in a giant magnetic field. Literally, we live in one. So that is what the lie was about. They lied about the Earth. They lied about us living in that. That's what the lie is about. For people to come around to the truth of the Earth being not what they taught us, but not acknowledge one of the arguably the biggest part that all the ancient civilizations knew. It seems like that would be a deception. That would be us being misguided to not fully see the big picture, you know?
Well, they lied because they're like kids, right? Kids don't want to get in trouble, so they lie, right?
So I just want to point out on here, I'm, telling people that, hey, your version of gravity is incorrect. And the easiest way to demonstrate that to them is for them to get something that's less dense or more dense than water or air, and then tell them how to demonstrate it. Sketching density, you can prove it right away. And then they're left with absolutely nothing as far as the demonstration of their so-called bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass. So once I, can strip their version of gravity away from them and show them something a little clearer, maybe eventually they'll be open-minded enough to listen to what Witsit has to say.
Yeah, fair enough, brother. And like for one, the word gravity comes from gravitas, which means weight. And so, okay, weight is just electrostatics, and that's a different thing. Like my bigger part is I think flat Earth, and a bunch of them know it for sure, but I think we even kind of ignore it. The big truth is we live in a magnetic field, the toroid, and we live in a plane through the middle of it. And we can see pictures of it. In fact, we see the same design in everything, like in pine cones and honeycombs. We can actually take ferrocell images of magnetic fields. We can get a way better visualization of where we live than NASA could ever give us. And we don't even realize, like, most of the flat Earth is confined into not addressing that specifically. And I'm just saying it should be at the top of the awakening of the Earth.
And I'm going to put this out there. I'm going to probably get a super lot of hate from a ton of flat earthers. But the fact that what you call the magnetic toroidal field means there is an end to, there is an edge. Okay. Because that magnetic toroidal field encompasses are flat plains. So, in my opinion, call me out. Anybody want to call me out? That means there is an edge. A lot of people want to say there's an infinite plane, and I don't agree with that, because if there's an infinite plane, how could the magnetic toroidal field exist?
Well, it'd have to be incredibly big, yeah. But yeah, there would be a place that pressure would be mediating at such a rate you could never penetrate it. And with matter wouldn't be able to penetrate it.
Right. There may be something outside of it, but we could never go there.
Yeah, that we know, like not as material.
I just wanted to put that out there. But yeah, like I said, I'm sure I'll get a lot of hate for that from some flat earthers. But just because,
No, there is definitely an edge. I am definitely aware there's an edge. It's just that we can't prove it because of all the laws and the restrictions on Antarctica.
That's right.
Exactly. And why? Why is these?
And now, Winston, I got a question for you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
What do you know about grain bins? You know, like big grain elevators?
Not much.
One of the important things that they have to do with a big grain elevator is they have to put a vibrating motor at the bottom of it. And if they don't, a number of things can happen. They can get blocked up and all sorts of stuff, and then it can actually make an explosion from the dust. And I've always heard flat earth people talk about buoyancy and density, which I think is a small part of the conversation. But I think, like you, the biggest important thing is starting from the telluric currents in the ground and that magnetism that is like the vibrating motor at the bottom of a big grain elevator. That even though there's hundreds of tons of grain in the elevator, it won't come down necessarily unless there is that force. And so even though buoyancy and density, I'm sure, have a lot to do with it, I think I agree with you. And the other thing I wanted to add to that is that the nice lady there, I'm not sure I caught her name, but I suspect that the telluric currents, they don't go into Antarctica, and I actually suspect if you got far off the shore away from the salt water, you would die once you got there, because your heart and everything would stop there. That's the end of that. I appreciate you entertaining me. What do you think, my friend? And I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, I love it, bro. I love it. I don't know. I think it's crazy. I hate when people prop me up to talk about it, because I'm like, bro, you just talk about it, dude. Like it's not like it's not like it's not a big deal. It's really simple. It's really simple. And if you want to put your big boy pants on, you're really going to acknowledge the matter couldn't exist without coming from the background. Now, that's everyone's journey, but that's I mean, my man, if you want to start to understand what's going on, you're going to understand that you live in a certain frequency in the background, and that's what gives you this material existence.
Well, and I also want to address the point he made about Antarctica being outside the toroidal field. I don't think that's possible, because there's people that are in Antarctica. We have military sites there that are supposedly doing scientific research, blah blah blah, whatever you want to think about them. So it does expand beyond that.
So
who told you this?
They're close to the shore.
Hey, Hank, do you not think that the toroidal field expands beyond Antarctica?
I have no claim on this.
Well, you said who told me this? So I don't know.
My thought is that with the sun and the moon and the currents, go from the sun and the moon. Nobody, no. Oh, sorry. The boys are playing.
I heard this. I heard this wild idea that there's an underground shortcut to bypass the whatever the.
Yeah, I've heard that as well, sister.
That guy was.
If you look on if you look on the Google map south of, say, Alice Springs in Australia, and you go to Antarctica there, there's like a little creek or something, and you can tell there's been some erasures or something there. And so, as long as there's salt water, you will have a good conductive ground. And I suspect that if you go look in that Google map south of like I say, go straight south of Alice Springs and dig around, you'll see it. And there's if there, like I say, those where the salt water expands, that serves as your ground. Uh, and
They
you
do
can
say that the water they found water everywhere, underground, right?
What?
You know what I'm saying? What did they say about finding water everywhere underground where they didn't expect it? Was that salt? I mean, what kind of water was that? Was it fresh water, salt water? I don't know.
It would be a similar phenomenon because that was close to the north. Like, there's no telling what the change in the like the terrain underneath the surface is as you get closer to the central point or outer edge of the magnetic field. Because matter's
Not
going
just
to
seem to me.
bro. Matter's going to change
Sorry to
because of
interrupt.
pressure, bro. Like matter itself is going to be totally different.
So if there's fresh water inside the Earth, the process that it becomes salt water, you think that could produce something? That process?
That's some gravy. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Yeah, but they claim the Earth is 70% water, right? So you're telling me if you go to if you go to Antarctica, the Earth is 70% water there? Like you go to the United States, it's 70% water? Like, I mean, is this constant? I mean, where are they getting this from?
Oh, well,
I have no idea.
Like, where are they getting this from, Elijah?
I don't know. I've been asking. I've asked that before.
I bet the Earth is something like 90%.
If it's over, wait, if the Earth is over half water, right? Wouldn't there just be more water than Earth? Like, how would we have Earth at all? Wouldn't the Earth dissolve into the water if it was
No.
over half water?
No, because what really happened was you had all kinds of crazy topography on a plane, and then lots of water was put on top of it. And so the inhabitable continents, quote unquote, are now just the higher elevations.
Yeah, but doesn't water wash away dirt?
I suspect 70% meaning the coverage of the surface area. Again, I don't know how they would know that. You'd have to have 100% view of the Earth and then know what percentage of that ground is covered by water. I don't know how I don't know.
Even if they did know the real number, it's not like we would know it. You know, I mean, if you're asking how they claim to know, it's pretty easy, right? A certain finite circumference, and then they just acknowledge certain land masses, and then the rest is chalked up to water. But
Wait a minute, I got a question. I know I'm interrupting. I apologize, but if the North Pole used to have an ice cap and there used to be land there, and it was 70%, and now all of a sudden, now that we're all adults, there is no northern ice cap, right? There's only one Antarctica. That's the only one they ever talk about, right? So wouldn't that subtract from the land? So I think it's obvious that they're hiding land at this point.
I thought water dissolves land. Like, aren't the oceans like overcoming the
Oh,
seashore
bro,
or
grass
something?
holds dirt together. No, bro, grass holds. Then there's like the bedrock, right? I mean, no, water doesn't always erode land. Right? If you got a dirt hill, right, and you don't plant any grass on top, within a generation, that dirt hill is going to be completely gone.
say this: say you had a giant beach and you had these dope castles built all along the beach, and then a big wave comes in and covers the entire shore, and then rushes back. That's what you're left with. Okay, and then the shore it stayed a little higher up, so only parts of those hills were still visible. And now it's just sitting where it's level with certain elevation above it. Now there's probably a much more intricate system that will blow our mind when it comes to the water cycle itself. I mean, there's no doubt we weren't told the truth about that. That's kind of like people telling me
Yeah,
anything.
something about that is like that's where it's at, man.
Yeah, it's fishy.
How all
It's
this shit
fishy.
happens, how clouds are, where they are. That's where the electric stuff. That's where I would like to see it aim towards. Like, what the fuck is going on with these weather patterns? Like, just the other day, it was like fucking snowing, raining, and 60 degrees the day before. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean the same with my fam in Tennessee. It was like 70, then snowed a couple inches the next day. Like, but they can definitely manipulate weather, in localized portions. I think people give them too much credit with that too, though.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
I simply don't know at this point.
I think they can do a lot, but I don't think they control the whole world's weather or anything.
I mean,
I
they've
don't think so
taken
either.
up nets. They've taken up nets into the sky. They said that they brought them back down and they've analyzed the nets and they found hard particulates. Right. So what's up with that?
Well, there's that. I'm not disputing that they're doing it. I'm saying the actual mechanism of all the cycles on the Earth is way more intricate and powerful than they would ever be able to fully manipulate. Just the pressure mediation of the magnetic field at the center and the rest of the Earth.
Yeah, if you buy that, right?
You guys are. I'm wondering though, will you guys modernize your memes a bit?
The Earth is
I'm
flat,
not
and
going
you're
to
worried
lie
about
though. A lot of
modernizing memes.
yeah, because I'm not gonna lie though. A lot of flat Earth memes are very like the style is like like 90s edition.
Look, they're
Are you a meme
volunteers, okay?
expert? Maybe you can help.
I've made
I'm
a
just
few
trying to find
memes
where the
so
Earth is
far.
flat. Like that's what I'm interested in. Where is the Earth
Well,
flat?
because everybody knows what level means.
Over the water.
Everyone knows what level means, and as far as we're all concerned as individuals, like when we're level, we're level. Until we get on uneven ground, then we know that it's uneven ground relative to it being level. So someone has came along and said, yeah, but on a grand scale, actually, level means something else. So since that claim, that something else claim hasn't been substantiated, actually, it's actually been crushed to death because the horizon isn't a formula away. Since that's the case, then we live on a level plane because it's obvious. Now, the extent of it, who really knows? Who really cares? Well, people care, but
Mostly
that's pretty
not.
much it. You know you live on a plane because that's what you experience. Unless you have a belief that something that you can't really falsify is going on,
Yeah,
like
but
on a
if you go
grander scale that you haven't experienced.
Yeah, but if you go by that logic, right, and you go up in a plane above the clouds. Plenty of people have done this. You look out the window, even the top of the clouds. If you're up at like 37,000, 40,000 feet, right, and you're looking at the top of the clouds, even the
Mm,
clouds are level. So what's up with
exactly.
that?
Exactly.
The bottoms are too.
Because level is level.
Even with the windows being curved, right, the clouds are level, and you're looking out of them, and they're still level.
Well. Again, we're talking about the Earth being level for you as an individual, and then you getting in a plane that flies over the plane, in question, and then you see clouds that are also parallel to the plane because they're just as level as the ground you were walking. I don't see your point.
So
And
there's a
interesting
direct
clouds.
correlation. There's a
Most
direct
clouds.
correlation.
Go ahead, my friend.
Okay, so I see your affirmation of direct correlation, and I'll raise you experimentation. How about that?
All
Just
I was
measure
going to
it. All
say
you
is
have to do
that
is measure it, Hank.
clouds, interestingly, from my perspective, they all have a flat bottom. Yes, they have a bubbly top, but most clouds, if not anything, they all have this level plane about them, which tells me they're on a level plane. None of them curve. You could take a picture, put it in your computer, draw a straight line. They all are flat. Every single one of them. Because they're on a flat plane. There are so many, in my opinion, there's so many proofs, simple proofs, like such as that tell me this world is not a globe. And I'm not going to tell you it's flat. I'm not going to tell you it's flat because I don't actually think the earth is flat. We all understand there's undulation and
Come on down, Jordan. Daddy will play with you for a little bit.
what?
Hot micing.
Sorry, who was that?
Hot
micing.
Back to it.
Probably hot micing.
Anyway, I'm just saying, most of the things we can visualize with our own eyes tells us everything around us is not a ball. It's not a ball. I don't care.
Yeah, the whole word
I
flat
don't
Earth is
care
there
what
to
kind of point of
magically.
view people have. It's not a ball, period.
I know. I saw another
The
black
word flat
swan.
Earth itself.
Go ahead.
Flat Earth itself, the word is like there to magically trigger the sheep, and so they actually see one thing when we've taken up the moniker, but we actually just see something from the result of looking for the evidence. We come to find that there is no evidence. But that doesn't it doesn't have anything to do with the name flat earth or the fact that they've used that particular wording branding to confuse everyone else who hasn't come to the subject yet.
And
Obviously,
and
like what's
sadly,
actually flat in reality,
and sadly, all these people that believe in the globe think it is upon us to prove to them that it's not. Well, they're making the claim that it is, so it's actually the proof upon them to prove to us that it is. And
Yeah.
that's where you know, this actually can go into, and I'm not a Christian, but this can go into Christianity as well, is, the whole idea of proving what is it? Hank, are you still here? What is that idea where people have to prove that there was a Christ, this it's not upon the people to prove this. It's the people that are skeptic of it to prove it is not.
Exactly. They have to prove their own fairy tale. But you know what? I wanted to say something because it's a bright, sunny day here, and I was on this hillside, and I don't mean to divert away from this specifically, but it applies. I like what you were saying about keeping it simple. So I could sit on this hillside looking south. Now, the border of Mexico is 17 miles away. I'm looking at hillsides and mountains that are well beyond that to the southwest because the land juts out. Now, in between that, there's water. There's this bridge that goes across in between. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. I'm at about the height of the bridge.
I have to ask you your name because your name in chat here is square, or I should say up rectangle, and a weird in and an up rectangle and up rectangle.
It's Sunny. My name's Sunny.
Sunny.
Yeah.
Sunny, I think you're a very intellectual individual, and I'm very glad you're here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I add something real quick?
Can I finish my story? I'm almost done with my story. So I'm sitting at this hillside now. Being that the border's 17 miles away is not the strange or the amazing part of this. I'm looking at a hill. I can see the bridge halfway between approximately and the hills further. Now, here's the clincher. Beyond the top of the bridge, I'm not using any kind of zoom. I'm just looking with my glasses. I have prescription glasses. And I'm looking at the bridge, top of the bridge. What do I see after the bridge is water still going all the way to the shoreline where those hills are at, right at the shore. But that's not the most interesting part. Is that water is further out and higher up than the bridge, with my viewpoint at that location. How that's not possible at all. That I would still see. Now we're talking 17 miles as a crow flies, but it's actually further than that. It's probably 22 miles because it goes out and then back out to the southwest. So 22, 23 miles. I'm seeing shoreline further out, higher up than the bridge I'm seeing past, sitting on a hillside. This would occur in 20 miles. How much elevation drop is that in 20 miles?
It would be a lot of elevation drop in 20 miles.
And I'm on a hill that's about 600, no, not even 600, probably about 500 feet.
So you shouldn't be able to see them.
No. I'm right about at the level of the bridge, whatever, it's a couple hundred feet above the
And
water.
I don't know why. Like, I can understand why your normal person that exists in life that's subscribed to the globe doesn't get it because they don't actually know their normal mathematics about this. They don't get it. But all of these trolls and people that come in here that want to talk to you and debate you about this, the fact that they do that blows my mind because they
It doesn't
know it.
It doesn't blow
They
my
know
mind
what you're
that they come
talking
in.
about.
It doesn't blow
blows my mind.
I have a lot of experience when it comes to trolls. And honestly, when I've told people I'm a flat earther, honestly, they get more angry than I do. Like, they're actually...
Yeah, of course they do, yeah. So it doesn't surprise me that they come in here, but it surprises me what they come in here, what they think they're armed with is not what they think. They're not
ready. That's the thing is they've tried to troll me in several ways, but I just end up trolling them, and it just like I've been banned from several. Yeah, I've been banned from several like servers, even like the 4chan tier servers, the quote unquote based. Not even the quote
It's kind
unquote
of funny.
based.
I can imagine you showing up and going, "Peace and shalom. I'm here to destroy your religion." It's no longer peace and shalom after you destroy their religion, Brent.
That's the thing is, even the most quote unquote based like NS 4chan non NPC people, even they fall for like shilling the globe model, and some of them like it gets to them. Unfortunately, funny enough, like you just do flat Earth stuff, and a lot of them can get angry sometimes. They even ban you.
Most of them get angry, to be honest, and that's why I say it blows my mind. If they even understood their own cosmology and the numbers, they would be like, well, whoa, what the fuck? Like we all are. We're like, this isn't possible. It's impossible to see these things if this is the truth. Either because at this point, they should either be like, okay, maybe, okay, and I'm playing the devil's advocate, you guys, okay? These people should either be saying the earth is way bigger than we think it is, or these people are right. But none of these people are saying that,
What gets me about them too is they don't own up to even NASA's own contradictions. How many times do they contradict themselves on everything that they put out, and they never want to discuss that, or even that should raise a red flag in your mind if you are a glober, those things should raise a red flag and be like, wait a minute, why are they saying this? And then now they're saying this. They don't even think about it. I think that gets me even more. And the fact that if NASA wanted to, they could end the debate with if everything they say is true and all the technology that they have, they could easily prove, the globe Earth. They could show us in real time and do all these things to prove it, but they don't. They can't. All they can do is show us computer generated images and paintings. It's ridiculous. That's a huge red
And
flag.
argue with
And
us.
on top of that, I
So,
want to play the devil's
just one second.
advocate again. Is that most of the people that we exist side by side with, they're very preoccupied with life and working a job and don't have really time to look these things up. I work full time. My husband does too. And we both made time to find these things out for ourselves. But what I'm but to be honest, most of these people that we are arguing with, they work, they they are they are bombarded left and right with just trying to exist. That they don't have the time to research and look into things like we have, which which is very sad. But with the whole Cocoa Pebbles 7-Eleven job,
I can
people
appreciate what you're saying, but they simply don't want to. Because everybody can make time for what they want to.
That is so true, and I was gonna get to that because that's what me and my husband made time for that,
Right.
because we both work full time, and
And you
we
guys wanted to look into it, so you made time. So I don't think anybody can make that, oh, I just don't have time. That's bogus.
but see, sister, here's the thing: is there's the other part of the population that when they get home from work, they don't want to try to learn stuff. They just want to relax, and so they'll put
Yeah,
on
because they don't want to
they'll
know.
they'll watch Seinfeld or whatever reruns or Friends or and just they don't care. They just don't care to expand their mind. And this is where we were talking about the other day upon learning about the Father, is that people are very relaxed in their mind, where they're in this like echo chamber where, yeah, this is what it is, and they don't want to expand their mind to go outside of what they've been taught. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they're not seekers.
They're
just
not
comfortable.
seekers, because the Father says those who seek truth will find it. If you want to find me, you will find me. And if you don't, you won't find me. And when I say that, I'm talking about finding the Father, the Creator. If you really truly want to seek out the Father, you will find Him. Just like you found Flat Earth, just like you found that a ton of jet fuel does not bring down 2 buildings, 3 buildings, actually. It just doesn't happen. And we got to, you can't stop. You can never stop on your search of truth. That's all I want to say.
All right, so you kind of segued a few seconds ago what I wanted to say. So you guys know I spend a great deal of time on the fence, and the reason why is my own lack of education, right? And it's really difficult to understand the physics of light, right? Because light is very unique, and we can't really tell exactly what's going on all the time with it. So what they're doing is they're using the what is it, ambiguity fallacy, right? So they're saying that refraction is what's happening, even though it's one medium, right? So we know that it's not refraction, but what they're saying is that light has to be bending at 8 inches per mile squared around the sphere. But that's the thing that's in contention to begin with. So they're saying, oh, you can see too far. Oh, Well, instead of saying, you were right, flat earther, which they obviously have a hard time, bowing their head and, confessing their sins, right? They can't really do that. They have to double down and say, well, the reason you can see too far is obviously not because the earth's flat, when obviously we can see too far. So they go and they, make up this super refraction that happens in a less refractive medium than if you had, 2 or 3 media. So if you had a boundary between 2 media, that's where the light changes direction the most, right? So they're saying that no, it actually changes the most when it's 1 medium. And it's like, how could they say that? And it's obviously because that's all they got. That's the only thing they got left. And as soon as the wider consciousness understands the physics of light, and they know that there's no super refraction with 1 medium, that it requires 2 or more boundaries to create this amount of refraction to where it can actually bend around the sphere, right? But they don't have
That's
that, right? They don't
the
have.
interesting thing is I've seen globe people. They make the argument that lasers bend over the curvature and stuff like that, and they say the laser refracts in a curve, so laser tests don't mean anything by their standards.
Wow. That's
Well, then you
pretty
then you get them
crazy
to
that they
define
say that.
reflection.
Truthfully, and I think that's why Dave Hinkle called me out the other night, or the other afternoon, whenever. I think it was yesterday. I said, do we really understand light and all of the properties of light? Many men try to put all these properties upon light, but do we actually know how light reacts or any of the properties of it? Do we actually know how light works? No. I'm going to say no, period. We do not know how light actually works. It was the first creation. And I don't think any man knows how light actually works. They say light travels at a speed of blah, 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 blah. I don't believe that shit. I think that's all propaganda. Light is this wonderful, beautiful thing that actually is probably illuminating our sun and moon and stars. This is my theory.
Some people say, some people like there were arguments about whether or not light was a particle or was it a wave.
Or could it be both?
Well, it's a particle. It's not a wave. A wave function is a mathematical function, so the particles are acting like a wave.
But you're speaking in theoretics, Dave. Hank.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are, because we actually do not understand the true fundamentals of light.
Okay,
It's an interesting case because I've come across flat earthers that think light is a wave and some that think it's a particle, or a mixture of both even.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. It's all still theoretical. So we can't actually
Wait. He's talking about the theoretical part, right?
No, he said
I'm just trying to help you out. Okay, so I'm about to post something. If I can find it, it's way down here.
There are some things we know about light, but the problem is light, we don't actually know. You're correct. We don't know what it is. You could say, we could say whatever we want about what it does and how it responds and how it does this in this medium and how it does this in this one, but we still don't know what it actually is.
Exactly. And how can we understand if we don't even know what it is? How can we actually understand the properties of it? Saying light travels at the speed of this and that. Really? How can you measure that?
Especially because this particle or wave thing is only an effect. We don't know what's causing the perturbations in the first place.
Like
it's
to my
interesting
knowledge,
case.
there is no way to measure what they call measuring the speed of light. I don't think that's actually a possibility.
I agree with you on that, but I was wanting to make a difference about the double slit experiment. Want to stop that. You guys give me like 60 seconds.
The other,
so if you look at what I just
Hey,
posted,
Hank, hold.
yeah.
Can you let them talk for just a little bit and hold off? Because I've got to go in just for a minute, and I really want to hear your idea about the double slit. But I've got to take a minute. I got to step away. But I really want to hear what you have to say about that.
the other
Can
thing
you
with
do that, Hank? Please. Because I don't want to miss what you got to say about that. I'll tell you when I'm back. Okay.
Did somebody say light? I'll talk
yeah,
about
because
light.
light is an interesting case because the laser the people that have like an argument against laser experiments say lasers would bend downwards with the curve to
impossible.
like yeah, that's kind of one of the claims they make is because air
Well,
is a medium, light would bend down a curve according to them.
yeah, but lasers work on what's called a Gaussian profile, which means that they're more intense towards the center and then they get exponentially less intense towards the outer part of the beam. So if that part of the beam was curving around the surface of Earth at just 10 miles, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Right. I
Wait,
would
what?
like some interesting infographis on this
This is all
kind of
being
stuff.
recorded on 24/7 Discord. So if you want to know what I said, just go watch the 24/7 live stream and rewind it.
And you can go to FE Core. They have all the details about their laser experiments, much further than even 10 miles, 21, 22 miles.
Yeah, I would like some
Yeah, I saw it on
interesting
the NASA
infographics
website.
on yeah, I would like some interesting infographics on lasers. That would be great.
So another way to say what I said earlier is that the most intense part of the laser is the central axis of the laser. And at 10 to 20 miles, that's the only part of the laser you could be seeing. So you have to be looking at the emitter, not a bending wave.
The other interesting thing, or there's many interesting claims from globe earthers, is they say, oh, a mirage is causing the light to bend upwards, which is why you can see at long distances. And that completely contradicts the light bending down or the laser bending downwards arguments as well. There's many.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's there's way too many arguments to take into account of what people say. And I've always tried thinking about them and seeing how they can be refuted. So there's that.